1 year ago, around this time, I was bored and scrolling the web, nothing unusual for me, and I decided to go on Omegle. Omegle was a now shut down website that allowed you to talk to strangers via video or text chat. It was around for a long time, and I used it frequently when I was younger as a bit of a time waster. There were plenty of creeps on there, sure, but I've had an equal amount of pleasant interactions and conversations on the site too. On Omegle, you could type in tags as well, basically keywords that describe the type of conversation or person you're looking for, and you would match someone with the same ones. I always used alt for alternative. I feel like it weeded out a lot of rude people, I suppose, and connected me to more people my age. For reference too, I was 19 at the time. So, I connected with someone who called himself Kane, and we started chatting via text. He said that he was 23, and I said my age back. We exchanged some small talk, and before I knew it, we were pretty much talking all night. I mean, well, all night in fact. We lived in the same time zone, you see, and I had stayed up until 6 a.m. chatting about philosophy and life and our interests, just because he was entertaining and I was having fun. When we were talking about our general areas that we live in, he then said abruptly, we should meet up sometime. I laughed initially, but it turns out that he was actually serious, and it also turns out that we only lived like 3 to 4 hours away from each other, so he was really considering this. I am an anxiety-ridden person though, but for whatever reason I thought that he might be normal due to the fact that I just spent hours and hours talking to him, and I didn't pick up on any red flags. So I said, sure, why the heck not? I know, this is an incredibly stupid mistake. I have a big heart though, and frequently make the mistake of giving others the benefit of the doubt. So, just like that, we started planning a camping trip. He was set on doing it just days after that morning because that was when he was off work next. I agreed because I didn't have anything to do at the time. I asked for his number so that we could talk somewhere else other than Omegle about the trip. He gave it to me and I texted it, and noticed that the message showed green on my iPhone. This indicated that he was using a Samsung or an Android. Teasingly, I said something along the lines of, "What's up with the Samsung?" After a few minutes, he texted back, saying that he had 2 phones and that one was for work. That was the first red flag that went off in my head. Why would he need 2 phones for work at his age? I mean, of course, there's possible reasons, I suppose, but it just set off that intuitive feeling, I guess. One that I regret not listening to in the end. I asked what the job was, and he said that he worked for the state. He added that he isn't allowed to share details about his job because he signed papers saying that he wouldn't, and that he could get fired if he were to violate his agreement. I was still wary of this, but I just figured that he must have worked for a police station or the town council or something to do with law enforcement or something, and that I was probably just overthinking it. Well, days passed and the date for our camping trip approached quickly. He wanted to take me someplace close to where he lives, near a mountain in New York. By the way, don't worry, this isn't near my actual house at all. Obviously, I wanted to do at least a little research about where I was going, so I popped the name into Google. A bunch of results popped up about the soil on the mountain being contaminated with arsenic due to the old mines in the area. All of the government and the state articles that I read said that it was still safe to hike there and that you should wash your skin and shoes after hiking. I still had a feeling of unease about the whole thing, I guess. I texted Kane and asked him why we were going to some place that could potentially be dangerous. He assured me that nothing would happen, and said that he chose the spot because it's somewhere him and his friends frequently camp. This slightly reassured me, I suppose. He does know the area better than me, after all. Now, my parents are definitely over-suspicious of everyone. Strict is also a safe word. For good reason, though. They're just protective, I guess. So I told them that I was meeting up with a friend that I'd met over a video game, and that I'd already known him for a month. I knew this would be less likely to freak them out than the truth, and they were adamant that this was a horrible idea, but finally let me go off when Kane pulled into my driveway. he didn't come inside and waited outside of his car for me. After a brief introduction, my mum rushed out to meet him and asked a few questions about the area that we were headed to, and then we were off. We pulled into the Starbucks by my house so that he could get a coffee, since he was tired from the drive up there. We sat in his car for about maybe an hour and a half afterwards, and during that time he asked me to rate the playlist that he put on, and showed me how he writes down every single song that he likes in a little notebook that he kept in his car. I thought that was a bit weird, but kind of sweet as well. Like, what guy these days writes down songs, right? After an hour or so passed, though, I told him that we should get going so that we can get to the campsite before dark. He kept saying just 5 more minutes, though, and after about 30 minutes of insisting that we need to leave to make it on time, he finally let us start on the road. While we drove the 4 hours up to our destination, Kane mostly talked about himself. He told me long stories about his friends and a girl that he used to date that he doesn't like. I thought that this was a bit strange. Who talks about another woman to a girl like this? After telling stories for about 2 hours, I tried to deviate to a brighter topic and ask what kind of things that he's into, hobby-wise. I already knew the stuff that he told me online, but I was trying not to suffer from awkward silence or any more of his weird ramblings. He said that he thinks that eating healthy is important, and that people who eat junk food are stupid. He also says that he only wears sustainable clothing that's made from cotton or wool. I don't have a problem with being sustainable at all, but he was saying it in a really sort of, obnoxious way, I guess. Then he turned to me and asked the first question about me since we had gotten into the car. What brought you to Omegle? I told him that I was bored and that I like meeting new and interesting people, and that was about it. He nodded slowly in thought and grinned, showing the most expression that I've seen on his face so far. He said that he likes to go on Omegle and tell people that he's a soldier in Russia, and that he was torturing people as he spoke to them. I sat there in silence and just kind of stared at him, waiting for him to say that he was just kidding, and that it was just some sort of messed up humor. But he didn't. He just laughed and said, "What?" Well, as we neared the campsite, I mentioned that I was getting kind of hungry. He said that we can stop at Whole Foods before going to camp for the night. In my head, I sighed about this, knowing that he was probably going to judge me for whatever I picked out there, but it wasn't a problem for me and I was hungry, so I agreed. In Whole Foods, he made me pay for both of our meals because his card wouldn't work there. He didn't even try, in fact. This annoyed me, I'll admit, but I was just eager to get to camp, so I paid and we sat down outside to eat. After about maybe an hour, we were finally ready to get to camp, so we drive up the mountain and he pulls into a small parking area with about 3 spots. Cars were parked there and older men were surrounding the car smoking some weed. Nothing they were doing was wrong, at least morally, to me. But it just made me uncomfortable that they were there so late at night. Before I could even mention it though, Kane says that it's too cold for him to carry our supplies to the campsite, which was about a 10-minute walk, and set up camp. I was taken aback by this. I said, "What do you mean? I'll help you. We didn't come up here for nothing." He insisted though and told me to get out of the car and to feel how cold it was. He said it would take a while to pitch our tent and that it was too much for us. Now, there was no way that I was getting out of the car and facing the men in the parking spot next to us, so I rolled down the window halfway and stuck my hand out. It was freezing, he was right about that. That night it was in the 30s and the wind chill felt worse being higher up. I was annoyed though, but I agreed in the end to sleeping in his car for the night. I was sad that our trip was basically wasted, to be honest, but it was the best that we could do. He sat in silence for a while, seemingly uncomfortable that I was annoyed and unsure how to comfort me. I slinked back into the passenger seat and started to scroll on social media, just trying to pass the time. He grabbed my phone out of my hand and said, "Come here." He patted his lap. I was already annoyed at the situation and confused on what he thought he was doing. I said, "You're funny," and reached for my phone that he had tossed onto the floor of the car. Before I could get to it though, he reached over and scooped me out of my seat and tossed me onto the back seat. Now, I don't remember most of it, but my eyes were squeezed shut and I was just praying for it to end. After he was done, he pushed me back into the seats and got dressed. He smiled at me and said, "How was it?" I just stared back at him with tears in my eyes. He climbed back into the front seat, propped his feet up on the wheel, and then he just went to sleep. I didn't know what to do. I sat there motionless in the back seat for about 2 hours trying to process what had just happened to me. I considered calling my mum, calling 911. I thought about it for what felt like forever. I already had been assaulted once in my life, and it broke my parents' hearts. I knew that learning of this would absolutely destroy them, and I was also afraid of what would happen if I actually told them. Like, I didn't want my dad or my brother to go to jail for life because they were angry and got revenge against this guy. So I just sat there all night, watching the men outside stare into the car and smoke on their joints. I don't remember falling asleep, but eventually I woke up to the wind hitting the car. I was in a fetal position, sitting upright, holding my legs in my arms. Kane noticed that I was awake and said that it was time to go. I was actually scared of him, and it felt like my heart was leaping out of my throat. Adrenaline was pumping through my body, and I started scanning the back seat and our overnight bags for something that I could use as a weapon in case he were to pursue me again. I ended up holding onto my full metal water bottle, and it wasn't deadly by any means, but it could knock someone out, and holding it made me feel safer. That much was for sure. I stayed in the back and Kane started driving. I asked where we were going, and he said to get breakfast, almost as if that was obvious, and it was silly of me to ask. After driving down the mountain back into the city, we pulled into a parking garage and he tells me to get out, that we're here. I get out of the car and cling close to it, not wanting to let him get behind me. I was thinking about making a run for it, honestly, but didn't want to risk getting chased and overpowered by him again. I followed him to a little Mexican spot on the corner and he told me to order pancakes so that he could have some. This obviously ticked me off even more than I already was, but I didn't say anything because I was afraid that there would be consequences if I showed negative emotions at this point. I ate a few bites of my food and he happily ate the rest of my plate. He paid quickly with cash and took me back to the car, where he lay down in the back seat. He said that he was going to take a nap because he didn't sleep well last night. I didn't want to argue with him, so I let him sleep. And he slept for about 3 hours. The whole time I was watching YouTube videos trying to calm myself down and keep a clear head. It was about 9 a.m. and around this time my mum was waking up and texted me saying that she wants me to be home. I told her that Kane was taking a nap and that I would be home soon. She didn't like the sound of that and insisted that I come home now. I was happy to have a reason to get the heck out of there, to be honest, one that might be convincing to Kane too. So I woke him up and he became angry with me, saying, "Don't wake me up next time. Play on your phone, watch TikTok or something." I was shaking, but I managed to say that my mum wanted me home and that we needed to go. He said to let him sleep for 30 more minutes and told me to set a timer on my phone, and so I did. 30 minutes though felt like 30 hours, and once it went off, I woke him up once again. This time I filmed myself waking him up because I was afraid of what was going to happen. He was angry once again, and I told him that 30 minutes was up. I asked to leave, begged him to leave in the end, and he said no. Over and over, he said that we weren't leaving yet. I was now shaking uncontrollably, but I put on a brave face and pretended like I was being playful. I said, "Okay, I'll just get an Uber then." I turned around and started to open the car door when I felt his hand grab my shoulder and dig into it, yanking me back into my place. I honestly think that I blacked out from fear for a few seconds. He said, "What the heck are you doing?" His hand was still on my shoulder, his fingers squeezing into my skin. My mind was racing and I was on the verge of tears. This caught his eye and I quickly played it off by saying that my mum would call the police to come and get me if I wasn't home soon. I had mentioned earlier that my dad works in law enforcement, so this was a little bit more believable of a lie, I guess. And at the mention of police, something changed in his face. He looked frantic. He let go of me and unhappily agreed to drive me home. I felt a deep relief, the deepest relief that I've ever felt, and swallowed the lump in my throat as he climbed into the front seat and started our 5-hour drive back to my house. The drive back was much quieter than the drive up. I didn't say anything unless he initiated. I just gripped my phone in my hand and tried not to make eye contact with him. I wondered if he had any remorse for what he did in those moments. When we reached the town where I live, it was about 11:30 at night. Kane pulled into the main strip to get to my house, and I saw flashing lights behind me. Honestly, my first instinct was to be scared because my dad is a cop, and so I've always made extra sure not to break any traffic rules. The police pulled us over though, and 2 men stepped out of the cop car. I frantically rolled down my window so that they could see my familiar face, the daughter of their boss. One of them greeted me and looked both concerned and disappointed that I was in the car with someone getting pulled over. The other cop told Kane to get out of the car while I explained what we were doing out so late. Obviously, I spared the illegal and horrific details. I was tired, scared, and I needed to be safe in my own home. I also didn't want them waking up my sleeping dad with such bad news. I overheard the second officer ask Kane about his information though when he said, "What's your name, son?" Kane mumbled something and he said to speak up. The name that he gave was not Kane though, and he told the officer that he was 22, not 23. My heart sank into my feet and I sat there motionless while they explained to Kane that he had missed a stop sign and that they were letting him off with a warning. They told me to get home and I nodded my head. When we pulled off, I let my emotions take over and I started screaming at the stranger that I was sitting next to. "Why did you lie to me? What is wrong with you?" He looked distressed from the volume of my yelling and told me to calm down, that he was sorry that he lied. He said that he only lied about his identity for his own safety. That honestly baffled me, considering that he had just assaulted me. I screamed at him all the way to my house, and as we pulled in, I threw the car doors open and started throwing my stuff out onto the lawn, desperate to just get far away from him now. He tried to talk to me, to offer more pitiful excuses for his disgusting actions, but I screamed at him to get away from me and that I never wanted to see him again. I gathered my stuff off the lawn and hauled it into my room while my parents slept soundly, unaware of the terrible secret that I had. I eventually woke my mother up and told her that I was home as she had requested. Once I got to my room, though, I just broke down. What happened to me was starting to sink in. As I was sobbing silently into my blanket, my phone lit up from a text from Kane, and it read, "I'm sorry about what happened, I really am. If it makes you feel any better, I just got pulled over, so that's my karma, I guess. Let me know if you want to talk." I felt a wave of nausea hit me like a train. I screenshotted the message, blocked his number, and deleted his contact. And I haven't heard from him since then. In fact, I haven't hung out with anyone since then besides my boyfriend, who, thank God, is normal. I still think about what happened almost every day, though, and I still feel sick when someone I don't know gets too close to me, even if it's just a stranger passing by in the grocery store. I know that what happened was the product of my own irrational teenage actions. I get that. I know that I shouldn't have met up with someone that I didn't know, but I had faith that he would be a normal person, somewhat at least. I wish that I could have listened to my instinct and to my parents' warnings. I still don't know what would have happened if I didn't make up that police story, and to be honest, I really don't want to even think about that. I'll never meet up with someone again that I don't know, though, and while trying to cope with what had happened to me, I eventually Googled the mountain again, and I found a link that said Cane Mountain North Trail Loop, New York. Now, if you've made it this far, or you're taking anything away from this story, then please let it be this. Trust your instincts and trust your gut. If something feels wrong, then it probably is. And obviously, don't meet up with strangers, no matter how good they look or how normal they may seem. So I fell out of contact with my brother about 15 years ago due to how my parents are. We recently got back into contact and started catching up, and before getting into this, I should probably let you know that I have a love for the paranormal, and my brother thinks that it's all fake, or at least did until we got to talking about the room that we both inhabited at one point or another. So the house that we lived in was old, built sometime in the 40s, and was renovated several times before my parents got it. It was a 2-bedroom, but one of the bedrooms was also the path to the bathroom, and it was the kids' room, since the parents wanted the privacy of the other room. My brother was out of the house in 2001 after he graduated, and I got the room afterward. A long story short, my parents made the dining room their bedroom until my brother left, and was genuinely unsettled all of my childhood because of the things that I saw there. This is just the setup to the mutual experience, but I had to get that out. So one night when I was 14, I saw a man much taller than my father standing in the doorway of my room. I was frozen in bed, unable to make out what it could have been. I actually asked if it was my father, but it slowly moved out of view, and my dad is a bit of a jerk, and I had recently gotten into trouble for sneaking a horror movie that I don't remember the name of, and figured that he wanted to just scare me out of ever doing it again, and so I went back to sleep. The following morning, I asked if it was him, and he replied that it wasn't, and both him and my mother both looked a little shaken when I told them. I saw it twice more in my life, but figured that it must have been my overactive imagination, and so I just pushed it out. Cut to this year though, and I told my brother about it, and when I did, he went pale and silent for a moment, before telling me that he had seen the figure as well, back when he lived in that room as a younger teen, and he also had some of the similar frights that I had over the years, like a mirror incident, and when I asked my parents, they finally admitted to having seen the man as well at one point, but figured that it was just exhaustion. That house had a list of bizarre things happen in it, but I just wanted to share this one experience that was verified by multiple people. When I was a kid, we lived in a small, isolated house on the edge of a half-developed neighborhood. There were only about 6 houses on our block, and ours was the last one before many overgrown weeds and empty land stretched out into the dark. At night, the area was deserted, and you'd rarely see anyone stepping outside. I lived there from the ages of 7 to 13, and looking back, it felt like I was trapped inside one of those disturbing, uncanny horror films where reality always seems just a little bit off. Now, before I dive into the incidents, it's worth mentioning that our life in that house was filled with a sense of suffocating dread. Financially, we struggled a lot during those years, drowning in debt. Strangely enough, things turned around for us as soon as we moved out. Family fights erupted daily, and I remember feeling terrified constantly. I remember not going too far into any room so that if anything jumps out, I could run through the door easily. I don't know why I did that, to be honest, but it's just how I felt. But here are some of the events that made me believe that something was definitely haunting us. So, I remember staying home from school one day because I was sick. I was curled up on the couch watching Barney and Friends, trying to distract myself from the eerie feeling of the house. At some point, I felt someone standing beside me though. I assumed it was my mum joining me to watch the show, so I didn't think much of it. A few minutes passed and I casually asked her something. There was no response. I asked her one more time and there was no response again, so I turned around to find that nobody was there. But that was when it hit me. My mum wasn't even home and she had left for work hours ago, and I was completely alone in that house. This freaked me out, and I opened the front door and sat on the porch until my parents came home because it just felt that real. It felt like someone was actually there right next to me. This next incident happened to my sister, but I'll explain it from my perspective. We all used to sleep in the same room since our house only had one bedroom, and me and my sister would sleep in between my parents to feel safe. One night, my sister was studying for her test in the living room, and maybe around 12:30 in the morning, I was starting to fall asleep when suddenly my sister busts through the door running and jumped onto the bed scared and was crying. After calming her down, she told us what had happened to her. Apparently she was in the living room studying for a test when, out of nowhere, a yellow ball with a smiley face on it rolled to the hallway from the other room, and as it came to a stop, dozens of cockroaches scurried out from the same room, like they do when they hear humans walking. Our house had a serious cockroach problem, by the way. The floors practically came alive with them at night. She said, though, that a heavy sense of dread washed over her as she stared into that dark hallway. Then she saw it, a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness, moving in a way that made her feel cold all over. She also told us that she felt stuck for a second and froze in fear before she ran into the bedroom, and that's when we met her. On another occasion, one morning, my dad couldn't find his glasses. He had recently undergone cataract surgery, so they were pretty essential. The whole family spent what felt like hours and hours scouring every inch of that house. We checked his shelf multiple times, which was where he usually kept them, but they were just nowhere to be found. Eventually, we left for school defeated and convinced that the glasses were gone for good. But later that evening, as we were sitting around, my dad suddenly called out to my mum, sounding almost angry. We rushed over to find the glasses sitting right there on the shelf, exactly where we had checked over and over again. My dad thought that we were playing a prank on him, but I can assure you that we weren't. Really, there was just no explanation for how they could have reappeared like that, and it wasn't him pranking us either because he was so mad that day. Now, this next one is actually pretty scary. How would you feel if a random creepy-looking guy stood in front of your house and just started chanting? Well, in South Indian culture, there is such a figure. I've not heard much about them, but they are like devotees of God who roam the streets and just sort of randomly tell fortunes to people, but most people avoid them, fearing that his predictions might bring misfortune. My first encounter with one of them, though, was when I was young. I remember hearing a man singing some kind of a religious song near our doorstep, like literally a few meters away from our door. And so obviously I went to check on it, but my mum quickly grabbed me from the back and told me to be silent and to not make any sound. We pretended like there was nobody home, and eventually he must have gone away. But I was really confused and asked my mum who he was, but she didn't explain and just sort of brushed it off. Well, years later, as the strange happenings in our house grew more intense, a similar figure began appearing near our house while my dad was home alone. For several days, this man stood near our door chanting and seemingly delivering cryptic messages at night. Finally, my dad confronted him, telling him to stay away. I never did see that man again after that, but I just couldn't shake the feeling that his presence was somehow connected to the disturbances going on in this place. My sister also had recurring nightmares while we lived there. She remembers one in particular, though, that absolutely terrified her. She would wake up to a vivid vision of a figure, like a yogi or a mystic, sitting on her chest, chanting in an unknown language. She could feel his weight pressing down on her, making it almost impossible to breathe. This vision plagued her as well until we left that house for good. We eventually moved out of that place, and to our relief, the strange experiences almost entirely stopped. Our financial situation improved, the family conflicts became less frequent, and that constant creeping fear seemed to finally lift. I cannot explain what was happening in that house, but living there always felt like I was stuck in a disturbing horror film, one that I desperately wanted to escape. So, my question for all of you guys is, what do you think? Was this place haunted, or was it just the atmosphere of that place getting to us? There are some more stories from that place, and if you would like to hear them, then I'm okay with sharing them, I suppose. So do let me know, because there are plenty more. Can you name every single subscription that you have? I know I can't name all of mine, and I'm not alone too. I just learned that over 74% of people have subscriptions that they've forgotten about. But with Rocket Money, I don't have to remember every subscription or worry about forgetting any, because I can see them all laid out right in front of me. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. Rocket Money's dashboard gives you a clear view of your expenses across all of your accounts. Easily create a personalized budget with custom categories to help keep your spending on track. See your monthly spending trends in each category to know exactly where your money is going. Get alerts if bills increase in price, there's unusual spending activity, or if you're close to going over budget. The new goals feature automatically saves money for you without you having to think about it. Whether your goal is to pay off credit card debt, put away money for a house, or just build your savings, Rocket Money makes it easy. And I've saved my own fair share of cash using Rocket Money to cancel a few subscriptions that I didn't even remember that I had. One of which was a D&D map-making subscription that I'd forgotten about and was still paying for on a monthly basis. Finding this certainly made me question too whether or not I had other subscriptions that I had forgotten about, and it was nice to finally have that peace of mind too that I wasn't forgetting anything any longer. Rocket Money will even try to negotiate lower bills for you, sometimes by up to 20%. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save, then you can ask them to negotiate for you, and they will deal with the customer service. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in cancelled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. So, stop wasting money on things that you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/scared. That's rocketmoney.com/scared. rocketmoney.com/scared. I worked in a jail for over 10 years in the control booth running doors, cameras, radios, phones, you name it. I still work for the agency that runs it, but I no longer work at the jail. But I saw and heard a lot of stuff. Most of it was non-paranormal stuff, but you would often hear like strange noises and banging. Usually it was an inmate or door noises, but the side of the basement where the staff locker and the weight rooms are is admittedly creepy, and I often felt watched when I was down there by something other than the cameras. I've heard a couple of stories from trustees saying that they saw a black shape of a person standing in an empty cell or wet footprints in the kitchen when no one had been in there all night. Our IT tech also claims to have caught EVPs while in the jail, but I haven't heard them, so I cannot confirm either way. But I have two stories that have always stuck with me, one from a coworker and one that happened while I was there. So one night my coworker answered the phone, and it was a mother calling about her son. She gave his name and her name and said that her son had just been arrested for driving under the influence and she wanted to bail him out. But my coworker explained that her son hadn't arrived at the jail yet and would have to go through the booking process before he could get bailed out. My coworker explained to her how to bail him out and where the jail was, to give the jail a call a little bit later to get an update. She asked that he let her son know that she was going to bail him out though. The son was eventually brought in by the arresting officer, and my coworker had a correction officer pass on to him that his mum was bailing him out. My coworker listened to and watched the entire exchange between the son and the officer as the officer told him the message. The son was shocked though and stated loudly, "No, she's not. You're messing with me." The officer said, "I know my guy, he wouldn't mess around with you like this." But then the son said, "My mum is dead." They then confirmed the mother's name with the son, and it was the name given by the woman on the phone. My coworker swears up and down though that he talked with the woman saying that she was his mum. The man would not be on the roster yet, but it could have been someone who heard his name called over the police radio, or someone who was with him at the time who was trying to mess with him, I suppose. On another occasion, my story happened not long before I left the jail. So a few years before the incident I'm talking about occurred, a man had unfortunately self-deleted himself in one of the cells. The night that I'm talking about, one of the officers was doing his regular check of the units and came up to the cell the man was in a few years before. And the man that we had housed there was sitting up on his bed, facing the door which has a window. He had a blank look on his face and his eyes were open wide. He looked the officer straight in the eyes and said, "You couldn't find the man who had self-deleted in time, and you won't find me in time either." The man was brought down to a cell where he could be monitored, and we went from there. The officer said, though, that he had to yell and shake him to get him to respond, as if he was waking him up from a sleep. He was asked later what he knew about that cell, or if he knew the man that he had named, and he said that he didn't, and claimed that he didn't even remember saying anything. And yes, the officer in this story was working the night that the man had unfortunately ended his own life. So I haven't had any remarkable experiences of my own, but I'm certainly not a disbeliever either. I have a 5-year-old son. His dad, myself, and him will often stay over at my father-in-law's house, as my father lives across the street, and my brother-in-law lives in the house behind that yard. My brother-in-law has a 2-year-old boy, who my son plays with every time that we're there. They're very close. His name is D, and D goes home around 8 to get ready for bed. He's never out at dark or by himself, and for backstory, this house has a bit of a, I guess you could say, vibe to it. I won't say bad, but it seems to bring out bad emotions for people who are frequently there. So much so that my father-in-law's late fiancée succumbed to her poor mental health in a fiery way in that home, and my boyfriend and I will find ourselves angry and fighting at night there too. Not typical or over any real things. Not typical or over any real things either. This is also common for everyone who visits or has stayed there. Certainly not bad enough that we don't come around or anything, but what my son heard may just change that, at least at night. You see, a couple of nights ago while staying the night, about an hour or two after D had already went home, my son stops playing and starts running to the door, saying that D is here. I just heard him say my name. When we told him that D was at home and in bed, my son said, "No, I just heard him yell my name. He wants me to go and play with him." There was absolutely nobody else but my son and my boyfriend in that house, and we didn't hear anything at all. For how close the call he had heard came from, we should have heard it too. D is very excited over my son and is quite loud when hollering for him, and my son was genuinely confused when we verified that D was at home asleep. So, could this have been something trying to mimic D to lure my son, or just a 5-year-old boy's imagination? He seemed very convinced that somebody had called him. It definitely put a chill down our spines. Back in 2020, at the tail end of the major part of the pandemic, I decided to take my family on a trip to Gettysburg, PA. I love history and love reading everything about the Civil War, and Gettysburg is supposed to be a very haunted place, so you would expect to see things out in the battlefield, cemeteries, and old buildings and all that. The following happened at our hotel. Upon checking into our hotel, I had asked the hotel about laundry facilities, as we didn't arrive directly to Gettysburg but landed in Richmond and did a bunch of battlefields along the way. So by the time that we arrived in Gettysburg, we needed to wash some clothes. I tend to pack pretty light, like bring enough clothes for half the trip, but then I do a wash midway. And since this trip was mainly for me and my son, my wife was like, "No, you're doing the laundry." Her way of making me pay for a boring trip for her, I guess. That, and I had to buy her lots of pretty things along the way. Anyway, this evening we got back to our hotel rather late in the evening. I had asked the hotel if it was still okay to do laundry, as there was a sign that said no laundry after I think 8 p.m. or something like that. The woman at the front desk said that there was no one staying in the rooms near the laundry room. I had to run back to the room to gather my laundry and then again back to the front desk because I ran out of quarters. So by the time that I started laundry, it was well past 9 p.m. The hotel had one set of washer and dryer there, so rather than run back over to my room, I was looking up things to do the next day and looking at my phone and watching some videos. I had my body facing the washer and dryer, so off to my left-hand side was the interior hallway that led to the other rooms and the double doors to the outside. The noise from the washer was a bit loud when you were in the room. Then when I had my clothes in the dryer and washer, it was even more loud. I was only paying attention to my phone, not looking down the hallway, however, and I had heard a door open and close. I didn't look and just assumed that someone was there down the hallway. Off to the side of my view, though, I saw a shadow walking towards me from the very end of the other hallway, so I poked my head up and turned to look down the hallway, totally expecting to see another guest or maybe a hotel employee or something. But as I turned, there was no one there. I just assumed that maybe they went into a room. I thought in my head, though, that the hotel told me that nobody was staying near the laundry room, but in the main part of the hotel. You also need a hotel keycard to get in from the outside, so it wouldn't have been a random person off the street or anything. In any case, I just go back to looking at my phone. I turn facing the washer and dryer, not paying attention down the hallway anymore. A few minutes later, I then hear a loud boom come from down the hallway. It sort of sounded like metal poles falling over or something. I then jump up and look down the hallway, but I see nothing again. My load that was in the dryer is finished now, so I'm putting that load in a trash bag and putting the load from the washer into the dryer. As I'm doing this, I see again somebody down the hallway off to the side of my eyes. So I turn and the lights look dim down the hallway, but there's no one there. At that, I started to feel very uneasy, as if someone was looking at me. I have to wait another 30 minutes or so for this load to finish. I started to not face the washer and the dryer anymore, but face down the hallway, a little bit freaked out. I can't tell if my eyes are playing tricks on me, or maybe if I'm just a little bit tired from the trip or what, but I keep expecting someone to just pop out or jump out and attack me. I go out into the hallway to make sure that there actually isn't anybody there. I look around and it's just an empty hallway. The outer doors leading to this part of the hotel are closed too. As soon as my load finishes though, I start packing it in another trash bag. I'm in full get the heck out of here mode. Now that all the machines are off and I can hear clearly, I pack my stuff up and start to head out. And just as I get to the door leading to the outside, I distinctly hear footsteps. I turn thinking that somebody is walking up on me, but again, there is no one there. I leave that wing of the hotel and I make it back to the lobby and then back to my room. My wife looks at me like, "What happened to you?" I said, "Well, I totally believe all those stories about Gettysburg being haunted now because that was an experience." So, some important context first. Paul was a longtime friend of one of my parents. It seemed like around the time that this all started, he stopped taking his medication. I actually had no idea about his disorder prior to the beginning of this whole situation too. This has been ongoing for almost 2 years now. I also live with my parents and sibling. So early 2023, Paul shows up at our house and appears to be on drugs. Police are called and after a while he's driven home. His friend, my dad Ron, goes to Paul's house to check on him, finds his meds, notices that he's not himself, witnesses him hitting his cat, is also not feeding it properly. And here's where things get a little bit tricky. I'll admit that this is where we went wrong. Okay, so imagine your best friend of many years has a debilitating mental illness, stops taking their meds, beats their pet, and you think, hey, until they get back on their meds, I'm going to take their pet because I love my friend and I don't want them to hurt the animal that they obviously love when on their meds. This was a bad idea, because even in that circumstance, you are not allowed to just take somebody else's pet. We love this cat and we tried to make the best decision for him and his cat at the time. Following this though, hundreds of texts sent to both parents, very angry and scary ramblings. Eventually, I get some texts as well, lots of Facebook posts calling us the villains. We try to look into getting him admitted into a psych ward. It doesn't work out because he's an adult and they can't force him to stay. Sends a friend to try and break into our house in broad daylight, right after we changed the locks because he threatened this prior. By now, we have a caseworker who we've explained the situation to. He understands but says that it's not worth the struggle and suggests a mediated returning of Paul's pet. We do this despite being worried for the cat's well-being. Ironically too, he texts me after the fact saying that we were right to take his cat. I wish I still had this message, but I think I blocked him over text at some point and cannot find it now. You think it's over? Well, think again. Side note too, the amount of text that we were getting during this time was actually insane. They were all very angry, implied and even outright stated some very scary stuff. Additionally, many of the texts that we would get or posts made to scare and defame us were very jumbled and not well written, which seems to be par for the course for someone with schizophrenia, according to our caseworker at least. The new problem though? Well, when you're friends with someone for over 20 years, you gift them things, they gift you things. That is also true about Paul and Ron's friendship. Exactly a year after this happened, I get a text with some very colorful language asking for his stuff back. I don't respond because that's what I've been instructed to do. This past week, we have had 2 letters drilled, not taped or pasted, onto our back door within the span of a few weeks. This is the first time between contact since the very start of this ordeal, and the letters were threatening, scrawled in big harsh lettering, and this is what pushed me to share this here. So when this initially became a problem, the police told us all to cut contact and to never interact with him for any reason, even to give borrowed and gifted stuff back. I'm starting to think that that was a bad idea though. Do we just give the stuff that we know that we were lent back? The main item being asked for is something that we don't even have anymore. I don't believe that somebody in this state of mind can be reasoned with, but I don't know, maybe they can? For the past year, I've had this constant lingering anxiety, and honestly, I'm just sort of sick of it. I'm sharing this here because I just cannot think of any good outcome from anything that we try to do to resolve this situation. He knows where we live. He has means to support himself without working, seems to act normal when the situation calls for it. Maybe people with schizophrenia or people who know others with the disorder can chime in here because honestly, I'm just scared. We do have means of defending ourselves if need be. We're getting a porch camera, but I kind of just feel like I'm waiting around for the situation to escalate at this stage. I'm scared of the unpredictability of someone with that disorder. We've contacted the police, but they basically can't do anything. We just don't meet the criteria to file for a report online. This happened sometime in 2013 when I was 19. I had my room in the basement in my dad's house. It was late at night and I laid there on my bed in complete darkness like I always did. I needed to sleep because I had school the next day, but I suffered from insomnia back then and felt too energetic to fall asleep. I laid there for a good while with thoughts swirling around in my mind like I always did when I suddenly heard some kind of noise. I opened my eyes, but as I mentioned before, it was completely dark. I started to think that I had imagined it, but then I heard it again, a scratching sound. From there it went on, getting more and more intense, and I quickly realized the noise was coming from underneath my bed. My eyes widened and panic spread throughout my body. It sounded as if someone was frantically clawing on the floor. Did I leave one of the cats in here before I went to bed, I thought, trying everything to rationalize the situation. But I already knew not even a cat could make that kind of a noise. Then, that's when I felt something, like a scratching and a punching against my back from underneath my mattress. The best way that I can describe the whole thing is to imagine some poor soul being trapped inside of a coffin, desperately trying to break out, and I was on top of that coffin. Well, I was paralyzed by the shock of it all, not knowing what to do. After I had been laying there for a good while with the scratching and the punching still going on, my fear eventually turned into some kind of rage. I jumped out of bed, ran across the room and turned on the lights. Then I threw myself on the floor, looked under the bed and yelled, "What do you want from me?" But when I did, nothing was there. The scratching, it had stopped and there was nobody else in the room except for me. Somehow I managed to fall asleep eventually after that experience, and a couple of months later, a friend of mine from school moved into our house. She rented a room from my dad on the top floor. After she had been there for about 3 nights, she came to me in the morning and said that she had the craziest thing happen to her during the night. I could almost feel my skin turn pale as she told me the story of the exact same thing that had happened to me. The scratching, the punching against the mattress. I knew for certain that I had never told her about my experience, and we were both really freaked out when I told her the exact same thing had happened to me 2 floors down, months earlier. When I was 11, I was walking the 4 blocks to the JCC by my house and meeting my 2 best friends who were sisters, D and B. I was walking and feeling relaxed because I'd walked to the J a million times before. I started walking past a small empty office building, and that's when I noticed a dark car idling way in the back. The car had tinted windows, and the driver rolled down his window and said that I was very beautiful and asked if I modeled. He had sunglasses and a baseball cap on. He also had a salt and pepper sort of red beard. He looked like he was in his 30s or maybe 40s. I said yes, and he asked if he could take my pictures. I stupidly told him my plans to meet B and D. He said that he could tell that I'd modeled, and I was getting more creeped out by his behavior. He continued to talk to me and then even took a couple of photos of me. As he continued to talk to me, I suddenly got a bit of a bad feeling. My heart suddenly dropped into my stomach. I remembered what my parents said about not talking to any strangers, and all my alarms were suddenly going off. He slightly moved his car, and that terrified me. He asked me to come over so that he could get better pictures. I was now hyper aware of everything that was going on. I told him that I had to meet my mum, which was different from what I told him earlier, but I didn't even think of that because I was so terrified. He kept trying to get me to go closer to his car, and I saw a mum watering her lawn and said that she was my mum, and I broke off in a sprint all the way home. I was shaking and crying by the time that I got home, and I told my mum, and she took me to the police station. To my shock, D and B were actually there too, because he'd gone to the JCC where I said that I was meeting them. He took their pictures, which they thought was actually funny at the time, but we did a police sketch and found out that there was another girl that he had taken pictures of, and, terrifyingly, had tried to take her too. They unfortunately never did catch the guy, and that scares me a lot, thinking about the fact that this guy is out there on the loose. I'll preface this with saying that I've never had a paranormal experience until this night. This happened around 4 years ago, and I was 25, I'm male, and ever since this experience, I've had an altered perception of the afterlife, multiple dimensions, and what our reality may be. So I was up late one night laying in bed, close to 2 in the morning. I'm laying down and my cat at the time was laying in between my legs, fast asleep. I'm scrolling on my phone when all of a sudden my cat awakes and is staring at the stairwell that is the entrance to my basement bedroom. My cat starts to growl deeply and puffs up a bit, in classic cat fashion. He then starts to back up towards me as he is still facing and growling in the direction of the stairs. Meanwhile, I'm thoroughly creeped the heck out and frozen in fear. I'm sitting up in bed at this point, and my cat is now backed up fully into my stomach, while growling, mind you. He hisses for the first time, and as he did, I had this sensation of an ice-cold chill move directly over my body and through me, as if it was a blanket of cold air that had enveloped me. Chills went throughout my whole body, and this feeling was utterly, for a lack of a better word, disgusting. Out loud, I murmured, "Oh no," and then I proceeded to grab my cat and carry him upstairs to another bedroom to finally sleep. Now this is where it gets even stranger. You see, I spoke with my mum the following day after she was home from work. I told her the entire story and that I was thoroughly creeped out. And unbeknownst to me, my mother had been at a funeral the previous day, and she mentioned that when she was driving home from the cemetery, that it felt like someone was in the car with her. Originally, she thought that it may have been a family member coming to visit from the other side, but couldn't quite pin it down. But after hearing what I said, we saged the house and said some blessings. Still to this day, I've never experienced anything like that, nor do I want to. What creeped me out the most was that it was directed straight at me, as if it was wandering around and waiting until it was attracted and searched for an ideal life force. That was the only time that I've experienced anything paranormal, and I still cannot rationalize the experience to say that it was my mind playing tricks on me, or my cat just acting weird. I mean, I felt that cold air, and it was unnatural. My cat behaving the way that it was, that was unnormal too. So, say your prayers and eat your vegetables. So I'm just going to be blunt. I went to the hospital for just under a month, and while I was there, my nurses joked that I was on the haunted floor. They repeatedly got alarms and saw movement in my room while I was sleeping, allegedly. It got to the point that they had to turn off some of the alarms as they kept waking me up. Things started almost immediately, though, when I got home. I was getting out of the car, and my mother and I clearly heard someone shout my name when I stumbled. Then, when I was helped into bed, there were these sounds that we couldn't figure out where they were coming from. We checked everywhere too until, well, we just kind of gave up in the end. Then that night, my blanket and shirt were pulled so hard that I actually turned on my side, and I had a seizure just a few moments later. And finally, yesterday, I got out of bed alone only to collapse. My head felt fuzzy and I was incredibly exhausted and out of breath. There was no way, absolutely no way that I would be able to call for help, and it just happened so quickly. But then, my family literally came running into my room. They didn't hear me fall, but they were adamant that they heard someone scream their names from that part of the house. They first thought that it was one of them, but then quickly realized that it wasn't, asked me if I yelled, and I knew that it wasn't me. Mum said that someone had screamed her name though, and Dad and my sister, all their names back to back like they were being gutted. She was adamant that it sounded like someone was being murdered. So, I mean, it's not bad, but I'm just so lost. I'm a realist. I like science and explaining things away as best as I can. So, what the heck is going on? Can anyone please help, or at least give me some advice as to what to expect from this, because I just feel like I'm going crazy. So I've lived in this house for about 8 years now. My family bought it, and we're in a small city in Ontario, Canada. The house is just a typical house, I suppose, built in the 70s. The first day we moved in, I remember feeling a strange vibe in the house. Didn't really put much thought into it though, and when we toured the house before buying it, I never got any strange vibes at all, so I just chalked that up to me just feeling weird. Anyway, a few months in, we started experiencing strange, unexplainable things. Papers moving into other spots in the house when nobody is home. My grandmother died. Her death certificate moved to a completely different table one day while we were out. It's only 2 of us that live here, and it wasn't either of us that moved it. We'd both frequently seen shadows moving in the corners of our eyes too. If we were cooking in the kitchen, it would feel as if you were being watched, certainly enough to make you turn around and look as well. There were footsteps and just the usual haunted house things, I guess. Well, about 2 years in, my father got up in the night and went downstairs. His room is right across from mine, and I can see straight into the doorway from my bed. And I saw a white clouded figure walk into his room, and suddenly the door slammed shut, and that scared the heck out of me. I yelled at him for slamming the door, and a minute later, my dad walked up the stairs and asked me why I shut his door and why I was yelling at him. I explained to him that I just watched someone walk into his room and slam the door, but it wasn't me. I genuinely thought that it was him that walked into the room. Not to mention that my dad's door is on a weird angle, and it's not possible for the door to be blown shut like that. I mean, the door won't even stay halfway open without putting something in front of it. It just falls open and sits against the wall. You have to physically close the door for it to close. Skip forward a little bit, 4 years in, and I was sleeping one night and randomly woke up. I looked at the foot of the bed and saw a crystal clear image of a face staring at me. He was an old man and he was very blue-colored. I freaked out and went under the covers to try to fall back to sleep. About 6 years in, we find out from our neighbor that one of the past owners actually passed away in the house from a heart attack. He was an older man, so this is who I think we must have seen. We also randomly found out somehow that one of my cousins was friends with the last owner's children and spent a lot of time in this house. Before I even mentioned anything to her about the experiences that we'd had in the house, she asked if we knew that it was haunted. I didn't get any stories from her about what the old owners experienced in the house, but they also knew that it was haunted allegedly. So it wasn't just us. We've also seen some things that aren't explainable by the old man passing away in the house too. What I mean is that we've seen shadow figures and non-human figures. We kind of describe them as alien-like, in fact. Besides the creepy haunted vibes that we get and the strange shadow figures that we've seen, the old man ghost doesn't present to me as being harmful. He's just sort of there, I guess. He seems to be checking in on things, I suppose. He just sort of wanders around. There's a few rooms in particular, though, that always have a strange energy. One is the basement, and the other is the sitting room that we have. The basement is just one large room. It's not a typical creepy basement by any means. It's definitely finished, but my cat is also extremely attracted to the basement for some reason. It's strange too, because it's empty and there's really nothing down there that should draw her to it. There's been times where we've seen her batting at the air as if someone is playing with her too, but nothing is there. We've tried renting out the basement to tenants and it never works out. All of them leave after a few months. My sister once lived down there for a few months and had some very, very bizarre experiences that I won't share for now, but it's quite lengthy, and feel free to let me know if you would like me to share those stories at some point. But anyone that goes down there, they always admit that there's a strange vibe to it. I want to make this basement into my bedroom, but to be quite honest, I'm sort of terrified to do so. All of the strange shadow figures and non-human entities that we've seen have always been in that basement. Usually while we're doing laundry down there we've seen them, or the past tenants have seen them down there too. But I just wonder what exactly that is. I'm comfortable having the old man ghost with us, but it's these non-human things that really just terrify me. I am a very logical scientist type, but I was raised as a Christian. Not super strict or anything, and we didn't go to church regularly, but it was ingrained that demons exist, so don't mess with them, don't play with Ouija, etc. Why take the risk? I had experiences in the house that I grew up in, footsteps and then laughter when I reacted. These were few and far between, mostly a general dark and uneasy feeling and feelings of being watched. Now when I'm there alone after not living there for years, watching dogs, I feel like a presence wants to keep me there, and it's much worse than when I lived there. It feels like since it knows that I'm not there often, it wants to make the most of its old prey being there, I suppose. I have a history of PTSD, unrelated to the house, so I imagine that that makes me the easiest target for a malicious entity. But I've been highly functional for about 5 years now, so it's not so bad. Now, yesterday, after being in the house alone for about an hour, after having a great day and a great week, I had a full-on mental breakdown. After calling someone and saying that I was scared of the presence, a noise led me to the living room, where the angel of a dog who was resting peacefully a minute earlier began doing a horrible growling and snarling sound, first into space and then towards me, that she has never done before. I grabbed my stuff and I split quickly. When I got back to my place, I saged myself and the house too. Today I went back wearing a cross, a malachite beaded bracelet, protects from or absorbs negative energies apparently, and brought my sage. I had my sister pray with me outside, then I went in and blessed the whole house. I felt pretty good about that, but more of a guess we'll have to wait and see if that even helped sort of thing. At home, I'm relaxing and had the malachite bracelet taken off, sitting next to me on the armchair of the couch. It was just sitting there, not being touched or anything, and the elastic suddenly snaps out of nowhere, and the beads literally fall everywhere. Obviously, it could be nothing. Like I said, I try to be as logical as I can, but with certain things, I try not to play. My one thought was, well, what if it did absorb some sort of malevolent energy, and its snapping released it here in my actual home? I don't feel the dark energy here, so I don't think it is, but again, I try not to play. An old Wiccan friend gave me a go-away evil spray sort of thing, so I sprayed them, am going to do sage over them, try to scoop them with something and soak in Florida water, I guess. I'm not touching them is what I'm getting at. That's a no for me. The thing is though is that I have to go back and am responsible for the dogs the next 2 days. I love these dogs. They've been really stressed too, not knowing where their owners are, so I'm definitely going to walk them and spend some time with them too. But I'll be honest and say that I'm concerned that with it being so close to Halloween, with the veil being its thinnest allegedly, each day, well, it could get worse. Does anyone have any advice for protecting myself while still being in that house for, well, short periods this weekend? I try to avoid going at night, but I need to for at least one of their meds. So if you have any advice, then thank you in advance. A few weekends ago, my friends and I set out for a camping trip in Lake Kagonza State Park, located in Staunton, WA. While finishing up some geocaching on a hiking trail near the outhouses, we encountered something, or I guess someone, strange. So, you can enter the trail after crossing the path of another trail that enters the forest. The trail that we were on circled a prairie that laid in the middle of the trail and was surrounded by forest. The sun was low in the sky. It had to have been roughly 6 p.m. The sun was just above the tree line as we started our hike. As we were at our last geocache of the night, the sun had just gone behind the tree line, and it was beginning to get dark, but we could still see without the assistance of flashlights. The forest, it went silent. No more sounds of bugs around us or birds that have been active all day. And, whatever it was, it approached us with a whistle. A bone-chilling whistle. Our entire group went silent and nobody said a word until we heard a second whistle. This second whistle was more broken up than the first, I guess, and in the slightly tipsy state that I was in, I thought that it had been a human whistle as it was not perfect. To that I responded with a pretty stern hello, hoping for an explanation as to why our group got whistled at twice. I thought you were dogs, a voice said as it rounded the trail towards us. As he passed our group, I noticed that I could not make out a face out on his person, but chalked it up to nerves and being distracted. As a group, we agreed that while it was a strange encounter, we shouldn't really panic, but took it as a sign to get off the trail at this stage. But this is where things get even more weird. You see, all 4 of us in the group kept our eyes peeled for anything as we made our way back to the car, when suddenly this creature, calling it a creature as it surely wasn't human, suddenly appeared on the edge of the trail closest to the woods. Staring blankly to the field in front of it, that would have been to our right, and in the flattest, driest tone it said, "Who's that guy?" Everyone in our group kept walking as I answered, "The same guy from earlier," as I assumed it was talking about my boyfriend who was behind the group. We had never been so silent on the walk back to the car though. Checking behind our shoulders and our surroundings constantly, we made it back to our campsite where we decided due to the time of the day that it would be best to wait to pack up until morning. While we were debriefing our experience, I told my friends how, in neither encounter, I just couldn't make out any faces. Being a female hiker, I make a point to gather some facial features of anyone that I cross on the trail, just as a bit of a just in case. But no one in our group could identify a face, and in our own ways we described how the face on this thing was not a human face. It seemed to almost have a blurred effect over what should have been a human face. All of us had seen the same thing, like you could tell where the eyes, nose and mouth should have been, but there was just none on this person or creature or whatever. Being that it whistled and was not identifiable, we are convinced that we may have encountered a skinwalker, but the weird thing is that they're just not that relevant in that area of Wisconsin. It was a long night at the campsite with the impending feeling of being watched. I'm spiritually inclined and I took the necessary steps of protecting our campsite for a secured night's sleep. But I have had a strange encounter since then. I'm willing to explain those encounters at some point, but for now, I'd really like to get your thoughts on this. What did we see, and are skinwalkers known for having blurred faces like this? If you can help me out, then I would appreciate it. This is the second and the last of what I consider to be a paranormal encounter that I've experienced. This happened about 6 years ago, and I would love to hear your thoughts on it. So I was sleeping soundly when suddenly I felt a cold breath in my ear. It jolted me awake, but I didn't open my eyes out of fear of what I might have seen. I lay there motionless, pretending to be asleep. I could hear and feel every inhale and exhale. The breath was unnaturally cold, like the blast of air when you open a freezer, and it was right there brushing against my ear. For what felt like a few minutes, the icy breath lingered. Then it stopped. I felt a weight settle on my side, pressing down as if something was sitting on me. It was a little difficult to breathe with the pressure on me, but I was way too terrified to move. I stayed frozen, praying that whatever it was would just leave me alone. After about 15 minutes, the weight lifted off of me and I heard the breathing again, but it was above me now, on the ceiling. It hung there heavy and slow, moving to the center of the room. Then it drifted to the corner above the door. Still too afraid to open my eyes, I tried to wait it out. It had to end sometime, right? In my mind, I was trying to think of a logical explanation for what could be happening, but none of it made any sense. I'm a skeptic of the paranormal, but whatever this was, it definitely did not feel human. I lay there paralyzed, listening to the breathing for what felt like forever. But roughly half an hour went by, and all I could do was focus on this heavy breathing coming from that corner of my room. I couldn't take it anymore, though. I mean, I had to do something, because just lying there hoping that it would end felt more terrifying than confronting it. If I stayed still, it might never leave, and that thought was worse than the fear itself. I remembered the flashlight on my nightstand. I had to grab it. I had to shine the light on the corner, expose whatever was there. So I rehearsed the plan over and over in my head. How far was the flashlight? How would I grab it? How fast could I turn it on? I went through every detail like it was life or death, because it felt like it was. If I messed up or if I fumbled, I genuinely thought that I could die. It sounds illogical, I know, but this whole situation was illogical, and I mean, when you go through something like this, it's hard to think clearly. Finally, though, I decided that it was time. So in one swift motion, I grabbed the flashlight off the nightstand, turned it on, and as I lifted it up, this must have taken less than half a second. If this was an Olympic sport, I would have won gold in that moment. That's how quickly I got to it. But as I shined the light into the corner of the room, I saw, well, nothing. There was nothing there, and the breathing had seemingly stopped. I sat there, trying to compose myself, trying to calm my racing heart as I shined the light around the room, searching for whatever had been tormenting me for the last hour at this stage. But there was no one, there was nothing, and I was alone. I got up and turned on the light, and then I sat there waiting for daylight to come, too scared to sleep now in case it came back. I don't have a logical explanation for what happened that night. How could I? How could I explain a chilling breath directly in my ear that I not only heard but felt? Crazy dream? No, this woke me up. I was having a wonderful sleep before this. So, how do I explain the weight of something sitting on top of me? I don't own any pets. I'm someone who likes to analyze things and think them through logically, but this is one thing that just doesn't have a logical explanation. I have since moved from that house, and thankfully I haven't experienced anything like that since then. I, a 20-year-old female, have been with my boyfriend, 22 and male, for over 5 years now. Throughout our relationship, he told me that he keeps experiencing sleep paralysis, and that it became more and more frequent. He had maybe 1 or 2 the first 3 years, but last year they just kept getting worse. We are both students, and for the past 3 years he's been living in a rented apartment with a good friend of ours. Sometimes I spend the night there as well. And one time, last year, he told me that he experienced sleep paralysis again, and his experience went like this. He was aware and awake, but wasn't able to move or say anything, like his lips were glued together almost. He said that he tried to scream my name to wake me up so that I could help him, but just nothing ever came out of his mouth. He also mentioned that he kept seeing in front of one of the corners of the room a big black shadow that made him feel really nauseous. Thankfully, he eventually got out of it and he went back to bed. Now, the next day I was still there and he asked me to stay with him that night as well, in case something happened again, because he's starting to get a bit scared of it. I tried to stay awake in case something did happen, but I think I immediately fell asleep, to be honest. And this is how I was woken up in the middle of the night. So, I heard some sounds and immediately opened my eyes. And there was my boyfriend, laying on his side with his back to me, resting his head on one hand, and saying random stuff in a language that I have never ever heard before, looking at the exact same corner that he mentioned about when he had the sleep paralysis. The weirdest thing, though, is that it seemed like he was having an actual conversation. He would talk and then stop as if somebody was answering, and then he would talk again, and so on and so forth. I was like, what the heck is he doing? And called his name. He immediately stopped talking, and then the heaviest silence filled the room for what seemed like forever. Then he started hysterically laughing, the scariest laugh that I'd ever heard. Quite honestly, it didn't even seem to be his laugh. Next thing I know, he literally falls back asleep and starts snoring. I froze, not knowing what to do and also not wanting to wake him up again. I just stayed there waiting for the dawn while tearing up a bit. The next day, I told him about what had happened and he didn't remember any of it. He felt really sorry for what he put me through, although it wasn't his fault, obviously. We told his friend what had happened as well, and that made him share this experience from the same night. So, apparently, he had the worst nightmare where he felt like he was literally glued to the bed, forced to stare in the eyes of a dark figure in the corner of his room. He said that he literally tried to scream for help and asked if we heard anything. I certainly didn't. But then he woke up and the time was around 3 in the morning. I then asked if he heard my boyfriend hysterically laughing, and he said no. But I wouldn't be surprised if these things happened at the same time. To this day, this is my most frightening story that I've ever had, and they're still living there, so yeah, that's fun, I suppose. So firstly, I'll preface this with saying that I'm an open-minded person, but I don't instantly jump to the thinking that something is supernatural. I like to find a logical reason for something happening, and if anyone can bring any logic to this situation, then I will gladly take it. It's difficult to know where to start, so if I jump back and forward here a little bit, then I apologize. My home, it was inherited by my partner's parents after their death. His dad died 15 years ago, his mum 6 years ago. We lived in the house with his mum for a year before her passing, and in that time I was her full-time carer, and we became very close friends. When she passed away, we were distraught but knew that it was coming. She had stage 4 lymphoma and passed in the hospital. She was Irish Catholic, and after she passed, she was cremated and her ashes never came back to the house. I don't know if that's important, but I thought that I should mention it just in case. Now, my partner's dad didn't pass at home either, but his passing was much more sudden. He suffered a heart attack at work and died before the ambulance could get to him, unfortunately. Again, he was cremated, but his ashes did come home into the house, and both have since been buried in a family plot in Ireland. After he passed, I do believe that I saw his spirit in a mirror. When I entered the home one day, I saw him look in the mirror in the living room to check who was passing in the hall, like he has done many times before, when he was alive, that is. It wasn't long too after his passing, and I cannot be 100% about what I saw due to the grief, but this is not what I'm actually here to share today. The issue that I'm currently experiencing is a little more mischievous, I suppose. If I really think about it, this has been happening since we moved in, I suppose, but has really picked up momentum in the last few months. It started very simply. Something would go missing in the house, something that wouldn't normally go missing, such as an ornament in the living room, something that you would really have no reason to move. You would notice it was missing and look for it, get to the point of almost giving up, and then bam, it's right there almost right in front of you, and always somewhere that you have definitely checked before. More recently though, things that I need are going missing too. My keys, my debit card even, TV remotes, etc. The same pattern happens though. It's always you look for missing item, and just when you're about to throw in the towel, no matter where you've been already looking, it will appear in an incredibly obvious place where you have definitely looked. Now, I know what you're all thinking. You're just misplacing items, not looking hard enough, and then finding them later. That may be true, but it has happened to both my partner and myself, and us both collectively even. But it's the thing that happened yesterday, however, that is what is making me wonder what the heck is actually going on. So my partner is a bit of an idiot sometimes. He doesn't see an accident that's about to happen until it's too late. So he had his AirPods in his pocket. He pulled down his pants to use the toilet, did his business, and pulled his pants back up. And when he did that, his AirPods fell out of his pocket, straight into the loo that he had just pressed the flush for. He saw the AirPods disappear into the water, and so they were no more. He told me immediately about this. He was obviously disappointed because they're definitely not cheap, but he was more mad at himself for just being an idiot. We put the incident behind us and we moved on with our day though. Now, at the end of the night, we did the close down for our house, turned things off, got the dogs to go to bed, and we're about to turn in ourselves when he lets out a little bit of a scream. I run to him and the AirPods are sat on the top of the fireplace. They were definitely the same ones, as they have a little marking on the inside and have a teal silicone cover as well. The logical response is that my partner is playing tricks on me, but this has happened when he has not been in the house and could not have had anything to do with it. I also don't know if there's a possibility I'm just losing my mind or something. I keep remembering the stories my mother-in-law told me from her childhood. She grew up in Ireland in a rural location, and oh boy, she has some tales. Ghost stories, banshee screams. Her sister swears she saw a leprechaun one night, but it's a different story. I would be here all day recounting all of them, but she used to tell me about when she was a child and things would go missing in the house. She used to shout, "Okay, it's time to give it back now," or something to that effect, and within minutes the missing thing would be back in place. Is this the same thing now? Was something attached to my mother-in-law and now she is no longer here, it's with us? There is also sometimes a feeling in the house, I guess you could say. It feels heavy. I've felt physical pressure on my shoulders, in fact. This usually comes when I feel down or scared or any other big emotion. The heavy feeling isn't unpleasant, but it's not comforting either. It's not bad or good, it's just sort of there, I guess. I'll also add that we do have carbon monoxide detectors and they're checked frequently along with smoke and heat detectors, so they're all working. And so my question for all of you guys is, well, what's happening? Am I just going mad? Is something paranormal happening in my home? Any input would genuinely be very much appreciated. I've been on the fence for a very long time about whether to share this part of my story or not when I was a kid. Perhaps it's because now I hope to find some answers to what I had encountered, but whatever the case, here's what happened. So I used to live in the suburbs of Georgia in a pretty quiet neighborhood. I spent 16 years of my life at that house and experienced a lot of unusual activity. Actually, my entire family has. Guests and close friends of mine who have spent some time at my house, they've always left feeling unsettled. For the rough 16 years my family and I were living in that house, we never spoke a word on the unsettling events that we experienced until we moved out. It was 16 years later when we broke the silence to each other and made my childhood experience less of a what if and into a scary reality. So my mum told me that when she first bought the house, she had invited a lot of her church friends to come in and bless the home. One of the church members, upon entering the home, felt inclined to go upstairs into the master bedroom. Mind you, this is her first time visiting. My mum was confused, but allowed her to do so. When the friend walked into the master bedroom on the second floor, she apparently looked like she was seeing something that she shouldn't have, and abruptly sort of pulled my mum aside and told her to pray because the room was flooded with unwanted spirits. Then the blessing of the home proceeded more intensely within the group. Interestingly, my grandmother, who was visiting for the first time, had made a comment about this room as well, saying how it doesn't have a good atmosphere. She wasn't religious at all, by the way. My sister and I slept in that room every night as children, since we preferred sleeping with our grandparents rather than ourselves in our dedicated rooms. I remember having sleep paralysis every single day, and waking up at odd hours of the night staring into the dark cracks of the bathroom doors. I would always get chills, and then I would fall back to sleep. This was a daily occurrence, and when my sister and I got kicked out to the official move into your own shared room when I was 9, it was the same thing always. Sleep paralysis, wake up several times in the middle of the night, stare into the cracks of the doors, chills, and sleep. One night, though, stood out amongst many of the others that I could never forget. My bed at the time was situated where I was against the wall, and the foot of the bed meets the entrance of the door. Super bad feng shui, but I had woken up in the middle of the night again. I think my mum forgot to close the door behind her after tucking us into bed, so the door was wide open and my eyes were, for some reason, sort of hyperfixated straight into the master bedroom door, which I could see straight ahead on the right side. It was like I was expecting something to happen, and I see the black slit of a crack growing wider. The door was literally opening and I saw a white figure come out of the room. I saw her so clearly that I had never forgotten her sight. She was an old lady wearing a white Victorian dress, tight bun sitting at the nape of her neck, hands poised in front of her. She never turned in my direction, thank goodness, and literally made her way across my room and onto the staircase on my left, which was out of vision for me. I remember being frozen in unexplainable fear. I never shared this with anybody at the time, but I certainly never forgot it. And that was probably the major story of everything that happened there, but a frequent visitor that I'd see lurking in the dark was a young girl, also wearing a white dress. She would come into my dreams, stare at me from a corner and do her ghostly stuff. My sister and I realized that we had had the exact same dream of her as well at some point. As I got older, I got more numb to those activities, I suppose. Daily sleep paralysis was still a thing, and I started to get annoyed at them more than being scared. I learned later that a friend had a dream of that girl standing at the end of a master bedroom closet staring at him. It was when he moved into my neighborhood after his dream that he realized that the bedroom that he had seen was the one that I was in. A friend of mine later told me that when she slept over at my house, she had woken up to the girl staring at her, and she was able to describe the girl a little bit clearer than I could. A dirty white dress, long brown or black hair. She was young, maybe around 12 to 14. The list continues and more abnormal stuff occurred. My dog barking into the darkness in the middle of the night, hearing my name when nobody called me, footsteps when nobody was there. The sleep paralysis and all the paranormal stuff stopped when I moved out though, thankfully. And I always wondered if it had to do with the land that the home was situated on. I tried to see if my county had any records of what the land used to be used for before the house was built on it, but unfortunately, it was all to no avail. My name is Jules, and this story happened in 2022. At the time, I was a business school student, but my English skills left much to be desired. So to improve, I decided to take a gap year and move to Toronto, Canada, for intensive language courses. Since the costs were high, I found a shared apartment with some other students. It had 3 bedrooms and one was still empty, waiting for another student to move in. My roommate, Sandra, was a Swiss German, tall, almost 2 meters in fact, and 120 kilos, but also very friendly, and we quickly became friends. A few weeks later, Sandra told me that he was going on a week-long road trip through Canada's national parks. He was set to leave on a Saturday morning, while I had been informed that the new student would arrive that same day, probably around 3 p.m. Sandra left the apartment at 10 a.m., leaving me alone to wait for the new arrival. Hours went by, 3 p.m., then 4 p.m., 8 p.m., 10 p.m., and still no one. I grabbed a bite to eat, watched a show on Netflix, and eventually decided to go to bed. Around midnight, I was suddenly awakened by knocks on the apartment door. I heard someone coming in. That must be the new student, I thought to myself, before hearing an unfamiliar voice explaining the apartment's layout. I stayed in my room, too tired to go out, and eventually I fell back asleep. But a few minutes later, there were knocks on my door. Once, then a second time, and then 10 minutes later. Thinking that there might be a problem, I eventually got up, and I found myself face to face with a young Japanese woman, around 25 years old. I quickly explained a few details about the apartment. We exchanged Instagram handles, and then each of us went back to our rooms for the night. In the following days, she often asked me to accompany her when taking the bus or the subway. I gladly helped out, showing her the stops and the good spots for getting around, and then returned to my routine between classes and gym sessions. But gradually, something strange started to happen. You see, every evening when I came back, she would always be talking to me, either by message or when we bumped into each other in the apartment. The situation became increasingly heavy too. Then one evening, while lying on my bed, I noticed a figure on the shared balcony right in front of my bedroom window. She was leaning against the railing, staring at me. Her gaze was piercing and unsettling. When she realized that I had seen her, she quickly turned away and went back into her room. I sort of shivered at that, but I tried to convince myself that it was just a coincidence. Later, around midnight, as I turned off the lights to fall asleep, I glanced out the window again, and she was still there, standing, watching me. Our eyes met again, and she vanished instantly. The scene repeated itself the following nights. Every evening, I would watch her watching me from the balcony, always at the same time, always with that fixed gaze. And every time she disappeared as soon as she realized that I had noticed her, but the night before my departure, the situation took an even more disturbing turn. One morning I had to get up particularly early for an appointment. It was about 5:30 in the morning when I left my room, and the entire apartment was shrouded in darkness, except for the faint light filtering from underneath the bathroom door where I was brushing my teeth, when suddenly I heard a noise behind me. The young woman emerged from her room, silent, her footsteps softly echoing on the wooden floor. She knew that I was there, and she saw the light under the door. I froze, a chill running down my spine all of a sudden. There I was, in my underwear, toothbrush in hand, wondering what she wanted. But instead of turning back, she opened the bathroom door and came in, sitting on the closed toilet facing me. She didn't say a word either. She just sat there, motionless, her gaze locked into mine with a blank, almost empty expression. The scene dragged on for long, icy seconds where the silence grew oppressive. Then, slowly, I gathered myself and I left the room, closing the door behind me. I returned to my room very slowly, trying to show that I didn't understand what was going on, but her English was too poor for us to have a proper conversation. In the days that followed, I became increasingly cautious, watching her every move, but she continued to observe me every evening from the balcony like a disturbing shadow in the night. Until, on the night before my departure, things took an even more terrifying turn. So I was having dinner in my room when I saw her again through the window, staring intensely inside. I looked away, hoping that she would just leave like she always did. Then, later that night at around 3 a.m., I woke up suddenly from a nightmare. I turned my head and there she was, still on the balcony, her eyes wide open now, fixed on me. For some reason, my blood ran cold. This time, she didn't look away too. She remained motionless like a statue. Then, abruptly, she turned and started running inside the apartment. My heart pounded. I rushed to lock my door and I buried myself under the covers, hoping that it was all just a bad dream. But a few seconds later, I heard footsteps behind my door. Then an attempt to open it, gently at first, then more forcefully. She was pressing on the handle, trying to get into my room. Panicked, I remained still, holding my breath, and then everything went silent again. I heard nothing more. She must have gone back to her room, I guess, but that night it felt endless. I returned to France the next day, and she was no longer in the apartment for whatever reason. I don't know what was up with her. I guess maybe she was fascinated to see a European. That's my best guess, but something tells me that there was more to it. Her eyes were just wild, and she seemed, well, sinister to say the least. Anyway, I also thought that she might have been looking for an adventure with me or trying to steal my passport or something. Again, I'm not entirely sure, but do take care, everyone. This is a story that I'll never forget, and I hope it helps others to stay alert and aware when traveling, because you just never know who you might come into contact with. So I've had a handful of paranormal experiences in my life that it could all be chalked up to anxiety, an overactive imagination, or maybe even being high once or twice. Well, all except for one. It was pretty minor, but I still haven't been able to explain it, no matter how I racked my brain over it. So back when I was a kid and still a Christian, specifically of the evangelical flavor, I'd often theorize about things that I'd read in the Bible, as if it were any of the other stories I'd like to do that with. My church mates and pastors were not fans of my hot Christian lore takes, if you were wondering, but one notion that I'd taken to was the idea that demons, they scare people because that's what gives them power to escalate and do everything else. So, the few times I found myself in a situation that I decided might be paranormal, my approach was to firmly and pointedly ignore it. My childhood best friend lived in a house that she had strange experiences in, as did her dad. According to her, she often heard footsteps, felt like she was being watched, things went missing and showed up in odd places, random chills in the air, that sort of thing. Pretty stereotypical ghost tropes. I did hear the footsteps once, but that could have been the house sounds. I definitely experienced the random chills though, and sudden distinct feeling of being watched and loomed over, but that could have been anxiety as well. And you know how fear can be sort of contagious around other people, especially if you're already predisposed to believe in ghosts and demons? Well, I definitely had nightmares more often in that house, but that could have been subconscious fears, right? I heard children laughing once, but I do have an overactive imagination and have had audible hallucinations more than a handful of times, I think. But the one thing that I could never explain was this. So I'd been coming to this house since about age 8, and I was now 18. I was staying with my friend and her dad for a few months. I wanted to try living somewhere that wasn't with my parents for a while, and I was alone in the house at the time. I was on my computer and I heard some sort of an odd banging sound. Immediately after, I got that being loomed over feeling, that sort of being stared at feeling, and oddly enough, I got the distinct notion that something was very angry. I responded by cranking my computer volume all the way up on my headphones, of course, and putting on an ASDF movie compilation. As somebody who did a lot of maladaptive daydreaming and had already gotten used to ignoring scary things that I didn't like, I was able to pretty quickly remove my mind from the situation. Except, that angry feeling just never seemed to go away this time. I didn't dwell on it, but it was definitely still present, and as I refused to acknowledge it, I distinctly remember feeling that anger sort of swell. And then, the weirdest thing happened. Completely alone in the house, a penny was pitched at the back of my head hard enough that it left a tiny goose egg afterwards. You'd think that would freak me out, and I did startle, of course, but immediately afterward I just actually burst out laughing. I think that I said something along the lines of paranormal activity really hyped you guys up, didn't it? And then promptly returned to watching stickmen vomit rainbows. The feeling dissipated after that. I remember noticing sometime later too that I never got any weird feelings in the house anymore unless I was around my friend. I'm still dubious about the paranormal, and to be quite honest, I'd be outright dismissive if it weren't for that damn penny. To this day, it still bothers me deeply, and I genuinely just have no way to explain it. So this one time, I was at Walmart with my dad. But this wasn't a large Walmart. It was one of those neighborhood grocery store or smaller versions. I believe I was about 8 or 9, and I'm now in my 30s. We were grocery shopping like any other night. On this particular night, my dad and I were walking towards the exit after checking out when suddenly, my dad realized that he forgot the toilet paper. He hadn't exited the store quite yet, and we're right outside of the bathroom or drinking fountains, which, from what I have seen, are typically placed in the same general location in most Walmarts. And my dad said, "Wait right here by the basket, buddy, and I'll be right back." This wasn't unusual, since I was allowed to go and grab things that I needed on my own, like shampoo and whatnot, and I knew to be on my guard at all times. Now, it couldn't have been more than 2 minutes that I found myself being approached by a man. To be honest, I really can't remember much else other than the fact that he was a man and was a lot older than me. I really can't remember his face or height or what he was wearing. The rest is pretty much a total blur, but this man came up to me and said, "Hey." I remember looking up at the man as I gripped the handles of the basket. "I have puppies in my car," he said. "I've also got candy." You know, the whole spiel all of our parents warned us about. The man began to wave me toward him and reached his hand out, as though he would place it on my shoulder. I held onto the basket handle as tight as I could, and in that exact moment, I heard my dad shout, "Hey!" It was almost an actual roar as well. The man, he reacted instantly and moved so quickly through the exit doors that it almost looked like he evaporated. My dad, he grabbed me and was likely putting together the pieces faster than my little brain was processing the whole thing. Since nothing actually came of this though, I can't say for sure what the man's motives were. Regardless though, my dad will always be my hero, and I'll never forget the lesson I learned that day about the importance of being aware of your surroundings at all times, no matter how often you have been somewhere or how comfortable you may feel there. I live a little ways out in the woods, on a small dirt road with a few neighbors who also live on our small street. It's a quiet place, I guess. We all know each other and get along pretty decently. Given that we host little bonfires sometimes and invite the neighbors around to grill and have a few drinks, we often discuss things that we've seen lately in our little patch of the forest. A group of lovely deer, a mischievous raccoon, or the odd wandering bear often are topics of conversation. However, inevitably, we often end up on the subject of a mutual experience most of us have had with unexplainable phenomena happening around our homes. It's really no secret that my woods tend to make people a bit uneasy. It's dark, it's quiet, and that tends to make people a bit tense. I'm definitely no different too. I mean, I don't go outside after dark if I don't have to, and I get spooked at times when an animal makes a ruckus. There are some things though that I just cannot attribute to animals. To start though, I have to go all the way back to when I was 13, when I first moved onto this property. I often felt watched at night, I guess you could say. I was terrified to sleep without the lights on. I tried my best to ignore it, but I was honestly terrified to be outside at night or to be here alone. For my 14th birthday, I decided to face my fears so I could pitch a tent outside and camp in the yard with a few good friends. One of them left in the middle of the night because they were so anxious. Another left early in the morning after barely sleeping all night. The last friend stayed a couple of extra days, but was creeped out the entire time that we were there. She claimed to have briefly seen the apparition of a pale woman with dark hair as well, standing in our yard, and allegedly felt something touch her at night. She was truly terrified, and I could tell that she was being honest. Like when I tapped her shoulder once, she startled very easily and almost hit me out of fright. This was very abnormal for her, and I spoke to my uncle who lives next door about the woman that she saw, and to my surprise, he claimed to have also seen the same apparition multiple times. He wasn't even surprised when I brought it up. I moved out not long after this, but recently I've moved back here. Since returning as an adult, I've heard several stories from my family and neighbors about weird phenomena like this too. My uncle has seen the lady, but also shadow figures, and heard some unnatural noises coming from the woods at night. As a man who has lived out here for over 40 years at this point, he's very familiar with the unusual sounds of animals and nature, and he didn't think that these sounds were natural. His wife has also seen shadow figures and weird masses of black energy. She claimed to have been pushed over by an unseen force after witnessing one of these black masses of energy, and she has never gone outside at night since then. My grandmother claimed to have been chased by a shadow entity several years ago on this property while walking back from my uncle's place. It stopped at her front door and watched her while she cried and called my aunt and uncle for help. Understandably too, and they told her to light some sage after this. A couple of neighbors have claimed to have seen similar shadow figures, as well as the apparition of the lady on occasion. I still feel watched, and I regularly cleanse my house to keep, well, whatever this is, out there as far from my home as possible. A good friend of mine, when I first moved back in, called me with concerns over a dream that she had too. This was before she had even set foot on my property. She described my property perfectly, and described seeing the same pale woman that multiple people now have seen. I was understandably shaken by this, considering that she'd not once been to my home at the time, and I hadn't really discussed the weird happenings with her at all. She did spend the night one time, but after that just refused to do it again. My street is honestly super creepy, and I've come to accept that something more is here. With all of the shared experiences, I just cannot deny that something is out there now. It's been here a long time from what I can tell, and seems to make itself known to anyone who spends enough time here. For context, this teacher was in his late 50s to 60s and was highly respected in the small Central Californian community that I lived in at the time. He was the AP economics teacher at my high school. This took place about 15 years ago when I was a senior. I remember several weird experiences with this teacher, like one day in class, and I don't know how it was brought up, but Mr. Smith decided that he was going to give our class a mental exercise. I didn't think anything of it, but then again I was a pretty innocent and naive teenager at the time. The class went along with it and didn't see an issue with this. But I remember him saying that he was also a psychology professor at the local university. Anyway, he told the class to close our eyes and meditate for a few minutes and begin thinking about immersing ourselves in a body of water. He said that it was okay if we envisioned a river, a creek, an ocean, or whatever, but he stressed that it had to be water that we were imagining ourselves in. So I began letting the thoughts come, and I imagined myself next to a creek bed, throwing rocks into the water. You can stop now, open your eyes. The exercise was done. He told us to remember our visions, and he said that he was going to ask each of us what we imagined. Mind you, the class was split between girls and boys, so each of us go around, one by one, and tells the class out loud what we thought about. I remember a boy in my class said that he imagined himself in a rushing waterfall, and there were girls that mentioned that they were swimming in a lake, fishing at the pond, and so on. My turn came, and I told Mr. Smith in our class that I imagined myself next to a small creek. I specifically remember that he has this sort of weird grin the entire time each of us were telling him what was in our minds during this exercise. Mr. Smith finally told us why he had the class do this exercise. He said the exercise was to measure our sexuality and our awakening, I guess you could say. He said that the people who envisioned themselves in large bodies of water had a high drive, while the students who were in calmer and smaller environments of water hadn't really tapped into their sexuality yet. The boy who had the vision of being in a waterfall made a joke and the whole class laughed. I just remember thinking, though, that it was really weird. I looked around at the class and it didn't seem like anyone was uncomfortable, I guess. If they were, they didn't voice it or express it. Mr. Creepy, though, also did this thing where he would pick on a student and ask them a very specific question from our economics textbook. If the student didn't give him an answer that he liked, he would stare them down for literally what felt like a minute without saying anything. You could feel the tension in the class too in these moments, and usually the student with the wrong answer would sink down into their seat with humiliation. Anyway, a few months later, I approached Mr. Smith after class and asked him what I could do for extra credit. I only took away a few things from this conversation. I remember him telling me, "You're incredibly smart. I don't think you need extra credit." Okay, but still, I wanted extra credit. So then he says, "I love your shirt. Where did you get it?" I was wearing a shirt with a unicorn, a yellow yield sign, so I told him that I bought it at a thrift store called Red Light, located in Seattle, where I'm from. He had this stupid grin on his face and asked, "What is it?" And then he said, "You know that Red Light is a explicit site, right? Did you know anything about that?" Upon hearing that, I immediately left. I later looked up the website, I admit, and sure enough, there was all the explicit material that he was referring to. Later on in the semester, Mr. Smith stopped coming to class and we had a substitute for the remainder of the year after that. I remember other students whispering in class where Mr. Smith had gone, and some students were also saying that they had overheard that he got in trouble and was also now being investigated. When I was a Mormon, ages 18 to 28, I went on a mission for the Mormon church like all Mormon men are supposed to do. It was a rite of passage, basically, and it was a full-time sales force for the church. You've probably seen them around, white shirts and ties, usually riding bikes, knocking on doors, trying to get people to believe in angels, giving gold tablets to a farm boy named Joseph Smith. Not much luck if you ask me. It was like trying to sell yellow snow to Eskimos. They just weren't buying it. However, I did have some supernatural experiences, I guess you could say, on my mission. Had such experiences all my life, in fact, and I would like to share some of them with you guys. So, on my mission, I had a dream of a woman and baby being put into a coffin with lots of people crying. I woke up very depressed and sort of sad, and the next day we tracked it into an active member family. who recently lost the wife and baby of the son at Ocean Shores, Washington. She was holding the baby in the surf and a wave came up with a log on it, hit her in the head. She died and unfortunately the baby didn't make it before they could rescue him. They were both buried in the same casket, and they were the people in the dream. Another time on a mission, we rented a room in a house from a crazy woman who ran a boarding house for men, and a voice called my first name from the closet at night. Mind you, nobody knew my first name, not even my companion. On Mormon missions, missionaries go by Elder so-and-so, and they don't use their first names. But the voice, it kept calling my first name. But how did it know that? I woke up one morning with 3 deep scratches from my groin to my belly, like teen tattoos. They didn't bleed, but man did they burn. The woman had no cat, by the way. A rat could have done it, I suppose, but it would have wakened me up, I think. I never did tell the woman about this, but the next day she said, "Oh, by the way, this house is haunted." Well, we left the very next day. On another occasion in the city of Pacifica, south of San Francisco, we were tracked into an active smoking Mormon. We chatted inside his home near the front door. All he could talk about was how much of a promiscuous woman his daughter was. He heard a knock on the door though, and he opened it, and there stood a massive American Indian about 6'7" or so. The smoking Mormon introduced the Indian as his neighbor Joseph. And when I looked at this Indian, a voice said in my left ear, "He's a murderer." I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. They chatted for a minute and Joseph left. After he left, the smoking Mormon said, "Yep, that was my neighbor Joseph. He's a really swell guy. He's going through a tough time right now. He had to sell his home for bail money. He's been falsely accused of murder." We left pretty soon after that. Also in Pacifica, I lived in a small room with 3 other missionaries. We had bunk beds. One night, when it was raining hard, we stayed in and told some stories. The older elders, they had one story after another of their many sexual conquests in high school. I turned the discussion to ghosts at one point, and as I was talking, a white figure of a young man, about 16 I would say, appeared in the doorway to the tiny kitchen. Just his head and shoulders, and he looked as if he was going to speak, but then got the facial expression of, "What's the use, they can't hear me" sort of thing. The young man faded away and I said, "I see a ghost over by the kitchen." The other elders said, "Shut up, you're just trying to scare us." But my companion said, "No, I saw something too, like a cloud." I could see the young man's face clearly, and the impression I got was that he was a surfer who died in the ocean, perhaps. We lived 100 feet from the ocean, and surfing was illegal there, but many did it anyway, because in the winter the waves were absolutely huge, and there were many great white sharks there as well because of a seal island not far away. Now, the last event on my mission was that I hit a chunk on broken concrete with my 10-speed and went over the handlebars and fell into oncoming traffic. I then felt lifted up by my armpits and pulled back 3 feet. I looked around, but nobody was there, just cars all around me. My companion was already a half a block away, pumping his bike pedals furiously, taking no notice of me. No pedestrians were around anywhere to be seen, and a car ran over my front tire of my bike just as I was being pulled back. Had I not been pulled back 3 feet, the car would have run over my upper body at least, and perhaps my head. That wasn't the first time, nor the last, that unseen hands saved me from death or great bodily injury. But I left my mission disillusioned with missions, mission presidents, and even some missionaries. I thought that it would be an inspiring adventure, but it turned out to be a very boring sort of door-to-door sales job, like trying to sell yellow snow to Eskimos, as I said before. The other missionaries were looking for numbers, I guess, to impress their family and wards, home congregations, and the mission president, the man in charge of the missionaries. I was looking for seekers of truth, though, and was shocked to only find one, a good man who just could not join the church because, well, he smoked. All of our other investigators, people we tried to convert to the church, They were not seekers of the truth, but listened to us because they wanted to marry a good-looking Mormon woman, or because they thought the church could help them out financially, etc. It was all very disappointing, disillusioning, but I did have those paranormal experiences. I eventually resigned from the Mormon church and became the follower of a miracle-working prophet from Lebanon at one point. Those are all days gone by now, but I'll never forget my experiences from when I was a Mormon. I have never truly believed in the supernatural. I thought that it could be possible, I guess, so I stayed the heck away from Ouija boards and the like. But my opinion changed after I had my own personal ghost encounter. I was renting a room in Thailand, and I had been there for a month with no strange occurrences. However, on my second to last day, I woke up and something was off. I felt a distinct presence, I guess. I knew someone was in my room and that he was male. I sat up in bed and I saw a man standing in front of my door. The door was closed behind him. At first I thought it was my next door neighbor had come into my room, but as I tried looking at him, he had no distinctive features. I'm really not sure how to explain it, but it was like I could only see him with my peripheral vision. Any detail I tried to focus on was fuzzy and unclear. That's when the panic began to set in because I realized I was not seeing a live human. I kept thinking that it would go away if I just kept blinking. So I'm sitting in bed blinking over and over like a maniac, and this thing is just not disappearing. After about 10 seconds of this, I reached for my glass to try and get a clearer look. When I looked back to the door, there was nothing. To be clear, I was scared, but I never felt threatened per se. It was just there sort of thing. I was so convinced I must have had a full-blown hallucination, I just went about my normal day. My host called me later in the day to invite me to the market with her visiting family, and I casually said, for sure. Also, I think I saw a ghost this morning. She responds, did you actually? Come downstairs right now. So I went to her place downstairs, and she was hanging out with her family. This is when she drops the bomb that her house is haunted. She said that she doesn't advertise it, because obviously it would hurt her business, but guests have occasionally seen him over the years. Apparently, both her mother and sister also saw signs of the ghost in the hours before me, a toy car moving by itself, and the sound of a boy laughing in the house. She shared that he is the ghost of a young boy, and that he is allegedly the protector of the house. She showed me his shrine, and it was covered in things that a little boy would enjoy. She said that they were discussing how I was going to be leaving the night before, and she thinks he visited to say goodbye perhaps. She also said that I should buy a small treat to leave at this shrine to say thank you, and I did all that, and flew home the next day. Here's the thing though, I didn't see a boy, I saw a man. I didn't feel a child's presence, I felt the presence of a man. So, was the ghost boy and the sightings by her family just a strange coincidence and I just straight up hallucinated? It felt so real though. I've never had any sort of hallucinations prior or since that encounter. I've never had sleep paralysis before, and that morning I wasn't paralyzed or anything. This whole experience has shifted my worldview, and sometimes I feel like I'm just going crazy. I'm looking for an explanation, I guess, supernatural or otherwise, for what I witnessed. I've lived here for 10 years now, and there have been things that have happened that have driven me to find answers about it, and even at times beg my husband to leave. I often hear disembodied voices, so compellingly I think someone is in my house, so I go meet them, only to find that there's nobody there. For a while, my front door would open and close by itself. It's a heavy door, made of steel and glass, and there's no way that it could swing open by itself and slam shut. The knob has become a little stuck over the years, and we often have to try multiple ways of opening it now. I even started dowsing to try and find if there were any higher energy fields in my house. I've read so many books to try to explain the sense of anxiety that I get here as well, from fairies to telluric currents. My pendant showed me a path that goes from a hill outside my house, through my house, out the other side and down the creek. After asking it to show me the door that it comes through, I came into my living room from working one day to see the door had been put up in search on my TV, which honestly, I have no idea how that happened. Just yesterday, I noticed a handful of little white pills on my coffee table. I have no idea what they are and how they got there, and neither does my husband. There were probably 10 or so just sort of lined up in a row with no suggestion of how they got there or who put them there in the first place. I've spent 10 years now trying to figure this out, and I haven't even gotten into everything that I've experienced here. If anyone has any ideas or suggestions, I would genuinely love to hear them because, like I said, this whole thing has me absolutely freaked out and I just want to get out of here. A while ago, I was a young and foolish hardcore atheist type who would basically just give it to anyone talking about ghosts or aliens or anything out there, I guess you could say. My worldview was extremely narrow and didn't have much interest in anything outside of going to the pub with my mates. Now, I want to share with you guys the experience which forced me to completely 180 from that old, annoying character into someone who fully believes, no, not believes, but knows the existence of the spiritual world. I was living with my ex-girlfriend, and on her street was a big house on the corner. The property was surrounded by a high fence, but there was a little gate in the middle where you could sort of get a glimpse of the well-kept garden that was there. An old woman who lived alone there and could often be seen pottering around in her garden, who most of her time outdoors would be spent behind the little gate between the fences. We'd see her there all the time, chatting with neighbors or just having a nosy up the street. I never really spoke to her myself, but I did see her there a lot. Now one night at around 10:30, I was pulling up on the street outside of my girlfriend's house after going to see my mate. It was dark, I had literally nothing on my mind, and really wasn't thinking about anything. I parked the car and I proceeded to get out of the door. The house on the corner with the gate was just in front of my parking spot. As I close my car door and I start to lock it, I noticed a bright light coming from that gate. And that was when I look and see a full apparition of this old woman. It was her, but it was like a foggy, translucent figure of her, giving off a pretty big amount of white light. The fence was even illuminated by the light that she was radiating. She turned and looked at me, and as soon as we faced each other, she shifted behind the fence. It wasn't like somebody stepping aside though, it was like she sort of drifted sideways, as if floating. Being who I was, I instantly tried to dismiss it, convincing myself that I just imagined it. I went into my girlfriend's house and said, "You're going to think that I'm crazy, but I'm sure I just saw a ghost or something at that old woman's house." My girlfriend replied, "You do know she died 2 days ago, don't you?" At that, I froze. Her words were horrifying because they confirmed what I saw. I started freaking out. Kind of funny now that I look back on it all. I remember my eyes were just sort of streaming and I was just sort of in shock, I guess. I kept replaying what I just saw over and over in my mind. It just hit me like a truck. I needed that experience badly, and it changed me and led me on a whole journey of, well, if ghosts are real, what else is there? And I've since discovered a ton about this strange realm that I would have never learned if not for that experience. I really don't care if anyone believes me or not. I wouldn't have believed me either if not for seeing it with my own eyes. We can entertain ghost stories or even choose to believe them, I suppose, but You can't really know them until you've definitely seen it for yourself. I personally have never really shared this, though my wife and girlfriend loves to share this story with anybody who will listen. Years ago, when we first met, my wife and I shared a love of photography and exploration. We called it ghost hunting at the time, but it was more akin to visiting abandoned locations and just taking photographs. I used a 35mm camera with Ilford HP5 Plus film, and she used a Canon Rebel digital camera. We would often scout locations online, with plans to visit them and get some pics for our library. This time it was an old abandoned fuel refinery or storage depot, just off of a beach overlooking Lake Ontario. It would be tricky getting into the old refinery itself from the front, and so I used Google Maps to see if there was any other way that we could get in. It looked like a wall was blocking most of our way in, except for a small section just off of the beach that had only had a chain link fence there. The beach itself looked extremely disheveled, like it had seen little use, so we hoped that this would give us the privacy that we needed to sneak in. I mean, sneaking into an abandoned industrial structure isn't exactly legal, but we didn't want anyone calling the cops on us or whatever. So we packed our gear and we headed out on our excursion. We had a hard time finding the entrance to the beach parking lot, but we found that it was blocked only by a loose chain that lay on the ground, half buried in the dirt as if someone had removed it long ago and just sort of left it there. As we pulled into the parking area, there were no cars except for ours, which we noticed immediately. As we pull in and I park, my wife points out and says, "There's people here." I look up and see several dozen people, all along the shoreline, and all staring out at the water at literally nothing. No ships, no planes, no boats of any kind. They're all just sort of staring blankly. There was nothing particularly interesting about these people. They were all different age groups from young adults to elderly, though there were no children and all were dressed as you'd expect people to dress. What I mean is that it was a warm sunny day, and though some were in shorts, I found it odd that others were in long pants with jackets. It was far too warm for a jacket. What really struck me though was the confusion of how they got there. I mean, there were no cars, no bikes, nothing, and no place to park up on the street for, I would say, at least a few kilometers. No houses nearby either, so no chance of locals. No houses nearby either, so perhaps they were locals? Maybe, but from where? Anyway, they're pretty much ignoring us as we sit in the car, contemplating whether to call the whole thing off, partially because of our need for privacy and partly because of how weird it was feeling. After a few minutes of deliberation, we decided to continue on with the plan though, thinking that whatever they were doing, they're not really interested in us it seems. So we got out of the car, grabbing our cameras, and no sooner do we close and lock our doors when every one of their heads turns to look at us. I mean, every one of them, and there's a couple of dozen of them, still facing the water with their body, but their heads turned to look at our direction. We sort of froze for a second, looked at each other, just completely weirded out. It felt like a long time, but was probably only a minute or so when they all just turned back to face the water, ignoring us again, but all at the exact same time. At this point, we got together and in whispers were discussing what to do. All the while we were watching these people who were now completely ignoring us. Finally though, after some back and forth, we decided to press on in the end. Honestly, we'd been to some far sketchier places in the past, though this was definitely a new one for sure. We walked along the beach to the section of the wall where the fence was, and found a gap to enter it. This is when I noticed that they were looking at us again, every single one of them. We paused at this, and hesitated to enter. After a few minutes, they again turned away, so, trying to be sneaky, we ducked behind the wall to the fence, and from where we were, I couldn't see all of them, but the half dozen or so that I did see, they had again turned their heads toward us. not moving their bodies, just their heads. It just seemed that every time that we moved, that's when they would look at us as well. We were sort of committed at this point though, and so we decided to get in, take our pics, and then quickly get out. Now, the time that we spent in the refinery, it couldn't have been more than 15 minutes. We planned for an hour or more originally, but the strangest being what it was, we knew that this one had to be a short one. As we climbed back through the gap in the fence, the first thing that caught me was that there was nobody in sight. As we climbed back through the gap in the fence, the first thing that caught me was that suddenly there was nobody in sight. I stopped my wife and told her this as we hesitated before passing the wall. We looked out slowly, trying not to call attention to ourselves. As we passed the wall, the entire beach was in view, and there was not a single person there. Nobody. Even stranger though was that it looked like nobody had been there at all, at least for a long time. Now, I certainly didn't make any close inspection of the area, but the sand looked undisturbed. There were some footprints, but not enough for several dozen people, and they didn't look new by any means. You know how a beach's sand can look sort of dry on the surface, but if you kick it, darker wet sand underneath shows? Well, there was none of that. Just a few small dunes of dry, blown sand around. It was really, really eerie. The only noise were the distant cars on the road, and after this, we just hurried back to our car. Not running really, but definitely not taking the time to enjoy a day at the beach. Not that there was much to enjoy there anyway. But we will never forget that place and how truly freaky all of that was. This story is of some of the first memories that I have. It takes place in a house in Ostel. There's no real order to these, as they happened over 30 years ago now. Since these, though, I have never had another experience again. To be honest, I sort of wish I had, though. So I had a toy record player that was plastic. It played thick plastic records, and one day while I was playing with it, sound just started coming out of the speaker. I don't remember what it was. It didn't last long. I tried to get it to do it again, but nothing. That night, I would hear dishes clank together when everybody was asleep. The way my bed was in my room, I could see down the hallway, and one night, while laying there, I saw a skeleton peek around the corner and wave at me. Another night, I was sleeping on my stomach, and I felt a hand or a claw down my back. Not hard enough to be painful, but definitely enough to wake me up. The next morning, I asked my parents if they had been in my room or not, and both of them said no. These things didn't really scare me, I guess, as I wasn't really old enough to understand what was going on. But the next things, they definitely did scare me and are 100% as I remember them. So I awoke one night to my bed moving, shifting around, levitating even. I heard two male voices talking. I quietly said, "Hey," and one of the voices said, "Shut up, kid." I promptly did just that, and I hid under my covers until I woke up the next day, which is the theme for the next two as well. My mother was sitting on the side of my bed. She was wearing a towel around her body and one around her head while she had just gotten out of the shower. We were praying at the time, and she laid me down to go to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep, and it was at this time that she just sort of faded away. I screamed for her as loud as I could. She came running out of my sister's room into my doorway. Behind her, soldiers in full uniform came running out as well. I hid, and my screaming seemed to have not been heard by anyone, like I was in a bubble at the time. The only one that heard anything was my mother, who came running. The final story is when I went to my parents' room to climb in between them one night. They were both very much asleep, and after laying there for a few minutes, I hear a voice. "Hey kid." I look at the foot of the bed, and there's this ventriloquist doll, Charlie McCarthy, just sort of, I don't know, like standing there, or floating maybe. Mind you, I didn't know that this was him until much later, but he asked me what my name was, what my parents' names were, and after that I got too scared and I hid under the covers. I once wrote the people who lived in this house a while back, asking if they had anything happen to them, and unfortunately I never got a response. But those are my experiences, and to this day I swear by them that they are true. I've decided to share my story because it's something that has stuck with me, and I've never heard a similar experience from anyone else. For context too, I grew up in a very haunted farmhouse. My family saw and heard things as well. So, I was around 10 years old and I was upstairs playing with a little bouncy ball at some stage. I bounced it and it went behind a big dresser, so I went over to grab it naturally. Now, there was a smaller dresser next to it that was full of my dad's old comic books, and when I leaned over to grab the ball, a slender white hand came out of the drawer and grabbed onto my wrist. Obviously, I freaked out and tried pulling away, then the hand gripped tighter, so I started screaming. My brother came running up the stairs, and as soon as he reached the top, the hand let go and disappeared back into the drawer. He didn't see it, unfortunately, but he believed me because of, well, just how shaken up I was. I'm curious, though, if anyone else has experienced anything like this. It's not the only thing that happened to me there, but it was definitely one of the scariest. I still think about it a lot. This happened back in 2017, and I still remember it like it was yesterday. I was in my bedroom laying on my bed. The way the bed is positioned, you can sort of see out into the living room, seeing the TV. My door was open at the time as well, and it was about 1 a.m. Now, the living room television turned on by itself to its loudest volume, and it startled me a lot. I didn't think too much of it because I assumed it was my stepdad, because he enjoys playing pranks on me all the time. So I waited it out until he would come out laughing or do some sort of a jump scare, but in the end he never did. In fact, he came out of his bedroom asking why the TV was on and why it was so loud. Quite honestly, I thought that he was joking, but he was really serious and had a sort of groggy look on his face. So he turns it off and we go back to sleep eventually. The next morning, I asked my dad why the TV went off like that, and he claims that it was the connection to the satellite, and it was nothing to worry about. His explanation, though, it never really sat right with me at all, because, first off, that just doesn't make any sense. We don't have a satellite. We had Xfinity at the time. And that television, it didn't have cable, just my dad's room. I asked him again, and this time he tells me in a soft and serious tone, "Don't tell your stepdad that it was a ghost or he's going to freak out and be terrified. Just say that it was the satellite and move on." I did just that as to not cause a commotion, but man, I was absolutely terrified now. Mostly because a few days later, it happened again, this time in my room. I had just turned my TV off after gaming for a few hours, when not even a minute later, my TV turns on by itself. And to make it worse, the TV in the living room turned on too at the same time. That was downright terrifying. I also honestly don't remember what I did after that. Maybe the anxiety is just blocking it all out, but I'll never forget that experience, with the TVs both unexplainably coming on like that simultaneously again. This didn't happen to me, but to my dad. I walked into the kitchen to get a glass of water, and my dad walks into the room, asking me if I'd used the bathroom in my parents' bedroom. I tell him no, and that I've been in my room the whole time. I could tell, though, that something was wrong when I saw the look of fear on his face. He told me that somebody was in the bathroom, and it wasn't my mum or my brother because they're asleep apparently. I asked him what he was talking about. He told me that he was going to use the bathroom but heard loud noises, so he stood by the door, which was open, but didn't walk in because he didn't understand what was going on. He said that he thought that for whatever reason someone was using the toilet with the door open, so he continued to wait by the door sort of confused. But then he said that he realized that it sounded like something different, and that it was too loud to be someone using the toilet, and that it sounded like someone was vomiting into the toilet because he heard splashing. Then he said that he heard the sound of a man gagging and clearing his throat, so he gets concerned and peeks into the bathroom, but nothing. The noises were gone and nobody was there. He said that he knew what he heard was real and that it was so real that he had to check behind the bathroom door just to make sure that no one had broke in. And then he checked the shower and he said that his jaw dropped because he saw soapy water and dirt all over the floor of the shower. He then says that he doesn't know how to explain what happened, and to be honest, neither do I. If anyone knows what this is about or has any other logical explanations, then I would genuinely love to hear it. I'm really not quite sure how to start this, so I'm just going to say it. I have some sort of an entity in my house that is getting more and more active, and I really don't know how to get it to stop. The lights in my bathroom flicker, even when I screw them in more. Lights in my bedroom have turned on and off by themselves, at the switch, mind you. I often see something in my peripheral. Whenever I look at it, it disappears, but it seems like it's wearing some kind of black robe, and I feel or hear 3 gentle taps on my temple every now and then, usually when I'm trying to fall asleep. It's unsettling having this much activity lately, since the activity had previously declined. A little bit of background. I live at home with my family. I'm in my childhood bedroom in the basement. When I was a teenager, I was really stupid, and at one point, 2018 if I had to guess, me and my friends held a seance with a Ouija board in my room. We had contact with something that called itself Jason. It told us things that we knew were lies, like that it died in this house, no previous owners mind you, and stuff like that. We said goodbye and thought that that was the end of it, kept the Ouija board in the hall closet. After that, there would be random cold spots in my room though. Like, you would be sweating from the space heater until you sat on the bed and it would be super cold. There was also a really uneasy feeling in the hall where the closet was. Then at some point, maybe 2021 I think, I started seeing this thing. It was like it used to be a woman, but there was black instead of a mouth and eyes, and it was smiling literally from ear to ear. I would always pretend that I didn't see it, walk past and go about my business. I eventually told my friends in 2023 about that creepy thing and explained how it was next to the Ouija board. We eventually made a plan to bury the board. I took the board to her place, she gave me some sage, and I tried to light it over the Ouija board, but the spring in the lighter shot straight out, leaving the lighter completely useless. I did get another lighter and lit it away from the board and cleansed the board. Then we talked about where to bury it. It was around this point that we saw a very young kid standing in the street just sort of staring at us. We went to see where his parents were, but as soon as we walked his way, he just ran. We watched him go into a house that my friend thought was abandoned, and my friend swears that he was a demon, but I think that she was just being paranoid. In any case, we left the board on the sidewalk to go and get some lunch because we were really stupid, and when we came back, you guessed it, it was gone. I figured at the time that since the board was out of my possession that I was safe, so I went home and cleansed my area very thoroughly. I stopped seeing that terrifying apparition, so I figured all was well, even though I still couldn't shake the being watched feeling. There are a lot of antiques in my home, so I figured that it's possible that something from one of those was watching. A lot of people who don't know about the Ouija incident have said that they feel like they're being watched or something isn't right in my room. I would just ignore it because it was just bugging me too much and I cleansed my room. Just an eerie feeling and a light flicker here and there. Seemed harmless enough, to be honest. But now, it's getting ridiculous. I'm having trouble sleeping because I'm seeing something moving around my bed and I wake up several times around 3 or 4 in the morning. And so my question for all of you guys is, what do I do? Any knowledge or advice or similar stories are greatly appreciated because, quite honestly, I'm just out of ideas. I'm going to cut to the chase and say that I don't believe in the supernatural. In fact, I've only ever had one unexplainable experience in my life, and I'm still trying to this day find a reasonable explanation for it. This story, it's been stuck in my head since I was a kid, and I start to tear up whenever I think about it. This was in the first house that I remember living in. I'm pretty sure that we were the first people living there as well, and it certainly wasn't old enough for someone to have died in it. I remember as a kid that I would regularly hear voices calling my name. The voices didn't sound like anyone that I know, but I would also see huge opaque shadows that would very quickly move across the hallway occasionally. And if this was all there was to it, I would just assume that this was a hallucination caused by a family history of mental illness or something like that. But I very vividly remember my aunt and cousins visiting our house, and I told one of my cousins, I believe that she was 13 at the time, about the weird shadows and how they would call my name. I showed her the hallway that this would take place in, and eventually, one of the shadows appeared and moved across the hallway while she was there with me. She jumped a little bit and just said, "Whoa," in that kind of tone that you would use when talking to a dog that's jumping on you. I remember hearing the voice and asking my cousin if she heard it too, but she said that she didn't. But nevertheless, she was super creeped out by the shadow. Neither of my parents nor my sibling remember this happening, but I remember it so vividly, and it was such a frequent occurrence that, honestly, I don't think that it could have been just a nightmare or a hallucination. So the year was 2018. Me and 3 other friends, we were all males in our early 20s, decided to travel to Bali for about a week since it was cheap and we had time, so why not? Our itinerary includes sightseeing, trying local foods, mountain climbing, visiting bars at the beach, basically a typical vacation in Indonesia. It was honestly quite a surreal experience too. The country is absolutely beautiful and the food was amazing. The only issue that I had about the trip were the locals. Drugs were really prominent there, especially shrooms. The streets were filled with users dying to sell us their drugs. I'm not exaggerating when I say this too, but one dude even grabbed my arm because I ignored his 2-for-1 deal for a one-way trip to meet Jesus apparently. I shrugged him off while my friends laughed it off, suggesting that I may be passing up a chance to meet our Lord and Savior. He looked rabid and frantic, like he was about to pounce onto me like a dog diagnosed with rabies or something. I didn't feel too afraid as we were confident that we could handle them since half of them were not even sober, but that is only the tip of the iceberg, let me tell you. The horror starts when we went back to our Airbnb for the night. You see, we had an early day the next morning and were pretty exhausted. The place was extremely cheap and didn't even have a proper locking mechanism for the door. It had 2 wooden doors which sort of swung inwards, and the only way to lock them was to wedge a wooden block through the holes mounted on the door. It was quite a primitive lock, but it got the job done, I suppose. Everything was going well too until the last night of our trip when we realized that the wooden block was now missing. We looked everywhere for it too, but to no avail. I just figured that one of us must have misplaced it somewhere. We settled for using a selfie stick. I know it sounds like a horrible idea. Instead, since we didn't have anything that fit the hole to wedge the door close. We turned in for the night, seemingly not expecting anything since we had already stayed there for 6 days with no issues. But I woke up to a strange clicking sound in the dead of the night. I got out of bed and I thought maybe it was one of the guys, so I sort of nonchalantly approached the noise. My friends were all sleeping, so I decided to investigate the cause of the noise. And the ruckus seemed to be coming from the door, so I headed towards them feeling extremely confused. I mean, who could be at our doorstep at this time of the night? I noticed the doors were slightly opened, and the selfie stick was horribly deformed at this point. I peeked outside, and that was when I saw 3 people staring through the gap between the doors. They were really close to the entrance and were attempting to push the doors open. I instantly yelled at them, questioning their intentions, as I noticed one of them was holding the wooden block. I was shocked and puzzled at the situation as I recognized one of the men. He did the overall cleaning for the Airbnbs and pathways during the day, so there was really no reason for him to be there at 3 a.m. The other dude asked if the wooden block belonged to us, as they allegedly found it outside of our Airbnb. I definitely smelt lies at this point, as there was absolutely no reason to do that at 3 in the morning. I called for my guys, and the 3 men immediately ran for it at this point. I clued in the guys on the circumstances, and we stayed up until morning, just in case they tried anything funny. We decided to report this to the reception, though, about their employee, but the description that I gave them, they apparently were not synonymous with theirs. They told me that the housekeepers that they hired consisted only of females in their late 30s and 40s. This instantly sent shivers down our spines as we came to realize that we had let a complete imposter in and out of our rooms while we were out. Luckily, nothing important was lost, and we got out of the situation safely, but that does beg the question, why didn't they steal anything? I must admit that I was grateful that it was our last night there, because I really don't know how I would have gone spending another night in that place. I work in the woods for a living here in the western US, lately as a fire lookout in a remote location. I'm talking a 3-mile hike to a mostly abandoned dirt road and another hour drive before you even hit pavement. This was last summer. It was around 11 p.m. on a moonless night, pitch black outside, and the lights of the town 30 miles away have mostly dimmed at this point. It was a relatively calm night, very little wind. The tower sits atop a more or less bald spot, atop a lower peak in the middle of a burn scar. There's really not much in the immediate area, besides some long grass and a smattering of younger fir trees. And at around 11 p.m, I'm sitting there under the glow of a propane light out on the porch, finishing a book. I suddenly hear a rustling coming from down the hill to the south, maybe about 20 degrees down from where I was sitting. It was just barely audible and sounded like it was maybe 300 feet away. It was very sudden and sent a shiver up my spine, but I went back inside, grabbed my flashlight to have a look around from the catwalk. There was nothing at all out there in that direction that I could immediately detect. But then I saw it. Well, I saw something. To this day, I'm really still not certain what it was, to be honest, but what I do know is that it wasn't a trick of the light or my eyes or anything. I looked at that exact spot the next few nights and never saw it again, but I know my home like the back of my hand. Every tree, every shrub. This was not that. Out in the distance, next to a lone boundary tree, was a vague shape, dark and ill-defined, despite the surrounding area being relatively in focus. It looked to be about maybe 4 or 5 feet tall, roundish, definitely wider than the tree, roughly human-shaped, but not quite right, like it was some memory of what a human looks like from someone who hasn't seen another one in a long time. It was hunched over, and I watched it for what felt like forever. It didn't move, not initially, but after a bit, it shifted slowly to my right behind the tree, and then it was gone, and I never saw it again. Now, the weird thing is that I should have been able to see it behind the skinny tree, and if it went down the hill or the side of the hill, I would have seen it. Like I said, this relatively small snag was on its own, on a relatively gentle downslope, so the fact that it just sort of went around the tree and disappeared like that just doesn't make any sense. Now, this is an area with a lot of animals, mostly white-tailed deer and wild cows. We have some black bears, some elk, some cougars, and even some wolves, but they don't tend to let themselves be seen, and they tend to skitter off when they learn that they're being observed as well. I've seen the predators before, but never that close to my tower. The whitetails and the elk come up, but there's little in terms of food. People are known to come here from time to time, but it's really rare. We also have visitors and hunters, but my location in particular is only really known to locals and doesn't exist on public maps or anything. The official start of the extremely overgrown, hard to follow, and obviously abandoned trail is about 2 miles after a locked and unmarked gate. Hunters, they don't tend to come up here because the animals don't tend to come too close. Poachers wouldn't because they're aware that we report to law enforcement. So all of this is to say that I have no idea what that was, but boy, did it freak me out. It still freaks me out a little to this day even, and I really hope that it was just a person or an animal in some weird circumstance, but I'm not so sure about that. What I do know is that I don't feel too comfortable sitting outside after dark here anymore. Through my life, I've had several experiences that could be considered paranormal, but due to my personality traits, I'm not good at sharing stuff like this. I'm an atheist, and I sort of believe in paranormal events, I guess. I mean, at least they're a possibility in my mind. But for me, the paranormal is something that we can interact with, or it can interact with us for different reasons, and it has been described to me a bit like a receptor for that something that might be there. That being said, here's my experience. So a few years ago, I was living in this old apartment. It was in good shape, but you can easily tell how old it was by just looking at it. During all my time there, I always felt this, I don't know, like bad vibes, I guess. And I had several experiences there. One of them happened during the night. I was sleeping in a king-size bed with my girlfriend. We always slept in the middle of the bed, and as you know, a king bed is quite a wide bed. At some point during the night, I started to wake up, and as I recall, I was in this waking up moment when you can't tell if you're still sleeping or sort of already awake. But I just had this feeling of someone else was in the room with us. And as I was opening my eyes, I felt like I fell out of bed, just harder, like I wasn't pushed from it, but thrown from it. I opened my eyes and found myself about maybe 3 or 4 feet from my bed, and my girlfriend was in a panic, looking at me, asking how the heck I got there and what was that loud sound. Me hitting the floor, apparently. But I look at my arm and it had some kind of mark that you get when something grabs you hard. It was like a hand mark, just way bigger than my own. Putting the marks aside though, to this day I try to think on how I possibly was able to do what I did that night. How I was able to just fling myself out of the bed like that. Like I said, it was a king-size bed, so to be honest, it just seems impossible. And it wasn't like my girlfriend could throw me out of the bed like that. I'm just too big for her to do that. I really don't know what to believe about this, because I just haven't come up with a good explanation yet. I was 16 when this first happened, and it occurred around January, just after Christmas. My family went on vacation, and they left me in the house with my dad, and my mum and sisters were on vacation with my aunts. We didn't hire a house sitter to watch over the house because of previous house sitter robberies, so me and my dad and I were the only ones left home. It was Thursday, maybe around 9 o'clock. I liked staying up at night, plus my dad wasn't home, his work shift was extended. But it was at around that time that something weird happened. I think it was around 9:30, and I recall that my dog was scratching the door, so I fixed his collar and walked him out to do his business while watching him. And I remember seeing a vaguely strange man walking through the suburban streets, and at first I didn't really mind him and was back to doing my business, but at around like maybe 9:45, 15 minutes later, I was going back inside when I saw another man walking again while closing the door. He seemed to be walking a bit more slowly, and if I can recall correctly, I think it was the same man walking from before. So after I took care of my dog, I was planning to go to sleep, But something about me seeing that guy just, I don't know, it got to me and kept me up. So instead I decided to stay up until 10 to see if he would come back, but really didn't see anything at that time, so in the end I just went back to going to sleep. At around 11 or 12 though, something like that, I just randomly woke up to my dad calling me. He was wondering if I was still awake, and of course I wasn't. I was a little bit irritated because I was already asleep, and why would he call at such a time as this? But while we were talking, my eye slowly turned over to the window, and there he was, the same man again, but he was just standing there, leaning at the lamppost, and I think now he was smoking. When I rubbed my eyes, I saw that it was the same man from before, so I was a little bit surprised, but I didn't tell my dad about the man on the phone. After the convo, though, with my dad on the phone, I went downstairs to peek if the front door was locked. It was, but I just felt a little bit uneasy at the time. I went back upstairs and peeked through my window. The man was still there staring, looking at the house, and I could feel that he knew that I was staring at him. I didn't go back to sleep too because of that. I had a bad feeling, so I grabbed the baseball bat that my little brother was using for baseball practice and kept it beside me. I was stressing out like anything at that time and was shaking softly, but I wanted to call 911, but I was afraid that I'd only waste my time by reporting something that I don't really have clear evidence on. And right at that moment, I can still remember that day too, when he started to brisk walk up to my house, and I immediately just jumped up and went into fight or flight mode. I raced downstairs to stay there, and when I heard the knocks, I immediately called my dad and told him to check his Ring doorbell camera, and he saw the man too. He was a little confused at first and thought that me and my friends were pulling a prank on him, but when he started knocking, I just hung up on him and started going back downstairs carefully. When I arrived at the front door, I stood there, holding the bat really tight, and asked who was there. He then spoke, and he said that he was a solicitor for, I don't know, some solicitor from someplace. But I mean, who knocks at like 12 in the morning? So I asked him to get away from our property kindly, but he just wouldn't leave. After a few minutes, my dad sent me a screenshot of the man at our front door, and in full caps said, "Who is that?" I just ignored the message. I was guarding the front door. He started knocking on the door more vigorously and aggressively, and I clutched the bat ready to swing. I heard another notification on my phone. I checked later, and it was my dad saying that he was coming home to check on me. But the man, at that moment, started kicking on the door, and it was aggressive. I tried telling him to leave angrily, but he ignored it and kept on continuing. After a few seconds, he stopped, and I checked my upstairs bedroom window and see that he was sprinting away from the house and saw headlights entering the driveway. I was struck with relief when I saw my dad coming out of the pickup. After that, he called 911 and told them about the incident and hung up. We posted his face on social media for awareness, but in the end, that's really all that happened. The guy never returned, thankfully, but still, the whole thing definitely had me shook up for quite some time. So, things have gotten a bit crazy with my girlfriend's sleeping problems. I've been seeing this girl a little under a year. It's a great relationship. I think I'm going to marry her, in fact. But she sleepwalks, and I always find her standing at the door, not going in it or not, just standing still there. She also has a 4-year-old son who I adore, and vice versa. But honestly, he has woken up at 2:11 on the dot the past month every single night, crying and wanting to come into bed with us. One night, he woke up screaming and crying worse than normal. He will always stand at the threshold of our door crying for one of us to come and get him, and he will not cross the threshold under any circumstance unless we physically come and pick him up. Side note too, We leave the room open all day and he is in and out of there all day, so it's a bit strange. But anyway, the other night, he woke up at 2:11 like usual, but the only difference is when I picked him up to lay with us, he claimed that there was a man in the corner. I checked, even though I could see that there wasn't. I did it to comfort him because I could see the said corner and tell that there was nothing there. But then he insisted that we go out of the room until the man in the corner was gone. The whole time he had a look of terror on his face, and I just have no idea what to do about any of this. Also, a couple of times I've woken up to my girlfriend pointing at the corner of the room. I don't know if the two things are related, but it seems a bit fishy, that's for sure. I, a 25-year-old female, work graveyard shift at a nursing facility. It's essentially a residential home for those who are nearing the end of their life, who've gone into transition or are in hospice. The first place I've ever worked where it feels so incredibly alive, despite the residents being so close to the end. But when I first started, I saw things before I heard about it. On my first night, I saw a shadowy woman's silhouette pass behind my coworker, who was talking to me, and disappear into the closed bathroom door. In front of the bathroom door is the main exitway, which is wired with an alarm that you need a code to get into. The door itself is heavy too. Think the automatic doors you see in the hospitals. The door alarm was tripped at around 2 a.m, so thinking that a resident might have wandered, we ran from the nurse's station to reset the alarm and get them back into bed. Except when we got there, the door was wide open and the alarm shut off once we got close to it. We did a head count and every single resident on that floor was asleep and accounted for. We eventually were able to laugh about it until the next morning first shift came in and warned me about the uninvited guests that stay on campus. Since then, I've had a plethora of experiences there. The most common phenomena is the man in black and the woman in white, as well as the kids in the courtyard. Apparently the man in black is a benign thing and he usually pops up at around the time that people are about to expire. Our lead nurse thinks that he guides people to the afterlife and takes away the good ones. Then there's the woman in white. She's apparently of some evil origin. Certain residents who are about to expire report that they see her in their rooms, days leading up to their expiration. They say that her presence is accompanied by a feeling of being set on fire or burning, and there's a theory that this woman in white drags you to whatever the bad place is in the afterlife. One of our hospice patients passed away very recently, in fact, and just before she did, one of our nurses reported that she felt a tall, dark, shadowy figure come up close behind her. When she turned her head, there was nothing there, so we can only hope that the patient went to the good place with the man in black. I have many more stories. Mostly I need to tell them so that I can finally put them out of my mind and possibly get some input on what this activity could be, but I'll save those for another time. For now, this will have to do. A few years ago, I was at the grocery store and I had finished up and was walking down the center aisle toward the checkouts at the front. Up ahead, standing in the middle of the aisle with his back to the display, facing the produce, was an older man. Normal looking, normally dressed, maybe 60-ish I would guess. Looked like he was just standing there waiting for someone too. I looked at him as I walked toward him and he slowly turned his head toward me, and I swear that he had completely solid black eyes, even the whites of the eyes where they should be. I instantly felt this immense fear and dread. I turned my cart to the right and started running down the aisle behind the greeting cards, like seriously running. I was terrified because it just did not look natural. He didn't do anything, didn't move, just looked at me, but I eventually made it up the front checkout and left. I had never before or since experienced something like that, and I'm 45 now. Especially that feeling of dread that I got. I mean, I'm a people person. I probably looked like a dork walking around the grocery smiling at people, but hey, that's just me. And if he had been normal looking, I would have smiled and said hi. I've only ever found a couple of stories online that were somewhat similar. Lots of stuff about children with black eyes, but not adults. The story that I've seen about the guy at the rest stop was most similar to what I experienced, especially the dread. And I'm just wondering, has anybody else experienced something like this? Or are there any diseases or anything that could have caused something like this? If you have any ideas, then I would love to hear them. So my girlfriend and her friends, they invited me to stay at a small cabin, Airbnb, in the Appalachian Mountains near Seven Devils. The idea was to just go up there to enjoy some snow tubing, and then do some light drinking, hot tub and board games in the cabin afterwards. The cabin was pretty high up in the mountains, and the drive up to it was honestly kind of scary. Single car length road for the most part, no railings on either side of the road. So if you were on the side of the truck, which we'd rented a four-wheel drive to make the drive up, thank goodness, it was a sheer drop on that side. Sure, if we drove off the road, we'd likely be stopped by some trees on the way down, but still, it's a bit nerve-wracking for sure. Another thing was some of the trees on the trail had faces on them for decoration. I think that they were supposed to look cute, but they just kind of looked unnerving for most of us. I really should have taken pictures, but I was too anxious during the climb, so I never did. The cabin itself, though, was almost at the top of the mountain, and fairly small. A small living room with a very tiny and narrow kitchen and 2 bedrooms. Hot tub on the lower porch because the cabin itself was basically on the second floor, so you had to go up to a stairway to get into it. Key to the cabin was in a lockbox, so no special door lock option, just an old-fashioned cabin. We came back after snow tubing and dinner. The others drank enough to get buzzed, whilst I only had a glass of wine since I have a condition that makes it dangerous to get too much alcohol in my system, so relatively sober. I enjoyed the hot tub as planned, witnessed a beautiful shooting star, then played board games after that until around 1 in the morning, when we all went to bed. Now, I woke up a little after 4 a.m. because I was suddenly sweating and then I kind of felt a bit unsettled. I decided I needed to go to the bathroom, so I got up. I left the bedroom and nothing seemed to miss. I used the bathroom, and when I left the bathroom, the front door was now wide open. Naturally, I felt immediately uneasy, but again, this was a small cabin, so really there was nowhere for any intruder to hide. I could easily see the entire interior of the cabin from the tiny hallway. I decided maybe the last person through the door last night after the hot tub just didn't fully close the door and lock it appropriately, because there was no sign by the door that says close door firmly or anything, and it was fairly windy outside. I mean, the wind was howling out there enough that you could hear it. So I go over to the door and I close it, making sure that it's firmly enough in the doorway to fully lock it. I even jiggle the handle a few times and try to see if it'll open when locked. It doesn't budge, so I start to head back to the room. Then I hear the door rattle a little bit and I turn around and stare at it. I watch the lock itself turn and then the door opens, and it doesn't slam open from the wind, it just slowly swung open. I stayed extremely still because, that was crazy. The door was huge, mind you, clear window on it with no curtains and a big window beside it that also doesn't have curtains. And there was absolutely no one on the other side of it, that much I can guarantee. There was just no way somebody could have ducked out of view either and hurried away from the door after pushing it open, because they would have had to have made a lot of noise hurrying down the steps to get to the walkway. Like I said, it was an old-fashioned door as well, with a simple lock and a simple doorknob as well. No electronic buttons or anything like that to unlock or lock by buttons or remotely or anything. Well, after getting the nerve to close the door again and locking it firmly, really, nothing else happened that night. I couldn't really go back to sleep because I was way too scared to do so. So the following morning I told the others about it, and they were pretty spooked by it too, but otherwise glad that we were only staying that one night. Before we packed up the truck to leave, there was this strange knocking noise coming from the surrounding woods. Not like somebody knocking on a wall or a door or anything. It was a deep, hollow-sounding knock that only knocked twice, stopped for a while, and then would do it again. Maybe it was just the trees knocking together, but after what happened early in the morning like that, it was definitely a little bit unsettling. So yeah, I'm from Florida, and though I've experienced other paranormal activity before, that was the most physical thing that I've experienced, and I've definitely heard plenty of stories about odd occurrences in the Appalachians. I guess in a sort of weird way that I'm glad that I experienced something, but I'll never forget the fear that I felt that night. After all, my first thought was an intruder or something, and it would have been pretty bad being up there so high by ourselves with someone like that. If we had had any reason to run, we could have easily fallen off of a cliff or something in the pitch black darkness outside. So I'm thankful that really we never had to do that. In Northern California, my family lived in an old house from the 60s. It was worn and squeaky, but livable. A charming house, really. We lived in this house for a few years, and my experience in this house was when I was also young, maybe about 13 or 14. And many of these instances had convinced me thoroughly that this place was haunted. So when we first moved in, there were many drafts, cold spots, and some strange sounds through the house, but nothing came close to the pictures that I'd gotten of the entity in the home. Leading up to the photos being taken, my family had started seeing orbs, shadow figures, etc. that were generally non-applicable to a haunting in their eyes, but I was freaked out more and more as time went on. Now, one day I was sitting on my parents' bed reading an old magazine when I heard a very clear hi right next to my ear. I left the room so fast it was unreal. Another day I'd lost my phone for a week, tore apart my room from top to bottom, couldn't find it anywhere. A week passed and I found it sitting neatly on a box in my closet. Okay, I must have looked past it, right? Whatever. Around this time, I was known for making little recordings of my child self singing and making atrocious noises because I was a weird kid. The thing is that I always named those recordings, always. The day that I found the phone, I went in there to listen to my sound clips, and there were 3 new unnamed recordings. Weird. I mean, I would have named those for sure. So I played them and was instantly freaked out. One was less than a second long. The problem with the logic behind myself making this one was that I debunked myself from pocket recording because to hit start and stop, the phone was too slow that it takes about 3 whole seconds from start to end the recording. The first one was short and wasn't dissimilar to the sound of a horse galloping. The second sounded like a pocket recording, so I shrugged that one off. Okay, strange. The third recording was fairly long and hosted a loud crunching or marching noise with children in the background like a party. I hadn't been to any parties, nor was I in school for the spring break, but you can clearly hear an adult male voice say the word name Fallon, but the rest is muffled. Okay, cool, whatever, I forget about it. But a week or 2 later, my phone disappeared once again. I searched and searched my closet for days to no avail, only to find it a week later in the exact spot that it was last time. This time, I instantly directed it to the sound clips and, to my surprise, found 3 more recordings. 2 short ones and 1 long one. The first 2 were just static noise, but the third one brings chills to my arms every time that I listen or think about it. It was a very little girl singing into the phone like I would have, but I definitely did not sing that. It was hard to make out, but it was something about going to the edge, then something else I couldn't quite make out, and then it just ends. Don't get me wrong, I know it's heaps unlikely that there's a ghost who can record themselves singing into a phone, but I have no idea where these came from. I'm the youngest in my family, and nobody could tell me where those came from either. Nobody would play a prank like that, and my young cousin, pictured in the picture that you're about to see, didn't have any knowledge of how to navigate a phone yet. Sometime later, I was woken up really late at night one time for some reason. I've had terrible insomnia problems my whole life, but I could hear my dad in the kitchen. He must be coming home from work, I thought, checking the alarm clock. But it was 3 in the morning, and there was no way that he was home that late. Then I remembered, no, he didn't work today. Heavy footsteps started walking from the kitchen towards the hallway. It walked from the laminated floor into the kitchen to the carpet, just down the hall, and eventually stopped in front of my sister's room. And I was awake for a few hours afterwards, not hearing anything else for the rest of the night, scared out of my mind, for sure. So, now to the pictures. I was babysitting my younger cousin by myself one day for a few hours. We were coloring and playing with Play-Doh. Pictured is me in front of them taking a picture of them, and I didn't see it when I took the pictures, and I didn't know it was there until years after we moved out. But the timestamp stated that they were taken within the same minute. And behind my cousin sat with the china cabinet with a mirror in the back. The figure in the mirror would have been standing just behind me in the kitchen. You can sort of see the cabinet of the kitchen, right, and the fridge to the left, and the window just past it if you look carefully. The figure, it had no facial features. The first picture was taken with the figure, and the second is without it. And you cannot tell me that this place wasn't freaky. Anyways, that concludes my story, and I would be happy to answer any questions if you guys have any. Thanks for listening. Early on in my relationship, I'm 24 and female, I frequently spent the night at my boyfriend's, 23 and male, his condo. He lived alone on the bottom floor. His neighbor above him was kind and usually a quiet guy. I rarely noticed noises coming from above. For context, almost the entire condo was hardwood flooring, with the only carpet being in the family room. My boyfriend was working a pipe-fitting job and commuting a couple of hours away, so he would usually leave at about 4 in the morning, if not earlier. I would usually stay in bed for a couple of hours after he left, and would hit the road around 7 or 8, depending on my work schedule. The first time that I noticed something, it was just a bit of a dream, albeit a very vivid dream. This took place after my boyfriend left for work and I had fallen back asleep. In the dream, I was walking through his condo, and as I passed by the bathroom, an old man came out and started yelling at me, saying something was wrong with the water. He had no clothes on, was shorter, rounder, bald sort of fella. When I went to look in the tub, the water was coming out of it dark brown, almost black in color, and the old man started telling me that I needed to get out, still yelling at me. I didn't think much of this dream. I figured that it was my mind being silly and remembering that the building used to be an assisted living facility. A week or two later, though, is when the weirdness escalated a bit. My boyfriend left for work as usual, but this time I had a harder time sort of falling back asleep. I gave up after about half an hour or so, settling on scrolling through social media, until it was time to leave. As I'm laying in his bed, I hear what sounds like wet footsteps coming down the hallway. I can hear each individual step squish as it comes down the about 20-foot long hallway, until it stops outside of the bedroom door. There was no shadow that I could see, and the sound was so clear that I initially assumed my boyfriend had forgotten something at home, or that he had been sent home from work. I waited and waited for him to open the door, but I never heard the footsteps recede and nobody came in. I stayed frozen in bed and ultimately chose to ignore it. I waited patiently for the sun to come out and promptly left without even making the bed. Do you wish that a thrilling fantasy lived rent-free in your head instead of your endless to-do list? Well, with Dipsy Stories, you can trade mundane thoughts for spicy narratives that will make you feel like you're living in a romance novel. Dipsy is the female-founded app for spicy audiobooks and more, created by women for the female gaze. Their app has over 1,000 spicy audiobooks, all crafted by a team of professional writers and top-tier narrators. And if you're anything like me and a bit of an insomniac, then you're going to love their section for sleep. I personally really enjoyed their section with ambient sounds like winter rain, and actually ended up falling asleep that one night, which was really nice. And with their easy-to-explore app, you can search for your favorite romance genres like contemporary, historical, dark, sports, western, romantasy, sapphic, and more. New chapters are released every week, and you'll always find something new to enjoy. And right now, listeners of this show can get an extended 30-day free trial. Just go to dipsystories.com/scared to start your free trial. That's DIPSEA stories.com/scared for 30 days of full access for free. Visit dipsystories.com/scared. I'm certainly no stranger to the supernatural and paranormal. It's not uncommon for people in my family to experience these things, but it has been a really long time since I've experienced this particular reoccurrence, and life has gotten a bit better since it stopped years ago. Now, for the longest time since about the age of maybe 6 years old, I've experienced sleep paralysis. Before it started happening, I experienced a really terrible dream of a tall humanoid-shaped monster that was fully black. Not a shadow figure, not a person shrouded in darkness. This thing was made of, like, void. Basically, in the dream, I heard a loud roar from outside my 2-story bedroom window. I looked outside and saw this thing standing underneath a corner street lamp. No visible features, beside it being tall, like maybe 8 foot, humanoid in frame, and the roaring noise was coming straight from it. I would then run downstairs and my family would surround me like they were trying to guard me from this thing, but each time I turned around, a family member would vanish, and then once they were all gone, everything would go back as the roaring got louder, and then I would wake up. I would only ever experience this dream once, but it got followed first by brief bouts of what I feel is maybe like astral projection or an out-of-body experience, which only occurred in my grandma's house for some reason. I would wake up and see myself in bed, and then feel this sort of pulling sensation that would lead me to the front door, and I would stare at them and feel this sensation that something was on the other side of that door and wanted me to come outside. Nothing ever spoke. There was no noise, but I felt this draining and foreboding sensation when I stood looking at that door, and I would wake up extra tired the following day. This was a reoccurring experience, only ever at my grandmother's house, which I fully believe was haunted, and I can explain that later. The sleep paralysis was far more random though, like once a year I would guess. At first I wouldn't see anything. I would just experience the horrible panic of being unable to move, my heart racing, my chest feeling heavy and feeling really hot and uncomfortable. Then eventually I'd see that void creature in the dream that I had when I was 6. It never did anything. It was silent this time, but there was a fuzzy crackling noise coming from it, like static, and again it looked as if my hand would disappear if I were to try and reach out to touch it. Each time I would have sleep paralysis, it would be closer to me as well, like it was just inching closer each time that I had an episode. The last and final straw that I saw it was when I was 21, and it had actually been a couple of years since I experienced anything. So I brushed it off for the longest time, but One night, I woke up feeling extremely hot, and the void figure was just standing directly next to my bed, looking down at me with bright, burning red eyes. The room itself was also a hazy, deep red, as if it was in a photography darkroom or something. The static noise was pretty loud, and it sounded like this thing was speaking, but I couldn't make out any actual words. Its voice was deep and kind of had a vibration to it. Oddly enough, I didn't feel fear as I stared up at it. I just stared at it for what felt like maybe a minute, and then I closed my eyes and went back to sleep, almost as if I just couldn't be bothered with it. I didn't even remember it as well until midday the following day, and that was when I actually was scared. But weirdly, nothing further ever happened after that. At least for a while it didn't. No sleep paralysis, no void figure in dreams, nothing. It just stopped. It wasn't until I was about 30-something as well that something happened that shaked me up pretty badly. Now, I was married at the time and my husband worked overnight, so I'd be at home by myself and sleeping. I need some kind of white noise in order to sleep, and that usually comes in the form of a fan being on. I woke up because the fan turned off. It isn't actually uncommon for the power to go out randomly in our area for an hour or so in the middle of the night, so I merely sat up in bed for a moment out of confusion. For a split second, though, I thought that I heard what sounded like a quiet growl under my bed. I didn't have any pets at the time. I brushed it off because it was so quiet, and I figured that I must still be out of it from sleep or whatever. But I got up with the intention to go to the kitchen to see if the oven light was blinking, because that usually indicated that the power simply just went out and was now back on. But the second that I opened the bedroom door, there was that deafening roar from the nightmare when I was 6, and everything in the house suddenly turned red. My only thought was to run out the front door, but when I did, I ran right out of my bedroom again like I was caught in some sort of a loop. I couldn't leave the house. The roar was suddenly getting louder, and I was really starting to panic. I began screaming, and I kept repeating, "Wake up and let me out," when I finally stopped by the front door and just held the doorknob. I could feel sharp claws dragging down the back of my neck when suddenly I woke up. I was drenched in a cold sweat, and I was stuck in bed for a while because I was just afraid to move. But eventually I found the courage to get up and turn on every light in the house, and that definitely was the most vivid nightmare that I had ever had. I'm almost 34 now. I got out of a toxic, unfaithful marriage and currently am doing a lot better on my own. There were a lot of negative people in my life before and have since cut them out of my life. And who knows, maybe that plays a part in all of this, because I haven't had anything like that really happen since then. Then again, I've had years of dry spells before, and I don't get nightmares quite like that anymore. None involving the void being, at least. Who knows, maybe my cats play a role since they sleep right next to me every night, and in a way I feel like they ward off bad things. I fully believe that I had been haunted by something that preyed on me when I was most vulnerable in my life. I just really hope that I never experience it again. My childhood home, I lived there from maybe ages 4 to 14, always had a somewhat thick negative energy to it. I remember my parents having family and family friends over as a child, and a few of them making verbal comments about how the energy felt dark, observant, and that they'd get the creeps if they stayed the night for any sort of reason. In my experience, as I aged through the elementary school period, the parts of the house that felt the darkest and most ominous were basically the whole upstairs, the game room, my bedroom, and the bathroom, and downstairs, and it was the laundry room that felt particularly dark. In general, the other parts of the house felt okay enough, but as a child, I experienced significant fear around sleeping in my bedroom alone or at all, even if my mum accompanied me to my bed. Even during the day, if I was playing with my toys, I'd eventually get the creeps, and it felt like something was just lurking, observing me, slowly making its way, most of the time after some time playing in there. That creeping feeling that would make the hair on my arms stand up, and I'd look around my room. My eyes would always lock onto my closet door and stare at it in fear. Eventually, I'd find the courage to rip my attention away from it and flee out of my room. Now, on one particular day, I was playing with my toys on the floor of my bedroom before dinner. I was excited about the toys that I was playing with because I had just gotten them for my birthday. No one else was upstairs but me, and I get called downstairs for dinner. I go down and I eat, and after dinner I come back up pretty quickly as I was excited to resume playing with my new toys. I walk into my room and I freeze, as my toys were in completely different positions and locations than where I'd left them. Action figures that I previously had sitting were now stood up straight and feet away from where it was sitting before. Toys that were on a piece of toy furniture were now taken off of the furniture, etc. In fact, almost every toy was moved. I was about 6 or 7 at that time, and I really could not understand it. In my rational brain, I asked my sister, who is 2.5 years older than me, if she went into my room, and she said no. And I just couldn't wrap my head around it. For years, every night, I would sleep in my parents' bed. That was the usual, really. I adamantly would not sleep in my bedroom. It was more than a childlike defiance as well. I was petrified to sleep in there. So much so that I had an unfortunate bedwetting issue well into 2nd or 3rd grade. And one night, my mum was able to get me to lay there at night alone. I had full body shakes from fear, and I remember so vividly not being able to sleep at all, and getting so scared that I hid myself under my blankets, where I hid awake for what felt like at least 2 hours or so. I remember how badly I was sweating, getting so hot from being tucked under my blanket. My shirt and pants were wet with sweat, and under the blanket, I felt like there was something looming over top of me outside, like the vastness of the dark in my room housed an energy that I could not look in the face, like the dark corners were swirling with an energy waiting for me to come out from the covers. Eventually, it was so hot under there that I just had to come out, otherwise I would have started to have trouble breathing, more than I already was. So I whipped the covers off of me, felt the colder flow of the air grace my skin, and immediately darted my eyes all over my room to analyze. I started sobbing, bawling in fear. I feared my closet, that was cracked with light on as a nightlight. I felt exposed and vulnerable to the veil which was thin in my bedroom. I remember getting up quick, running out of my room, closing the door as an energy shut off, and sitting in the hallway hugging myself, just crying. Now, as I got older, I was able to handle sleeping in my room a little better. It was in the 4th grade, about 9 years old, when I was able to kind of sleep in there. And on one of the first nights that I slept in there alone in the 4th grade, I fell asleep in my bed but woke up on one of our living room couches, which faced the laundry room. When I awoke, it was about 4 in the morning. It was dark in the living room, only some moonlight coming in from our tall windows which faced our dark backyard. I was laying on my side. My field of vision in front of me included the living room, which flowed into the dining room, and the laundry room as well. Initially, I was incredibly confused why I was on the couch. I didn't feel tired about waking, but I just felt awake, and as my eyes adjusted on the darkness of the laundry room, I realized that I was being watched. I will never forget the face of the entity standing there looking at me with an unwavering, sinister gaze. Again, in my rational brain, I tried to imagine what could have been in the laundry room that could have just looked like some seemingly demonic entity. I couldn't think of anything that was in there that could have caused that illusion. In there was just the washer and the dryer and the cabinets on the wall, really. Nothing else. No clothes or towels, no posters or artwork. Nothing. But I stared into the darkness of the laundry room that, as my eyes further adjusted, seemed to illuminate this creature. More pale white skin, big circular black darkness around the eyes which peered upwards at me from a downward pointed chin, hair that was long, black and stringy. Its pale white fabric skin seemed to disappear vertically into the darkness, and I instantly felt frozen in fear. It wasn't moving, not even an inch. It didn't move a single muscle. I must have been breathing half of what you normally breathe in a minute, as I didn't move, or more that I didn't even need to move. I was hardly blinking, and I definitely wasn't going to go back to sleep. For some, I know that this sounds a lot like sleep paralysis, but I know for a fact that this was not that, because I was 100% not moving on purpose. I was not trying to move, and I couldn't. I was deathly afraid, and would not allow myself to bring any attention my way from this thing. I stared at it until the sun came up, and my parents' alarms started going off to get us ready for school. When the sun rose, I remember how stiffly I moved when I stood up. I kept my body back pressed on the wall next to the couch as I made the corner into my parents' room, never turning my back towards the laundry room in this face. Minutes later, when my parents were up and I needed to get ready for school, I ascended the stairs to my room and I found my bedroom blanket strewn down the stairs vertically, which would symbolize it falling off of my body as I maybe sleptwalked out of bed and down the stairs earlier, leading me to waking up on the couch. I don't remember what ensued following that, though. All I know is that around the same time frame, I had another sleepwalking episode where I wound up on the couch after falling asleep on my bed. This time, when I woke up on the couch, I also had articles of clothing taken off of me that would put places that would not have fallen onto naturally. The places that I found them almost appeared purposeful. Before or after these two sleepwalking events, though, I have never sleptwalked otherwise. I started experiencing other things too. In my room during the day and at night, toys in my closet would start making a sound out of nowhere. I wasn't as scared as I used to be when I was younger, so I was able to handle these happenings and feelings of fear better. It never diminished the dark feeling in the corners, though. But one night, I generally was having a hard time falling asleep, so I laid awake in the quiet of the night, everybody else asleep. I was staring at the little sliver of hallway ceiling that I was able to see from inside of my room, which was slightly illuminated due to a nightlight or something from far away in the bathroom. For hours, the silhouette of a man's side profile was on that ceiling. To compare how it looked, unironically, it looked how people online described the Hat Man. It looked like it had a top hat on, a big brow bone, big nose, and a strong chin. At some point, though, it must have disappeared because I looked back at some stage and it was gone. I could continue on about the energy in my house and all of the little things that happened. My main experience was what happened in that laundry room, though. I have always hesitated to tell people about it too because of the Hollywood-esque nature about the way the entity looked. I get that. I've only ever told a few people, in fact, and even then I feel like they think I'm conjuring up something that I'd seen in Hollywood. As an adult, I've spoken to the same family friends who used to visit when I was a kid about the energy in that house. Our one family friend who is particularly sensitive to energy and was spiritual for the time said that one night she stayed the night with her husband. Side note too, it was often my parents' family friends who would stay the night upstairs. But my parents were not shy partiers or anything, so often our family friends were too drunk to drive home and they'd stay the night. And if needed, my parents would offer my bed. These family friends have always been safe and trusted adults in my life. Shared with strangers here, I know that this could sound a bit strange that my parents just let their drunk friends have my bed. However, this particular family friend was like an aunt to me, and I don't recall being at home this night when she slept in my bed. Anyway, she told me at some stage in my adult life that this night she slept in my bed, which she never had before. She said that she woke up many times in the night to feeling my bed shaking erratically. Not super strong shaking, but enough of an erratic movement that the entire bed frame woke her up many times in the night. Now, as an adult, I don't think too much about all of what I'd experienced. I remember in middle school when I first watched the first Insidious movie, connecting really deeply to that movie. I resonated a lot with Dalton, as he seemed to be the target of what was going on and having these confusing things happen to him. I definitely feel that I experienced more in that house than my sister or my parents ever did. I felt exposed constantly in that house to, well, whatever it was that was there. I live in South Africa and am now 22 years old, but when this took place, I was about maybe 8 to 9, I think. My family and I had gone camping in a popular dam for what was meant to be 2 nights. It was my mother, my older sister, and myself pitched up in a tent. On the first night, sometime pretty late, I had gone out to go for a pee, but on the way back, 2 older men, maybe in their 40s or so, they were sat at a fire and they called me over. I'll admit that I was a pretty brain-dead child at that time who didn't heed the wisdom of stranger danger, and so I obliged. They were busy braaiing and offered me some meat, which I happily accepted. We started chatting about stuff, and in hindsight it was mostly them just giving the usual small talk conversation points, but after a few minutes I remember I started to feel extremely dizzy. It was like the world was spinning, but everything was going in slow motion, if that makes any sense. Now, using drugs quite regularly, I definitely think that I was high under some sort of influence of some sorts. My memory becomes a little fuzzy at that point, but I remember them offering me to take me for a ride in their car to show me something at that point. A little late, I know, but I realized something was up and I started to cry, and I tried making my way back to my tent, but these guys just kept insisting. I must have made a decent amount of noise though, as another camper came up and began asking them what was going on. They told her something about trying to help me back to my family or what have you. My memory is really fuzzy here as well, but she ended up bringing me back to my mum, and they were talking about something outside the tent while I went back to bed. The next day, all I remember was it was a nightmare of nausea, and I pretty much ended our camping early as we went back home after this. As for the 2 men, I never did see them that day, but it's not like I was looking either, so I don't know if they left or not, but truly I was just glad to be going home. When I graduated college, I was about 24 years old. I really wanted to get out on my own and try living alone at that age. I mean, bit of a late bloomer, I know, but luckily for me, my grandma had asked me to move into an assisted living center about a year prior. I had asked my parents if I could live there. They talked it over with my grandma, and she agreed that it would be nice to have someone there after a year of it sitting empty. This was in a kind of up-and-coming area, but still, it had its rough spots for sure. Regardless, I was really excited until, well, I got there to do a walkthrough to see how I was going to set up my things. The house was a shotgun-style sort of home with a cellar that could only be accessed from the outside. While I was walking through the house, I swore that I was hearing noises, though. Finally, I realized that they were coming from the basement, so I called the police and they came out and escorted out 6 people from the cellar. They were apparently squatters that had been living there, and after they left, I went down there to find, well, all kinds of stuff. The cops took all the drugs and anything else illegal, but it looked like someone had spray painted the walls just all over the place. It was just a concrete cellar where the water heater and the HVAC were, so I wouldn't have really cared, except it seemed to be kind of, well, satanic, I guess is the best word. I don't know anything about that stuff, but there was a couple of pentagrams and a chalk circle on the floor. The cops didn't really have anything to say about it. They didn't know either. so I poured some water on the floor to wash away the circle, but the walls I just left as they were. Well, fast forward a few months of me living there. Honestly, I had forgotten all about it. I had started dating my future wife, and she was over a lot. But we were getting ready for bed one night in the bathroom brushing our teeth when a knock came from the back door. I ignored it, but it came again. It was 1 a.m, mind you, and this was my back door as well. I mean, someone had to have come into my backyard by opening the fence gate. So I grabbed my gun and went to the door, keeping it out of view, and some guy was standing there on the porch. I opened the interior wooden door, but kept the outside storm door shut and locked. I asked what he was here for since it was so late, and all he said was, "Is Christina here?" I told him that he had the wrong house, and all he said was, "Oh, so you don't want me to leave?" I told him that he better leave and not come back, and he just sort of stood there, staring at me. I'll admit that I was getting very nervous at this point, and so I shut the door. He walked down the steps and just stood in my backyard, staring at the house. And then he tried to open the cellar doors. I had them padlocked and he gave up eventually, but I opened the back window and told him to get out of here before the cops show up, or he gets shot, or maybe both. But again, he just stared, and then finally he left. I didn't sleep that night. Again, though, a couple of months later, my girlfriend told me that the guy came back, just standing in my backyard staring at the house. This time it was in broad daylight, and I called the cops this time, and he tried the cellar doors again, but left before they showed up. The next day I went down to the cellar to see if maybe there had been something left behind that he was trying to get to, but I genuinely found nothing. It was just a damp, disgusting cellar with a dirt floor, and I have zero idea why he wanted to be in there. I highly doubt the satanic stuff had anything to do with it, but it certainly just made it a whole lot creepier, I guess. I unfortunately had to move out sometime later as I could no longer afford it. We never saw the guy again, but the whole situation was just really, really weird. So about a year ago, I smelled cigarettes in my home. I don't smoke though, never have. The windows were all closed. I walked downstairs and it was the strongest in the living room. I should mention too that it was around 2 a.m. since I'm a bit of a night owl, and I didn't think much about it because it could have been my neighbors at the time. I didn't turn on any lights. I walked into the kitchen and grabbed some cereal. I sat down at the dining room table and I ate my cereal in the dining room. As I scrolled through my phone, I heard a noise in the living room, like somebody moved something heavy across the coffee table. I'm still surprised I didn't wet myself from fear, but I looked up and I saw this silhouette of a tall and bulky man sitting on the couch. I immediately made out the camouflage uniform in the dark, and he looked at me. I looked at him, and we literally just stayed like that for a while. I eventually got up and flipped on the dining room light, which shined into the living room, and he immediately disappeared. I went upstairs feeling like I had actually gone crazy at that moment. Over the course of the next week, same thing. With the strong smell of cigarettes, I'd walk down the stairs and he'd be just there, chilling on the couch in the complete dark. As the next month went on as well, things kept getting weird. Things started moving a literal tiny inch from where they should have been, but only ever in the living room. I never had any experiences with him during broad daylight, until I was in my kitchen doing dishes that afternoon. I had headphones on like usual as I did the dishes, and I suddenly felt someone press right up against my back. And I don't mean like somebody grazed me by accident, I mean that they literally stood right up against my back. Being a female who lives with no men, I literally whipped around so fast that I almost broke my own neck. But there was nothing. The kitchen was empty. Small things like that kept happening at random times. When I was sitting watching some YouTube videos, when I was doing my makeup, even when I was lying in bed. It was nothing severe, just small things, like my hair was moved, feeling like somebody pat my shoulder or the top of my head or something. But the only thing that I could really come up with is that it was him. He had never caused problems exactly. I feel like he could be causing actual chaos and purposely scaring me, but he seems very laid back and almost sweet, I guess. So I bought him an ashtray. Obviously, he can't use it, probably. I don't know how ghosts work, but I bought a vintage one and I put it on the coffee table in front of the couch. And every time that I would pass that table, it's always moved around. If I'm in a different room downstairs, I even hear it slide around the coffee table sometimes. I guess he seems to like it. That's been my normal for the last several months, in fact. I guess I'm here, though, because, well, you see, the last 2 weeks I've really been struggling with depression, and I've noticed when I'm upset, I always get slammed with that smell of cologne. That same cologne every time as well. I brushed it off the first time, but it just keeps happening, and I'm pretty convinced that it's him being nearby. I've never smelled a cologne like it, and I don't own any cologne at all myself, but anyways, I guess I'm sharing this not to ask for explanations, but just to have this somewhere to say it. Because I'm scared if I told somebody else in my real life that they'd probably think that I'm going crazy. This happened when I was about 12 or 13. For important context, I lived in an apartment complex that was 2 sets of rows, each row with 4 apartments. I lived in the apartment closest to the street of one row, and had 2 cousins that lived in the apartment at the very end of the row, in the back. I would hang out with them just about daily. We were very into soccer at the time, and we would walk to the park about 4 or 5 streets away, along with some of the neighborhood kids, and play some soccer there. Now, I say neighborhood kids, but it was a big group of about maybe 15 kids total, and the ages ranged from 10 years old all the way up to 17. One of my 2 cousins was the 17-year-old, which is why my parents allowed me to go without any supervision in the first place. So on this day, like usual, we made our way back to the park. Some of us would walk, some would ride scooters or skateboards. I had my bike that day. We get to the park and we start playing. About halfway through our game, my parents drive by and they call to me from our car. They tell me that they'd be going to the store and to wait at the park for them. Okay, no big deal. I figured that they must want to go somewhere else afterwards, and it's just easier to pick me up from the park than for me to wait back at the house. Of course, this doesn't make sense because it's a 4-street distance, but at the time, to my 12-year-old mind, it was perfectly logical. So we keep playing for about another hour, and then as we get closer to sunset, more and more kids start making their way back to their house. When my cousins wanted to leave, they asked me if I was ready, and I said that my parents told me to wait for them here. So they left and I stayed behind. Eventually, too, it was just me. Honestly, though, that was not really a big deal for me. I'm familiar with the neighborhood, and I have my bike, and the energy of a 12-year-old. So I start riding my bike up and down the street, just sort of killing time. At this point, it hasn't occurred to me that if my parents wanted me to wait for them at the park, they wouldn't want me to wait past sunset. But eventually I get impatient and hungry, but not wanting to get grounded for disobeying my parents, I kept waiting. Except instead of waiting at the park, I crossed the street and was waiting there instead. After a few minutes, a car drove up and stopped next to me. Nothing scary yet because there is a stop sign there, so I don't really pay it much mind. Except when it drove away, I realized that the car looked a bit weird. It was old and boxy, like an 80s car, but what really stood out was that it looked spray-painted grey. What I mean is that it was definitely not real car paint, or done by a professional at least. I don't know if someone who stole a car would be dumb enough to draw that much attention to it, or if the look was intentional, but you could tell that it was just spray painted all over it. Anyway, it drove away and I kept waiting, annoyed now. Then the car comes back from the other side of the street. I noticed it because it was hard to ignore it at that point, but my survival instincts are still not kicking in. Maybe they were lost or just wanted to turn around without doing a U-turn, and since the park is a big square, going around it and coming back is easy enough to do. A few minutes go by, they drive up again and stop at the stop sign again. This time I'm starting to get a bit nervous, so I look at the car. Two men are inside, very scruffy looking, unkempt beards, unkempt hair, dirty faces, stains on their shirts. They look at me. They both smile at the same time. They look at each other, smile even bigger in the creepiest smile that I've ever seen someone do to this day. And then they drove away. Their smile creeped me out so much that I was now on high alert. In particular, I was watching the other side of the park, where they would come from if they went around again like they did the first time. And sure enough, they did. This also means that they were now on the same side of the street as me. So as soon as I saw that car, I jumped on my bike and I rode as fast as I humanly could. I could hear one yelling something, but I honestly don't know what it was. I was too busy riding for my life, and I could hear the car catching up, but I was too scared to even turn around. I somehow made it to my street and ran into the building, but I didn't want them seeing where I lived, since my apartment would have been, well, the one visible from the street for the most part. So I went to the back instead, behind my cousin's apartment, and I hid there. My reasoning was, if they followed me inside the building, they would see me knocking on their door and get me before anyone answered. Worth noting too that, if it wasn't obvious, this was definitely before cell phones. I waited for what felt like a few hours to my 12-year-old brain, but was probably only 20 minutes or so in hindsight, before I got enough courage to make the short walk down the row of apartments to mine, and I tried the door. It was unlocked, so I went inside and my parents were there, sitting on the couch watching TV. They asked me how our game was, completely nonchalantly, and I instantly questioned them and asked them why they didn't pick me up. They both looked confused. They asked me why they would tell me to wait there instead of home when it's a 4-street distance and I had my bike. Once they said that, it did make a whole lot more sense, but to this day I swear that they told me to wait for them there. They even told me that they were going to leave the door unlocked for me in case I got home before they did. In my excitement of the game, I must have just completely misheard them or something. I simply went to my room after that, never telling them about any of it, because as a dumb kid I knew that if I said something that they wouldn't let me play soccer anymore, and that was clearly more important than my physical well-being at that stage. I never did see those guys or that car ever again. I look back on it now and it doesn't matter how fast I was pedaling my bike. I mean, they were in a car. They should have and could have caught up if they wanted to, so I really don't know what their intentions were, if they were just having a laugh at my expense, if they were trying to scare me, or if they actually had something darker in mind. But I do think back on that day now and then, and get chills every time that I realize just how much different my life would be right now if they had actually caught up to me. So I'm 24 and male, and branching out a little bit in my dating practices. I've got a transgender date under my belt, and honestly it went really well. My second, however, made my intuition scream, get out of there. I was out Ubering food late one night, and when I was done I decided to try and hook up while I was in the city, away from my rural home. My attempts on Grindr for a meet were unsuccessful. I wasn't quite ready to give up yet, so I went to Tammy and started swiping. The first swipe of the day was a lucky one as well, or so I thought. At 4 a.m. I get a few messages that go like this: "Come chill, I'm bored, we can go with the flow and get to know each other. Number and home address, McKees Rock, Pittsburgh, PA. I was unnervingly forward, but I thought that I'd take a chance and texted the number. "Hey, are you still up?" I said. "Yeah, come and talk and chill," she said. "Have you had coffee, breakfast yet?" "No," she said. "Okay, would you like to get some?" She said, "I don't know, maybe." "It's gonna be a 30-minute drive, would you like to talk over the phone instead?" She says that she's going to take a shower and after that she will. I get within 10 minutes of the address and I get a text. She says, "I need 15 more minutes, why don't you bring something with you?" That's obviously fine so far, but I didn't get to talk to them and get a sense of who they were, so I take my knife and carry it, appendix style. I circle around the block to scope and find a parking spot, preferably close in case I need to nope the heck out of there. Someone had just parked out on the street in front of the location and they were just sitting in their car, it seemed. I waited out a bit and they just never come out. I then gained the courage to go to the door, mentally prepared for anything to go down. I knock and the door opens. I didn't recognize the person who opened the door, but I told them who I was here to see and they let me in, directing me to the door to my left. The guy then stands between me and the exit and says, "Come on, man, what the heck?" And as if on cue, another man enters the building and they go upstairs. I thought that this was the man who was parked in the spot and never got out as well. There were 3 apartments in said building, hers, the third, to the left as soon as you enter the main door, and then one up some stairs facing the main door. I didn't pay much mind at this point to where the last one was, but I knocked on the 3rd apartment to see my date, and she answers right away. "I still need a few more minutes," she says, and shuts the door. I didn't get much more than a glimpse of her face in the process, but once she shut the door, I was in the hall alone. It was then that I heard 2 to 3 men's voices speaking to each other, almost inaudibly as music dampened this secret conversation. In that moment, my heart suddenly sank to my stomach, and it felt like I had to go before anyone noticed that I'd left. So I walked out and went straight to my car. I drove forward as I watched the man in the street, presumably from that house, walk in my direction to see where I was going. I did a U-turn as there was a no outlet sign, only to find my original path blocked with an idle car. So I quickly took a side street out of there. I pass a few lights and then see the man that never left his car next to me at a red light, looking over at me. I managed to lose him going through some big trucks at the wee hours of the morning as I drove to more familiar territory. And once I was in the clear, I suddenly realized that there was something very off about whatever the heck that was. I don't know what could have happened to me that night, but looking back on it all, I'm really glad that my instincts kicked in while I still had a chance. This experience gave my whole family chills, and quite honestly, we're looking for a rational explanation for it. It happened on last Christmas. My grandparents' house is in the middle of the woods. Our whole family has this yearly get-together kind of thing during Christmas, and we were preparing dinner and my aunt was taking a nap at that time, when she started screaming, twitching, and woke up in a cold sweat. She started mumbling nonsense about seeing visions of mangled toddlers creepily smiling and walking towards her. We thought that she went crazy, until it was about bedtime. My grandfather crawled into his bed to go to sleep when he started suddenly hearing a toddler's voice saying "Mama" over and over again. According to him, the voice started to progress and got louder. And there were no kids in our house, mind you. My grandfather's house is also in the middle of nowhere between the woods, which means that we don't have any neighbors close by either. My cousin, who was scrolling his phone while sitting on the toilet, started to hear the same sound around the same time that my grandfather heard it. The toilet is at the far right of the house, grandfather's room is at the far left, so really there's just no way that both of them could have been hearing the voice from different directions at the same time. My mother and myself were sharing a bed that day, and she woke up to the voice of a toddler giggling and saying, "Mama." Our dog, an 8-month-old lab, was barking and growling crazily that night. It just was really unlike him. That furry dude is friendly with anyone and everything. But the same thing happened to my uncle, father, dad, and grandfather, and all of them woke up to the sounds of a supposedly cursed toddler. The weirdest part being them hearing the sound from different parts of the woods, though. Now, I'm a terrific sleeper, and I was oblivious to the situation until my cousin yeeted me out of my sleep. We all grabbed a bunch of flashlights and searched all around the area, but we didn't find anything. It resulted in a midnight family meeting with my grandmother claiming that it was her deceased son who died as a toddler coming to see her, my uncle claiming that it was the work of a thief, my aunt too saying that it was her deceased baby brother showing his rage as we forgot to light a candle on his grave last year, my grandfather saying that it must have been a wild animal, and so on and so forth. We almost forgot about this experience too, until recently when we visited the house and were awoken by footsteps and some kind of soft murmurs. My aunt and uncle were saying that they kept on hearing something rolling on the roof of the days prior to this experience. I don't believe in your typical ghost, aka the vengeful, white-robed woman with pale skin and black hair looking for revenge or anything. I really hope to just get a rational explanation for this experience, and that's why I'm here. Has anyone had a similar experience before? I would also love for you to share your opinions about what this could have been. And although I do not strongly believe in ghosts as of now, I am willing to learn about their possible existence, and I'm trying to keep an open mind. Also, I don't think that there are any supposedly cursed objects in the house, so I would pretty much rule that out as a possibility. So, if you have any thoughts or any information for me, then please do share. So first of all, I'm not from North America, middle of Europe here actually, so there are no crazy big wild animals and mountain lions who could make weird sounds, or even hillbillies with guns in this story that I experienced during a time at college, but it was definitely still pretty spooky. So when I was in college, I lived directly on campus in one of the dorm buildings, and the campus of my small college was not located in the local city, but a bit sort of outside from it, and surrounded by a lot of agricultural landscape, with endless fields and dirt roads, sparsely some woods between them as well. I really liked it there because you could go for chill walks and runs through the middle of the fields without much disturbance by city life and other people, except for some hunters and some farmers occasionally. But fast forward to one time when me and my two friends went for a walk through the fields, via the dirt paths there, at 11 p.m. on a warm late summer day. We chatted and laughed about silly stuff while making our way further and further away from campus. The only stuff that you saw were the red lights of wind turbines and some small towns in the distance, and here and there a bat flying over our heads. We had no lights on us, and only one had his mobile phone with him. When we were 5 kilometers away from campus, we checked on the maps. We suddenly came to a crossing and wondered where we should go, to make it a loop back to campus without going the same way that we had come from. We decided on a path which went to the right, and that was when things got a bit weird. Bear in mind that we're all pretty tall guys in their early 20s, which is still kind of safe and not easily scareable or anything, but the first thing that I noticed was a shadowy thing moving in the distance down the path that we had started to take. It was barely noticeable, but definitely something was moving there. The others noticed it too, and we joked about some horror movie stuff, but we shrugged it off as some deer that was crossing the path at some point. We continued further into the path and forgot about the shadow. until we saw a high seat perch. They're everywhere for hunters here, near the path. We decided to climb on it, to take a bit of a rest and enjoy the dark landscape. In the distance, you could see the silhouette of some of the small wooded areas, like 100 meters away from our spot. As I was gazing around, my eyes suddenly catch some lights moving through the wooded area. I wiped my eyes, and when I looked again, I saw that it was a person with some kind of a headlamp running through the woods. Like, not jogging, but full-on force sprinting in a parallel direction to our spot. We also checked later on Google Maps that there really was no path through that wooded area. I told the others, and together we followed the light all the way to the right side of the woods, when one of my friends decided that it would be funny to scream in the direction of said person. He screamed something like hello, and the light of the headlamp turned around directly in our direction. After a few seconds, it turned off completely, and we couldn't see the person anymore. And suddenly, this eerie feeling, is the best way that I can describe it, suddenly kicked in for all of us. I don't know why, but the idea of a random person in the middle of nowhere that kind of knows that we were there, but we can't see them anymore, suddenly scared us a bit. We climbed out of the hunting perch and we booked it out the way that we had come from, with a pretty fast walking pace. While on the way back, we kept looking behind us to see if anybody was following us, and I swear that I saw some shadow moving again down the path behind us. It was probably just hallucination because we had an eerie feeling, but I don't know. Back to campus we went, to one of the guys' dorms, downed a beer and talked about what had happened. We just couldn't find a good explanation for why a person would act like that in the woods there. I mean, hunters usually don't sprint full force forward here, especially not alone like that, only if there's like a big group to hunt, but that would be loud with many dogs and all that. And a trail runner at 11 p.m. in a random wooded area with no trails seemed really off also. But who knows? Anyway, we never found out who that was, and in the end we just kept away from that part of the path and all the upcoming walks that we went on. But still, something about those shadows and seeing that person there, it still gives me the creeps. So me and my sister were sitting in the garden at night after we came home from a walk, and I saw a small flash out of the corner of my eye, but I ignored it at first because I wasn't sure if my mind was just playing tricks on me or not. But then she goes, "Hey, did you just see that flash?" I said yes, and we kept talking for a few more minutes, and while I was facing her, I saw another flash out of the corner of my eye. She saw that too, and then we saw a huge star appear. There were no other stars around that night. Then the star disappears and reappears multiple times. After a bunch of times of this, it disappears and then reappears a couple of inches in the sky away. It did this a few times until it had moved halfway across the entire sky, maybe in about 5 seconds. We started freaking out, and I take her phone and try to record it, but the videos weren't that good. I do have them though, and so I have some proof of it. My sister runs inside the house, and she comes outside with my mum and my other sister, and my mum isn't that impressed because she can't see it moving. It just looks like a regular star at first. She eventually goes back inside, and then immediately after we see the shooting light come back. But this time, there were many of them. But they seemed almost high-tech, and they formed formations that didn't seem to make any sense. We call our mother back outside, and this time she can definitely see them. We stand and watch them for at least 10 minutes, and my mother can clearly see them, so she starts praying and my sister is freaking out. My other sister didn't come out again. She didn't believe us because the first time she came out she didn't see anything. My mother and sister start freaking out and they went inside. I wanted to stay and watch though, but I was sort of scared to be alone outside after seeing that. My sister starts texting her friends, but they don't believe her, so she asks me if we can go back outside so she can try and get a good picture of it. So we go outside and We spent like another 10 minutes recording, but all the videos were pretty bad because it was nighttime. This time we stand and watch in silence though. We even saw a few things that looked like small planes maybe, which would disappear after a few seconds. I watched a small light slowly glide across the sky, and then it would disappear and reappear somewhere else. Similar to the first UFOs that we saw, but this one was far more away. It was really weird to watch because I think I was literally witnessing some sort of like teleportation. It's been 4 hours and I'm still trying to process all this. Also, when they disappeared, they'd sort of shrink and blink or shine similarly to in cartoons when characters would throw something into space. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, then do comment below because I'm not sure of the word for it, but that's what it was like. Then we see multiple lights move at the same speed, and they were making a large square formation. Then I make a joke and said, what if it's one big mothership? And that makes my sister freak out and she runs inside. Now my family is really scared and my sister even asked me to stay in her room until our dad came home from work. And look, I don't even know if I've even explained the story properly, but this is the weirdest situation of my life and there's no way that it can be mistaken for anything naturally occurring. That much is clear. A couple of weeks ago too, now that I remembered this, my mum did call my name and shout, "What is that? Look out your window." But by the time that I got into the window, it was gone. I went to ask her what she saw, and she said that it was small and black and flying across the sky at super high speeds. I wasn't really sure what she was talking about, until, obviously, I saw it for myself today. But she saw it during the day. We saw it at night, and she claims that the flying lights that we saw today look like what she saw, but she saw a black thing while we saw lights. I've only shared this story with those closest to me, but every time I go back to it, fear twists my gut and I instantly get goosebumps and tears welling up in my eyes. Before I tell you guys about it, a little bit of background about me first. At the time, I'm 40 years old, married with 2 children, enjoy walking nature in the mountains, and take photos when the weather permits. I'm not religious, but I try to hold on to Cartesian thinking. This evening of August 22, 2017, all the indicators are green to go and take photos of the Milky Way in the mountains. I'm hoping to get some nice shots with fire trees, or trees at least. At 10 PM, I throw my gear in my trunk and head up to a village 30 minutes away. Arriving at Bullet, everything's set up, but the weather decides to play a trick on me and the sky is filled with high-altitude clouds suddenly. It's not the first time that this has happened, and after a look at the satellite animations a little further on, the sky seems more cooperative. I take to the road again, heading for Le Creux Devant, a well-known geological circa in the region where I live. When I arrive near the parking lot that leads to the path to get there, I'm greeted by numerous flashing lights. Police, fire department, ambulance, everyone is there, at the top of the mountain, in the middle of the forest. I'm stopped and questioned about my presence, and I explain why I want to go up there. The police explain that the site is not accessible, and ask me to leave. I'm getting tired and decided to go home empty-handed, but that's for another time. But then, a shiver suddenly runs down my spine. I've been driving through the forest for a few minutes. When I come to a clearing, I was driving slowly for fear of running over nocturnal animals. And there, in my headlights, there's this, well, he's there. At the side of the road, it's there. My eyes are riveted to this thing. I'll only see him for a few seconds in the end, and the time that it takes to overtake the car, but it feels like an eternity. He's tall, very tall, over 2 meters at least. He's also very skinny, sickly skinny, and his skin is white as a full sledge, completely naked as well. He has a little bit of black hair that's sort of tousled on his head. His arms are crossed over his chest, immense fingers dangling from the tips of his hands, and he's covered in what seems like maybe blood everywhere. He follows me with his eyes staring into mine. I'm overcome by primal fear. My whole body is screaming at me to flee, to get away as fast as I can. It's as if my survival instinct is suddenly begging me to get as far away from here as possible. By reflex, I mash the gas pedal and drive at breakneck speed to reach the edge of the lake and leave this forest that oppresses me. I keep looking in the rearview mirror, unaware of the danger I'm exposing myself to by driving at this speed. The tears of fear are streaming down my face, and they're absolutely uncontrollable. Honestly, I'm terrified to my core, like a 5-year-old whose light has gone out in a cellar. When I finally reach the edge of the lake, I pull over to the side of the road and try to regain my composure. Clinging to reality and the rationality that has always built my life like a lifeline, I feel like I'm suddenly going mad. I'm thinking that maybe somebody has had a car accident and was in distress and I didn't stop to help or something. I hate myself for having reacted so badly if that's the case, for having been overwhelmed by unreasonable fear. So I call the police, still breathing hard. I tell them who I am, that I haven't been drinking or taking drugs, and that they'll probably think that I'm crazy, but no, they're benevolent and listen to me all the way. I finally get home and my fear explodes in my belly, this look never leaving me and piercing me again. I tell him what happened to me and I start crying again. 2 hours later, at 3 in the morning, the police, they ring my doorbell. There are 3 of them, and they're obviously taking this very seriously. They ask me for more details about the time and the place. Luckily, I know the place perfectly well and give them the GPS coordinates of what happened. The next day, the crude van, where I was heading, made the headlines in the local papers. Apparently, 2 people had died there in the middle of the night in a microlight accident. With no news from the police after several days, I contacted them and also learned that a carcass had also been found several kilometers away with no one at the wheel, but that I had done the right thing by not stopping. I'm 47 years old now, and I've been back to that place many times, day and night, because it's a place that I really love. I've always found it hard to believe in the supernatural, even though I'm convinced that many things go beyond our understanding of the world and shatter our certainties. But this one thing, this one event, it always has me questioning, well, everything. I went to a wedding of my friend Courtney about 2 days ago, and I still cannot shake my mind over what happened. For context, I grew up in a very religious household and went to a church every Sunday, and Courtney is probably the only person from my old church that I still keep in contact with. The situation started at the reception. Courtney was super excited to see me, and was definitely the only person who felt that way, judging from all the stares from the people at my old church. I sat down at my table and started playing something on my phone when some guy sat next to me. He said that the seating chart said that he was supposed to sit at my table, and introduced himself as the groom's friend, Anthony. He was pretty cute, so I spent a lot of time talking to him and we really hit it off. He didn't seem to judge me for being an atheist and seemed genuinely interested in me. When the dance started, they started playing Brown Eyed Girl and he offered to dance with me. We danced together for most of the night, until he left to go to the bathroom, and a little later I did too. When I came out, I saw that my purse wasn't on the table, which was weird because I swore that I left it on there. I was tired though and thought that I had just left it in my car, so I went into the parking lot and into my car to look for it, and found it on the center console. I still brought it inside, but at that point it was pretty late in the night, so I didn't think too much of it. I danced some more and noticed Anthony was gone. I asked the groom, who said that he had gone home because he wasn't feeling too good. And pretty soon I started feeling pretty sick too myself, so I said bye to Courtney and went to my car. As I put my keys in the ignition, I looked behind me and saw something weird. It looked like something had ducked down from the trunk. I took my keys out and looked back there, and that was when I saw him. Anthony was crouched down in the trunk of my car. I started screaming and ran out with him chasing after me. I went inside and told Courtney, who immediately told her husband, who walked me back to my car where Anthony was nowhere to be seen. Courtney's husband said that he didn't see his car anywhere, so he probably left. I left, and I still feel sick to my stomach thinking about it. He could have easily gone home with me and killed me if I hadn't have looked back. Courtney said that she feels terrible that she invited him and that she had no idea that he would do that. I haven't stepped out of my house since because I'm worried that if I do, that he'll be waiting for me like he was before. The last couple of days have been a bit crazy for me, but unfortunately my address was on my ID, and as I learned now, Anthony took photos of it. Anthony and the groom aren't exactly friends, but they know each other well enough for him to be invited. After the whole fiasco, the groom tried to text Anthony about it, but got no response. Anthony showed up at my job and was lurking around the parking lot before he ran off when he saw security. He left me a note on my windshield that just says, "I'm watching." Security at my job has been notified about him, so hopefully I'm safe there. I was told by other people that went to the wedding that he was introducing himself as my boyfriend, and that he was planning on proposing. I'm currently trying to file a restraining order against him and feel horrified. He lives in my city and knows where I live, so I'm staying at my aunt's house as I speak, and if anything else happens, I'll be sure to let you guys know. So last night was the first night in, well, a long time that I'd been alone overnight, as my boyfriend went to visit his mother for the weekend. I was talking on the phone when suddenly my call seemed to have been hijacked, and a raspy female whisper with a kind of static sound began to speak in words that I didn't understand, and I quickly got the feeling that I needed to end the call, which I did almost immediately. A short time later, I hear a soft tapping, almost like someone lightly packing cigarettes, right outside of my door, and I have no idea what it was. It went on sort of rhythmically for a couple of minutes, then stopped. Obviously, I was pretty spooked by this, but went to sleep a while later without further incident. Then, shortly after I woke up this morning, I heard a male voice, but it didn't sound like a real person. It sounded like an old record. It was very high staticky, and I couldn't understand some things it said, but it did keep repeating like hey and hi right outside of my door. Neither of these occurrences are particularly worrying, but altogether it gives me the creeps. I'm wondering too if anybody else has experienced anything that you can't see but can hear like this, and that instant feeling that whatever it is, you shouldn't acknowledge it, and that it isn't good. My mum's father died when she was around 18, and ever since I can remember, she frequently visited his grave at the cemetery, decorating it, visiting, and so on. When I was too little to be left alone and my dad wasn't home, she would always take me with her too. Ever since I can remember, I have hated that cemetery. Being there always made me anxious, scared, gave me bad vibes, whatever you want to call it. I would always refuse to get out of the car at first until, inevitably, being alone sitting in the car got too scary, so I got out. The grave isn't far from where you'd park your car on the pathway thing, so I could get out and join my mum easily enough. Because of this, there's a tree nearby between the graves and the road. Getting out of the car always made the feeling worse, even if I was with my mother. I couldn't wait to get home. This went on for years too, until a few years ago, when I was around 16, I believe, my mum told me a story that literally made my jaw drop. Now, I hadn't gotten out of the car during that visit, and when she got back in, she said, "You know, you've never liked being here, and ever since the first time me and your dad brought you as a baby, it's always been like that." And then proceeded to tell me a story that made the whole thing make a lot more sense. Apparently, when I was a little baby, Old enough to sit up on my own and such, I think. My mum and dad took me to the cemetery to visit my grandpa's grave. I was sitting in the grass, happy and all. They were keeping an eye on me, but weren't like all eyes on me sort of thing. I was looking up in the aforementioned tree between the graves and the road, and all of a sudden I just started screaming, like I was being actively stabbed or something. I was just completely terrified. My parents scooped me up and checked me over. There's no ants or bugs on me or on the ground where I was, but I kept crying until they left, eyeing the tree. I don't remember what I saw in the tree, obviously, or I would describe it, but whatever it was, it scared me so bad that it must have scarred me or something. After she finished, it made much more sense to me why I never liked that place and was also just so anxious to be there. I just got back from a mini vacation with my wife in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. The cabin was in a populated area, but hidden from the road on top of a hill. My first impression was that it was a little bit eerie, but I brushed it off and assumed that it was just because of the horror movies that I'd recently watched. The energy inside felt a little bit heavy, but nothing that I couldn't handle. I'm very sensitive when it comes to paranormal energies, and I've lived and worked in haunted places all of my life. This cabin was different though. The dark energy was overwhelming, and I didn't sleep until daylight for the 3 nights that we were there. In the end, I had to sit in the living room where I saw shadows and the cord on the wall-mounted phone swing and suddenly start and stop again. There were banging noises and also the sounds of someone walking through the hallways. Also, I could absolutely not take being in the bedroom. It was filled with mirrors. My wife would wake up every morning at around 3 a.m. and be unable to fall back to sleep. The 3rd night, I couldn't take it anymore. The dark feelings almost had me in tears and an anxiety attack. So we left the next evening, taking a loss on our last night booked at the cabin. I just hope that whatever it is, that it didn't follow me home. I bought my house in 2013 and was aware that before we moved in, an elderly lady had lived there for around 4 years before passing away. But we never learned if the woman passed away in the house, but I was not worried about it at the time. This is just for some context, as I'm not actually sure to this day that anyone actually died in the house. Anyway, in June of 2013, one night before we moved the furniture to the new house, my wife and our 2 toddlers were painting and it was getting pretty late. My wife decided that she would take the kids and head to my parents' house for the night. While I was painting alone in the master bedroom, I heard the toilet seat slam down violently in the guest bathroom on the other side of the wall where I was painting. I mustered my courage up and walked around the corner down the hallway, stepped into the bathroom and turned the light on, only to find that the toilet seat was up. The second thing that happened was in December of 2013. I remember this because it was around Christmas time and we had just finished loading up the car to head out to Florida from Texas. I had just gotten into the car that was parked in the garage facing the road. My wife was inside, checking that everything in the house was set for our 2-week trip. Shortly after I had sat down and started the car, my wife sat down next to me and shut the door. And almost immediately after my wife sat down, I swear that I saw a figure of a person walk behind the car in my rearview mirror. I looked at my wife and asked if she saw that, and with a cold look of fear on her face, she muttered, "Yeah." I ended up searching the house for 15 minutes because I was convinced that somebody must have been in there, but in the end I found nothing. The last occurrence that happened was actually in 2016. It was late and I was in the office playing Minecraft on my PC. I fell asleep while playing in my chair with my shirt off and woke up to the touch of a hand on my chest from behind me. While still sort of half asleep, I started to open my eyes and felt nails digging into my skin and sort of yelped. I jumped up and went into the living room and flipped the light on and had 3 claw marks on the left side of my chest. Additionally, My wife had just been given 2 Japanese geisha dolls that were set on the mantel over our fireplace, and I got a really eerie feeling upon looking at them as I walked into the living room and threw them away. So this may have been something else, I'm not too sure. The dolls were bought at an antique shop and were a gift, but still, there was something off about them, and so, in the end, I got rid of them. This happened when I was 16. I was staying with my best friend at an old plantation house in Inverness, Mississippi. It had a very old shack out back on the property. We had been on the Ouija board earlier, and afterwards I set a video camera on the staircase, aiming at the Ouija board. After watching the recording, we noticed orbs coming out and back into the Ouija board. I didn't even know about orbs at the time, but I just thought that it was pretty cool. I didn't realize that we'd actually captured something very interesting. Really, I wish that I still had that tape too. Anyway, later that night at around 3 a.m., my friend's nephew, who was about 3 at that time, came out of his room walking in a sort of daze. We asked him what he was doing, and he didn't answer. So we asked again, but said his name. He sort of looks at us and says, "Eyes are not Nicholas, my name is Samuel. I live out back in the slave house." This was not Nicholas's voice too. I mean, he had never heard anyone speak in that sort of slang before. He then turned around and went back to his room and went to sleep. I asked my friend if Nicholas had ever spoken like that, and he just slowly shook his head. We were both pretty freaked out, but not scared. Nothing ever felt really malevolent or anything. I'm 42 now and starting to realize that my life is on a downward spiral to death. It honestly scares me, and I just want to be with my family and friends again after this life. When I start to doubt myself about it just being nothingness, after I reminded myself about what I experienced that night, I always feel a little bit better. It hasn't been religion or anything like that that makes me believe that there's something after this. Instead, it was that experience that night. I know what I experienced, and I know that someone entered back into our reality for just a couple of minutes then. So they had to be, well, somewhere else. And that is what gives me some comfort when I think about death. So back in 1995, I was 12 at the time, I finally decided to play the Ouija board with my dad. I should preface that my dad used to do a lot of seances and other occult things like tarot. As a result, he had some pretty unsettling encounters that he told me about, which I might share another time. But for now, we go through with this game and we ask the usual questions, and I distinctly remember how unusual the movements of the glass piece felt. It didn't feel like controlled, natural movements. In any case, later that night we started watching TV, and I kept seeing these little green human-shaped figures pop up in the corner of my eye, and when I tried to look directly at them, as usual, nothing was there. This goes on for about 5 minutes, and my dad starts laughing and says, "You see them too, huh?" I thought that he was trying to scare me, and so instead of telling him what exactly I saw, I said, "See what?" He laughs again and says, "Those little green guys." This comment was honestly one of the scariest things that I have ever experienced to this day, and afterwards, I have never touched a Ouija board again. That last piece of this story involves going outside with him so he could smoke, and our black inside-outside cat hissed at us and the house and jumped off the van and ran off down the neighborhood and didn't come back until late the following afternoon. He also knew that something was seriously wrong, obviously. People say that Ouija is fake, but depending on who is using it, their openness and location, I think, it opens areas that shouldn't be opened. It's been almost 30 years, and that moment still sticks with me, and I never ever considered that game ever again. So I'm pretty new here, but this experience pops up in my head every once in a while, and I wanted to share it and see if anybody else has experienced anything else, well, similar. I'm a total skeptic of all things strange, but to this day, this still gives me the chills. A couple of years ago, I was still living at home with my parents. Both of our bedrooms are upstairs. This particular night, my dad was working the night shift, so it was just my mum and I at the house. We hung out together that evening and then went our separate ways for the night. She went to her room and I went to mine. Now, my bed is positioned so that my head is as far away from the door as possible, and my feet are as close to the door as possible, so when I sleep, I'm literally facing the door. At around 2 a.m., I woke up lying flat on my back because I felt like someone was staring at me from my left side. I know that it was around 2 a.m. because after this happened, I checked the clock and this event couldn't have lasted longer than maybe a minute. I looked over, and clear as day, there was my mum standing there. I remember vividly that she had on a white nightgown with a little baby blue coloured flowers on it that she wears all the time, even to this day, and was standing quiet as could be next to me. I laughed kind of startled and I audibly said, "What the heck? You scared the heck out of me. What do you want?" It's entirely important at this point to mention that my mum and I, we're best friends, so we always mess with each other a little bit. It isn't uncommon for us to have late night hangout sessions, so in my sleepy state it was entirely plausible that she had come over to wake me up to go downstairs to get a snack with her or something. But after I said this, there wasn't a peep from her. Absolutely nothing from her. No movement even whatsoever. I said something like, "Come on, what the heck?" thinking that she was going to break and laugh, but nothing. At that point, I started to worry, thinking that something was wrong with her, like maybe she was sick or something terrible had happened to a family member and she wasn't sure how to say it. Again, I said, "Mum, what is it?" As I said that, I used my elbow, the elbow closest to her, to gain leverage to start pulling myself into a sitting position on the bed, and began to twist to face her. One more time I said, "Mum," and as I said that, I reached out to sort of push or touch her on the shoulder to try and get some sort of reaction from her, but my entire body slumped forward over the bed when she just, all of a sudden, disappeared. Completely. Like, absolutely was not there. To say that I almost soiled myself really is an understatement. I got up fast, thinking that I had completely lost it, or she did pull something on me. I threw the light on and darted across the hall into her room, where she was very peacefully asleep with her breathing machine. I woke her up to ask her about it and was met with a lot of confusion and mild annoyance that I disturbed her slumber. I didn't sleep the rest of the night that night, and it was hard to sleep for the next few nights too. So, has anyone else ever had anything like this happen to them? I've reached the point where I can't keep it to myself, and I need someplace semi-anonymous to just get it off my chest so I can move on. So I was a part of a trio of best friends. We would hang out socially pretty regularly. One of our favorite things to do was to girls' night out at the local clubs. We always started at one of our least favorite clubs, but it had one of those inexpensive fishbowl drinks, so we typically began our evening there. And this is where it happened. We had arrived and we're about 30 to 45 minutes into conversation and drinks, and we decided to hit the dance floor. A group of 3 guys were seated near the dance floor and joined us once we were started dancing. I was paired up with the youngest looking one. He looked about 5 or so years younger than myself, but we were having a great time dancing together. We danced and merged back together with the entire group, forming a circle. Directly across from my dance partner and myself was my friend. She was laughing and smiling, dancing and enjoying herself, and then it was like, I don't know, a hologram or shifting picture, like tuning an image. She suddenly stood well over our heads, and the guy that I was dancing with looked about 5'11" or so, and she was clear a head and shoulders over him. Now, this is the part that I have the hardest time saying without ridiculing myself for not having the answer. Please, I have such a hard time saying it even to myself, but she was a reptile, like a standing, scale-covered, muscular, humanish creature with a dinosaur, human-shaped head. My dance partner and I, we both immediately froze. I felt stuck, just sort of staring and willing myself to stop staring. I turned to look at him and the color had drained from his face. I felt so bad for the fear on his face, but without a word to each other, we both stepped backwards, turned, and we fled outside. We kept walking, completely left the club. He didn't say a word and he just walked off. He left his friends there and he was gone. I went back inside because I thought it had to be the lighting, the shadows, or something practical. After all, I know this person. We're friends, best friends at that time. So I'm certainly the one who was crazy and I needed to understand what had just happened. I sat at a table near the dance floor and watched the whole room, the lighting, effects, shadows, my friends dancing, and I just told myself that it had to be an optical illusion. A terrifying one, but it couldn't have been real. I know this person. I'm not prone to fantasy, so I must have been the one to have my vision scrambled enough for my brain to fill in wrong information. It unsettled me so much that I decided not to continue the evening out. I said goodbye to the other friend who was with us and I went home. As soon as I got home, I searched the internet for anyone who had experienced anything remotely similar, and I didn't find anything. At that point, I did try, and have continued to try, to convince myself that it was the room, the lights, the strobe effect, etc., that turned my best friend into a 7-foot-tall reptile person. But I avoided them for a month after that. The next time that I saw them, though, I thought that she would find it pretty amusing that I ghosted everyone because she shapeshifted. She didn't find it amusing, though, and seemed worried about it, asking me what she looked like, etc. Fair enough, I thought. If my lunatic friend said the same thing to me, I would have questions too. I turned it into a bit of a joke and tried to move the conversation away from it. But sometimes I get reminded, and I see it again in my mind, and am still as frightened and confused about it as I was then. We all grew apart after that. But there, I said it now. And who knows, maybe just getting it out of my head will make the memory finally go away. I always had this one stuffed animal growing up. I would carry that stuffed dog everywhere I went. He was my homie and I called him Doggy. I don't remember the specific age that I was, but around that time, my stuffed animals became more of a sleep buddy than something that I brought along with me, but still having a huge attachment to it. Anyways, it was one summer night, and I remember Mum making me go to bed. I would do my routine of brushing teeth, turning on the nightlight, and tucking Doggy in beside me. The nightlight was one of those sweet 2000s rotating fish tank lamps. Anyways, after a while, I'm still awake alone in bed just watching those fish go around and around. At one point, I remember starting to feel scared, like the energy of the room just sort of dramatically shifted. Trying to distract myself by contently studying the fish and count every time the clownfish circles back, it suddenly turns off, and my reaction was to quickly get up and turn it on as fast as I could. I sit up and then instantly get pulled back down. Suddenly, it felt like my body was restrained with a massive weight, unable to move anything. Laying there motionless, I noticed my stuffed animal slowly rise vertically from the bed. I became absolutely mortified as I see him pause halfway up and slowly transcend into the walls. As Doggy was passing inside the wall, it had an almost ripple-like effect to it. I can't fully explain it, but stray visions of like crimson, orange, and metallic. It was all such an intense feeling of sadness and terror, as I thought that I would never see Doggy again. After that, he was legit gone. I got up panicking, trying to search for him and still unsure of what had actually happened. And that night, I ended up crying myself to sleep because of it. In the morning, I ran downstairs to tell my mother, and I saw Doggy on the counter. My mum was angry because she thought that I'd used her razor blades to shave the stuffed animal. Doggy only had small patches of fur left and looked almost completely shaved. More like all the little fur that he had were plucked out almost. I tried to explain what happened, but it was exactly like a movie trope where the parent is completely dismissive of the kid seeing something freaky. She decided at this point that I was too old for it, that I'd crossed a boundary, and hid him away from me. I was devastated again. Now, a few days later, I get this massive pain in my abdomen, and it's actually unbearable. It gets to a point that my mum takes me to a doctor, which was kind of a big deal to go to see a doctor from our family. I end up getting an x-ray, and they find massive clumps of fur in my stomach. I don't remember what the doctor said, but my mum said that they found a bunch of fur in my stomach, and that was what was causing my pain. I was fine, but my mum thought that I was actually binge eating fur off my stuffed animals and took them all away. I felt so wronged for that at the time, and I'm still upset about what happened to Doggy and me getting punished for it. I had to switch rooms and slept with my older brother instead, because I couldn't actually get any sleep without another person in the room at this stage. I tell this story all the time now, and I still can't fully comprehend or express it in words that make any sense. I still do have Doggy around, somewhere in one of my boxes. He is definitely aged a bit and is a bit raggedy, but still looks pretty good for coming back from, well, hell. This is one of my first experiences with the paranormal that I can confidently say was not just a trick of the mind, and it's the only time that I've seen something so clearly. Back when I was in middle school, we had a school trip over one weekend to a camp. The class was split up to have a cabin for the boys and a cabin for the girls. Now, the layout of the girls' cabin was an open main room where you came inside, with 2 bunk beds in the left corner, with a single bed between them, and a closed-off small room in the right corner for the teachers to sleep in. There were then bathrooms to the right, and a long room to the left where there were 2 rows of more bunk beds. The rest of the girls filled up that long room, so my friend group got to use the beds in the open room, with me being in one of the bottom bunks. The first night went as you'd expect to, staying up late, laughing and just messing around, then passing out for the whole night. The second night was a bit different though. We were all asleep by midnight, but I ended up waking up sometime later. I used my flip phone to check the time, and it wasn't long after 2 a.m. I sat up a bit to stretch and turn over in bed, away from the wall, but once I was almost completely turned over into my other side, I froze. I could see someone standing in the middle of the open room. A boy, pale with short blonde hair, wearing a simple t-shirt and shorts, stood in the middle of the girls' cabin, staring at me. The moonlight from the window between the bunk beds gave me a good view of him, and he looked just like any random kid you'd see at a camp, except he had no eyes. There were just black voids where his eyes should have been. Even still, I can only describe it as he was staring at me, and so I just sat there and stared back. I must have stared at him for a good 15 seconds before I started to slowly reach for the small flashlight that I kept next to my phone on the bed. I never looked away from him as I brought the flashlight up and turned it on. The room was suddenly bright and the boy was nowhere to be found. I turned the light back off soon after, not wanting to wake anyone, but I heard my friend on the bunk above me speak up. She simply asked if I had seen him too, and I replied yeah before turning back over to go back to sleep, facing the wall again. It took a while to fall back to sleep after that, but eventually I managed. And at least we were heading back home that day. Have you ever turned around and thought that you saw something, but it turned out to be a tree stump or just some other random object? Well, this would happen to me often as an avid hiker, so I'm definitely used to it. But this time was distinctly different. This was 4 to 5 years ago now, and it just popped back up into my head. I still remember it very vividly, and I know exactly where it took place. This was on the Sulphur Springs Trail in Natural Bridge, Virginia. I've hiked it many times, and this was a typical sunny day. I was turning a corner and had one of those moments where I thought that I saw something. But this still gives me the chills today because this time it was different. I looked to the right because I thought someone snuck up on me and was trying to pass me. Except there wasn't a hiker there. The trail isn't that popular anyway, but instead, I vividly saw someone about 5 feet away, wearing a very old military uniform and holding an old rifle. Instead of seeing it disappear instantly and finding a tree stump in its place, it lingered too, just a fraction of a second longer, and there was no possible object in its place that would have fooled my vision. This was towards the beginning of the hike, which is very easy, so I wasn't tired at all or anything. Everything was well lit, and I never thought about paranormal stuff as it's not really interesting to me, and I don't believe in the supernatural. And this whole thing just blew my mind. I'm still not really sure what to think of it. I've never done any drugs, and I barely touch alcohol, so really, I just have no explanation. Me and my friend group, around the same age as me, all love one thing: sailing. So in the event of a boat race in a lake in Italy, where we all come from, we decided to participate enthusiastically. Since it was a lake hosting the race, there was a lot of green and campings nearby, and my friend suggested that we spend the night, that we would have to sleep there anyway in one of the campings. So we brought our tents and sleeping mats, and we found the perfect spot eventually, kind of isolated and with a beautiful view of the lake. There was one small issue though. The camping was more like an open space in a little forest, so we were surrounded by trees, with the only way to get out and in a narrow dirt road. We parked the camper there, and us teens prepared for the sleep outside while the adults slept in the camper. We had a ton of fun as well, joking, starting a fire, all the things that you do on a camping trip. When it was time to sleep, we all went into our tents and sort of drifted off into our dreams. Well, I hoped so for my friends, but not for me. I just couldn't sleep that night, probably because of the uncountable number of cokes that I downed just a few hours prior. As I stared at the tent ceiling, though, I started to have this gut feeling that we weren't alone in there, that there was something, or even worse, someone there with us. I tried not to think too much of it, and I tried to get to sleep, until I heard a loud sound of a tree branch breaking, and I wasn't the only one who heard it too, as my friend, who was in the tent with me, suddenly woke up and whispered, "What was that?" I simply told him that it was probably an animal wandering around and broke a tree branch on the ground, as that often occurs in forests like this. As I was explaining this, though, my friend signed for me to shut up and listen. It was then that we both heard footsteps. That's what ran through my mind as soon as I heard leaves and branches moving on the ground. And what happened next, though, was scary. We were suddenly woken up by the camper's anti-theft alarm going off. We all peeked out of our tents just to see a silhouette of a man running away in the woods and a crowbar near the camper's front right door. Thankfully, the alarm went off and scared the thief, because if that didn't happen, most likely all of our belongings that were inside the camper would have been stolen. Or, who knows, maybe something much worse. This is one of those memories from probably 23 or 24 years ago that I genuinely hate myself for not being able to remember all of the details. But I thought that I'd share what I can remember, and it'll be a little bit shorter because of that. I'm almost positive I was driving on the road where my friend's family had land that we would go camping at when this happened, and that it was either him or another friend of ours in the car with me. I thought that it was this other friend of mine, and I asked him about it, but he doesn't remember it, so he doesn't think that it was him. I truly wish that I could remember who it was with so that I could confirm this stuff and maybe get some more details. Anyway, it was late at night on a very rural and wooded road. Not a gravel road, but a narrow, older asphalt road. As we're driving 40 miles per hour or so, I noticed that there was an object on the road up ahead, and as I got closer I could see that it was glowing. I started to slow down, and once we were about 20 yards away I stopped. We approached the object, and it was a small rectangular lantern with a lit candle inside in the middle of the road. There were no cars around, and I'm not even sure that there were any houses or cabins or anything in the immediate area. I'm pretty sure both of us got the same sinking feeling at the exact same time, and simultaneously said, "Let's get out of here." We jumped back in the car and we floored it out of there. I watched the mirror, and my buddy was looking back, but we didn't see anything. We were both just like, what the heck was that? I mean, it's for sure in a very, very rural wooded area with very few houses around, like maybe one or two houses every couple of miles or so. And in that spot there was, well, nothing but woods on both sides of the road. Was it just a prank? But who and why? And in such a secluded area? Him and I both felt like it was a trap of some sort, but for what? Who knows, I guess, but we definitely were not hanging around to find out, and I'm glad that we left immediately instead of lingering any longer. My question for all of you guys, though, is, has anyone else come across something like this before? And if you have, what was it all about? So I was at a building, a doctor's office, sitting outside in the smoking section. It's the perfect spot to see inside the building, as all doors and windows are very clear. You can completely see through to the other side of the building, in fact. So, in this way, it's very easy to see people coming and going from either side of the building. While outside smoking, I happened to look up as I saw a lady leaving. I never saw her full face, and because of that, this is why I keep telling myself that it was just someone who looked similar. But from what I saw, she looked exactly like me, though. The difference was that her hair was longer, which ironically looks just like mine, except I recently cut it. She also had a sweater that I've never seen anyone own nor wear. I wasn't wearing it that day, but it was mine. And that lady who looked like me, she was wearing the exact same sweater. I even remember contemplating wearing it that very day. I was honestly so caught off guard that I sat in a state of shock for several seconds, maybe even a good minute, trying to tell myself to get up and go to the other side and see who this lady was, or meet her or something. But I had the funniest feeling that even if I ran with all my might, she would be gone by the time that I turned the corner outside. I kept my eyes locked for several more minutes. She was already gone, though, walking towards the parking lot area. I stared, waiting to see a car drive by the parking lot on the other side. I guess it was my way of confirming to myself that it was just another person, nothing really weird. Maybe someone just going on a lunch break, I sat though for a half an hour watching, and I never saw her, never saw a vehicle drive by that could have been her. Nothing. Now, I wasn't going to share this, but after last night, it's gotten me more paranoid. My husband and I had our date night, kids with his parents for the night, and we were just drinking and watching One Piece on Netflix at home. And at some point in my drunk state, I went to take the dogs outside to the bathroom. I waited until they came in. Dogs ran into the living room with the hubby, and I decided to lay down in the laundry room on the floor. What's weird though is when I came back, my husband swore that I went to the bathroom and came from that direction. I started giggling, thinking that he was pulling my leg or something, and I said, no, I just brought the dogs in. I was laying down in the laundry room for a few minutes. We both end up going through our camera footage as we have cams in and outside of the home. And there is video of me going and coming from the bathroom area, but it didn't capture me going to the laundry room. And there was an extra recording of nothing, which I said was when I was on the floor. Unfortunately, you don't see or hear me there, but my husband said that I was in the room with him, and I said that that was the time that I was in the laundry room. We even see where the dogs were coming in from, and it freaked us out. We kept trying to figure out the time frame of everything, thinking that maybe I drank more than I thought, and I'm just getting my time mixed up. We got tired though, as it was late, trying to figure it out, and in the end we just headed to bed. As we did, both of our dogs went off barking in the living room and near the front door. And really, the only time that they do this is if someone is walking up or on the property. My pet is very good at knowing someone coming up into the land before they even get to the driveway. So naturally I run to the door, and my husband runs behind me to the door, and we go out to the porch, and well, there's just nothing there. It was freaky though, because she really never barks unless there was actually somebody there, or trying to talk to you. We actually caught someone trying to jump our fence once, thanks to her in fact. My husband caught them as they were walking towards it because of her notifying us. Anyway, we ended up locking everything up and we went to bed, only for it to happen again. Just as we lied in bed, both dogs go off and run to the front door. This time my husband gets his gun and goes walking outside with the dogs. One was just searching and sniffing, and our pit kept standing still by the door, as if guarding it and giving gruffs under her breath, almost as if she was saying, "I know you're out there." She kept looking for someone or something, but she never took off. In the end, we found nothing, neither did the dogs. My hubby chalked it up to being random animals and her just having really good hearing. But me, I'm getting paranoid. I guess I'm hoping people will tell me that I'm making a mountain out of a molehill here, but I don't know. Something tells me that I'm not. So my girlfriend and I arrive at a remote stretch of forest around dusk. We saw two strange-looking men sitting on some rocks, but didn't think much about it. We drove 2 to 3 miles further into the forest, and eventually we set up camp. 30 to 45 minutes later, it was dark at this point, one of the two guys walked up to our camp and yelled, "Hello." I responded, and he asked to walk through our camp. I asked him why, and he said that he needed to reach the other side of the creek. He walked around our car, and once he saw my girlfriend, stopped and asked some strange questions. Eventually, he crossed the creek, walked into some bushes, and turned off his light. I stood at the bank of the creek, watching him, and he just stared back at me for around 5 minutes. He eventually walked away, and it was then that we threw everything in the car and we just left. Also, there was nothing on the other side of the creek that he crossed, No campsite, no trails, nothing. And so it was really weird behavior. I didn't think much about it until he turned off his light and stood in the bushes. And also, something that always plagues my mind is, where was the second guy? There were no other campers at this stretch of forest, and we didn't see any vehicles. We were at the very last campsite on the road, and really there was nothing beyond us. So my brothers and I were 8, 7, and 4 when this happened, and as such, my youngest brother, who was 4 years old at the time, really has no recollection of this day. I was 8 though, and I remember most of what happened because I know that we scared my nan, pop, uncles, and parents more than I'd ever seen them scared before or since. But you might be asking where the paranormal comes into this. Well, you see, my brother, who was 7 at the time, agrees with me that we weren't gone for more than an hour. We couldn't have been. Not to mention that we swear that our nan looked straight at us and even waved to us, but she swore up until her death that she never saw us that day. First things first though, there's some needed background here. 4 times a year, we spend time as a family in a cabin that we own that we call the castle. The castle sits at a man-made dam named Wyangala in New South Wales, Australia. My brothers and I, we always had the same rules to follow growing up. We couldn't go past the valley at the bottom of the castle or past the hills that the castle sat between. The day that this happened, well, we broke those rules. On this trip, we had our nan and pop, mum and dad, and 2 of our uncles. So, 5 a.m. on the day in question, my brothers and I were up, dressed and playing Bob the Builder cones and ladders. Nan was complaining about us waking her up and told us to go and play, but to be back for breakfast at 7:30. Keep in mind, this was in 2004 in the middle of nowhere, Australia. The biggest danger to us were the kangaroos or maybe the snakes and spiders. Being the big sister, my job was to watch my little brothers and to make sure that we followed the rules. But for some reason this day, we thought that it would be cool to walk past the valley and up the hill on the other side to stand up the top and watch the sun come up over the water of the dam. I confidently decided that we could watch the sun come up and be back in time for breakfast, and if we stayed on the road that went over the valley, then we could be seen from the castle at all times if someone was to look for us. So we set off on our little journey. After this, I really have no idea what happened. Be it a glitch in the Matrix or a time slip or something else, who knows. Either way, we made it to the top of the hill, the sun was coming up and everything was great. We were up there no more than 10 minutes and, according to the wristwatch that I had, it was about 6 in the morning. So we set off back down the hill, we reached the valley, we stopped to look into it for about a minute. We can see the bottom clear as day and decided, as most young kids would, to adventure down the valley and back up the other side. We have an hour and a half to kill and surely it wouldn't take that long, so off we went. We sort of had to zigzag back and forth to avoid thorn bushes, loose rocks and spinifex, a spiky and painful grass here, but tried to stay as straight as possible. When we reached the bottom of the valley, I again checked the time and it was roughly 6:15. We looked up the other side and, to our surprise, our nan was standing on the edge of the valley. She waved down at us. We thought that we were going to get yelled at, but she just sort of smiled and walked away. We thought that we were in the clear. We started on our way back up, doing much the same as before. We were laughing and talking about whatever kids talk about when we finally made it up out of the valley. Just as we walked out onto the road, Nan came screaming at us from the castle. She was demanding to know where we had been. I looked at my brothers and back at her before pointing at the valley, too scared to speak. Nan pulled us all into a hug and started crying. She started yelling at us that we needed to get into the car so that we could go find our pop, parents, and uncles. Apparently, they were all out searching for us. We didn't say anything and just followed her, and it wasn't until we were all seated in the car that I spotted the time on the dash. Apparently, it was now
7 p.m. And rather than the sun rising, it was setting. I looked down at my watch and, sure enough, it showed the same time. I remember showing it to my 7-year-old brother, who was just as confused as I was. February last year, our Nan passed rather unexpectedly, and at her funeral my dad asked if we remember the day that we disappeared. He even joked about if it was him and our uncle that he'd bet his last dollar that she wouldn't have cared, but because we were her precious grandkids, she was beyond terrified. My youngest brother had no clue what we were talking about, but my other brother and I, we remembered. We told our dad what had happened from our point of view. He told us that no one, not even Nan, had seen us that day. He told us that Nan never left the castle for fear that we'd come back and no one would be there. He then filled us in on their side of the story, which we didn't know up until this point. So apparently, Mum had gotten up at around 6:30 when she realized that my brothers and I were being too quiet. She looked around the castle and, in our little hideout, she even apparently called out to us with no answer. She then woke everyone up to help her search. Mum then went to the ranger station to get their help searching, while Dad started walking the hills, and Pop took the 4-wheel drive tracks. My uncles offered to check the other cabins, the caravan park and the boat shed. In reality, they went to fish and chip in the caravan park and then to the next town over to get some ice cream and beer. They've since stated that they knew that we would turn up, so they weren't too worried. Nan stayed at the castle though, and Mum and Dad both swear that they looked in the valley and they never saw us. Since last year too, my brothers have been to investigate the valley, and even Dad went, and they had a good look, and none of them could figure out how that we could have been hidden from sight there. And even by some chance, if we were hidden from sight, we definitely would have been heard. Our youngest brother said that even when our other brother was down in the valley, that he could hear him clear as day talking. Even if we did end up out of sight somehow and out of hearing range, there was no way that it could have taken us all day to walk back up the other side of the valley. We've walked it plenty of times since, and it's only taken us about 30 minutes at most to do it. And obviously, the creepiest thing about this whole thing is, well, who did we see if it wasn't Nan? Because it sure as heck looked exactly like her. This happened in 2013 when I was around 12. My mum moved me and my siblings in with my grandparents because we didn't have enough money for rent at the time, and she needed to save. It wasn't really a big deal though. They had plenty of room, and I got to spend a lot of time jewelry making with my grandma, which in my little eyes at the time was such a win that I didn't even realize that we were that poor. It was our little pastime after school, and one of my favorite parts was the trips that we would take to Michael's to get beads and materials occasionally. Michael's, for those who are unfamiliar, is a craft store similar to Hobby Lobby, and walking around in it is a little girl's dream when it comes to DIY stuff. And one day, in the late fall, we realized that we had run out of wire for a bracelet that I was making for my mum, so we headed to our local Michael's to get some more. This particular day was in winter, so it had already begun to get dark by 5 p.m. My grandma, having vision problems and a bad hip, entrusted little me to run in and grab the wire and pay for it, as we had done so many times together before. I was stubbornly independent, so she wasn't very worried about me. She parked right in the handicap spot in front of the store. The sun setting and the light from the big storefront windows illuminated her car behind me as I walked inside. Now, as I was standing by the display at the front, entranced by some Christmas decor or something, a man walked in through the sliding doors. I noticed him immediately. It was hard not to. He was tall. I think anyway. I mean, it's possible that I was just really short at the time. But maybe in his mid-30s with dark hair and wearing all black from head to toe. His clothes were a bit dirty, and I distinctly remember a big red D1 logo on his hoodie. He had his hand shoved into his pockets and walked briskly into the store, almost frantically in fact. I just sort of stood there and watched him. He made eye contact with me for a bit too long and then continued deeper into the store. I was immediately weirded out, but thought nothing else of it and went off to find that wire that I was looking for. I found my spool of wire, but getting distracted in the toy section was where I really messed up. That's when I noticed him start to follow me around. Aisle to aisle, I would be browsing and he would just appear at the other end, fake looking at stuff. He was muttering to himself constantly. You know when somebody sort of says something out loud expecting a response, but they aren't really directly looking at you? It was like that. As a kid, you don't really realize what's happening immediately, so I just awkwardly walked away from him each time, pretending not to notice him. In my little brain, I reasoned that he wasn't really following me and walked all the way across the store to the wedding aisle to look at some stuff that I had seen when I first walked in. I figured that there'd be no way that he would follow me there, but sure enough, while looking at the invitation cards, I get a spine-chilling feeling. I turn around and he is there, right behind me, back to me, doing something, messing with something in his pants too, doing something really vile to himself, I remember. I had never seen anything like that at that age, and the sunken eyes he looked at me with still haunt me to this day. It took me a minute to process what I had just seen, but once I did, I immediately booked it out of the store as fast as I could. Jumping into my grandma's car, she seemed startled by my sudden appearance and asked what I got. I tried to explain what had just happened when I saw him appear in the sliding door in front of us, and the dread that I felt in that moment was indescribable. He approached our car, obviously recognizing that I was with my grandma, and knocked on her window. I hadn't been able to explain myself in time before she cracked the window and asked him if everything was okay. The man gestured to me with that same crazy stare and said something along the lines of, "She's a thief, she stole from there." I was mortified. He was trying to make her suspect of me, on top of everything else that he had just put me through. Thankfully, my grandma got the same vibes I did because she politely told him to back away and rolled the window up while locking the door. He suddenly yanked at the door handle, then swung both his arms up and started banging down hard on the car's roof, causing us both to jump and me to start crying. My grandma slammed on the reverse and peeled out of there, and honestly, I've never seen her drive so quickly. I really don't remember much after that, just crying and holding a $17 spool of wire in my hands that I obviously hadn't paid for. We called the police as soon as we got home, and luckily they immediately took it very seriously and requested the videotapes from the Michaels. A few weeks later, and my grandma told me that they had actually found him. They mostly left me out of the investigation, besides taking my statement as to not traumatize me further, I guess. She got the dent in her car fixed, and really, that was that. It wasn't until a few years later that my mum finally told me what had happened to him. It turns out that he already had one battery charge and 2 sexual assaults on his record, one even being from a minor relative of his, like his niece or something. He had just gotten off work from the gas station across the street when he must have seen me walk into Michael's alone. I really don't know what would have happened if my grandma hadn't have locked her door when she did, or even if she had been in there with me, vulnerable to that man as well. So I dated this man for about 2.5 years and, well, he nearly killed me. Very physically abusive, emotionally, sexually, all of it. The last time that he hurt me was because I told him that I was moving and I was going to have a roommate. He didn't like that. He strangled me twice and punched me in the face. I escaped and called the cops, and he got arrested a few days later, thankfully. Until then, though, he was coaching me on how I needed to go back to law enforcement and state that I hit myself and he didn't really strangle me, that I stopped taking my psychiatric medication and was just having a psychotic break that night. At the first hearing, I recanted and told the judge all the lies my ex had told me to. The judge believed me, and he was set to get released from jail, but he was still under state county hold or something like that. Before he was supposed to get released, I went back to law enforcement after gaining some clarity and told them the truth again, in which another hearing was scheduled. Undoubtedly, my ex was notified the reason why another hearing was being scheduled. Now, he was a gang member. Obviously, I will not be saying which one, but it wasn't a good one. And as previously mentioned, by now I had moved into my new house with my roommate. But before he got arrested, he asked me where I was moving, and I told him which street corner the house was on. Very stupidly, I know. Well, my roommate's boyfriend at the time was affiliated as well. We were with some real winners at the time, right? And he was apparently notified that my house had been marked by the gang my ex belonged to, and that, in the end, proved true. One morning at around 6, my roommate and her boyfriend were sitting in the driveway in her car with the lights off. I was inside the house asleep, and a car then pulled up in front of my house, blocking the driveway, preventing my roommate from pulling her car out. We're still unsure whether or not these people initially knew that there were people sitting in my roommate's car or not. The mystery car, though, sat blocking the driveway for a few minutes before a man got out of the passenger seat and began walking directly up the driveway to my porch. Luckily, my roommate's boyfriend had a gun on him, and once he saw the man walking towards the front door, he got out of my roommate's car and flashed his gun at the man. The man saw it and ran back to the car, which then sped off. Maybe a few weeks later, I had driven to the gas station a few streets over after the sun had gone down. I was getting a vape or something when I was walking back to my car out of the gas station, and a man in the same car that was in front of my house pulled up next to me and started yelling something. I couldn't tell what he was saying before I just yelled back, "Shut up and leave me alone," thinking at the time that I was just randomly being catcalled. I got in my car and went to pull out of the gas station, noticing his car was sitting in front of the exit that I was going to take and he wasn't moving. So I went out of a different exit and turned back onto the street that my house was on. I looked behind me and saw him following me. He waited for me to leave before he pulled out behind me and followed me. At this, I started going down different streets and he kept tailing. Eventually, I freaked out and I sped up real fast and made a quick impulsive turn that threw him off my track. But that day, I didn't go home. Another day, though, I came home from work and saw that the window in our dining room that looks out to the backyard, the only window on the first story that doesn't have iron bars guarding it from the inside, it had been tampered with from the outside. It had a screen secured to it so that the window may be opened, and the screen had been ripped off. We reattached it and tried to rip it off ourselves, and it was really hard to do that. My roommate's boyfriend was able to, but we definitely were not strong enough. It would have taken a lot of effort to get that screen off in the end. The last instance that took place, my roommate's boyfriend and his friend had left our house to go on a walk. When they came back, as they were walking back up to my house, they saw two men peeking through the other dining room window trying to see inside. They noticed my roommate's boyfriend as he started yelling at them, asking what the heck they were doing, and they just scurried away. Me and my ex's final hearing happened a few months ago, and I've gotten him locked up until 2036. I think that maybe his fellow gangbangers have realized that a man locked up for the next 12 years is not worth risking their freedom over anymore, and so I have since seemingly been left alone. So I grew up in a small town in the Midwest, where my family lived close and everyone, at the very least, knows their neighbors pretty well. On our block, my grandparents lived on the corner closest to us. On the opposite side of my grandparents' house, we had an elderly neighbor with her house facing the smaller cross street. So, between the three houses, all of our backyards connected, but part of our backyard was fenced off because we had a pool. So to get from my house to the elderly neighbor's house, we would have to walk out our back door and cross into my grandparents' yard, then turn left, walking the outside of the fence, through a wooden garden arch into the neighbor's backyard. Now, the elderly neighbor was my best friend when I was little. She was widowed before we ever met and lived alone. She did have adult children, but I never saw them until after she passed. We would garden together all the time, in fact. We did craft projects together. My favorite, though, is when we would sit on her couch together and she would have me read comics from the newspaper to her. It drives my mum nuts, but I give this neighbor a lot of credit for my ability to read and write, well before I ever started school. While I haven't technically started the story yet, I just wanted to set the scene so that you get a glimpse into what this all looked like. This was a very peaceful town. The people around us loved us and knew us well. There was never any disturbing events prior to what follows. I had spent years in and around these 3 houses and beyond, and never encountered anything negative. And this started as a single event when I was about 12 years old. So, it was an early afternoon in the middle of summer. My mum and I were in our kitchen sitting at the table. She was looking at a magazine and I was reading a book. Our back door was off the kitchen. She was sitting with her back to it and I was facing the window across the table that shared the exterior wall with the back door. It was a really hot day too, and we never had AC, so we were enjoying the breeze from the window. My older brother, about 14 at this time, had been outside mowing the elderly neighbor's backyard. The back door opened and I looked up to see him coming inside. At first I assumed he was just sweating, but quickly realized that he was actually in tears. He wasn't sobbing, but was whimpering, like people do if they're exhausted or defeated. He was extremely pale and just stood there inside the doorway. My mum had turned toward him as I was still studying him, trying to process his state of emotion. He was just staring at us both, though, looking up the couple of steps to the kitchen, wide-eyed and shaking. My mum obviously asked what's wrong as she quickly got up, moving to him. She immediately wrapped her arms around him and the sobbing started. Then his words came spilling out of him, not incoherent, but so rapidly and hysterically that it was pretty startling. I don't remember everything he relayed verbatim, but he started rambling about hearing voices, moving shadows, footsteps around him, and no one visibly there. My mum then lifted this 14-year-old, gave me a glance, and carried him, sobbing, to the living room. I honestly don't know how their conversation ever ended. I'm pretty sure at this point that she thought that he was suffering from some kind of heat stroke. I was shaken by my brother's distress, but also intrigued by what he had been saying. I was 12, it was summer, it was daylight, nothing was going to scare me. So I walked right out the back door, took the short brick path into my grandparents' yard, turned left, and walked the fence line towards the garden arch. The second that I passed under the arch into the elderly neighbor's yard, I felt instantly nauseous. It was intense, in fact. The best way that I can describe it is the sort of painful nausea that follows a heavy blow to the abdomen, minus the actual impact. I doubled over, holding my stomach. I immediately noticed the air was heavier and increasing in density, and felt very, electrified almost. It was a lot like standing inside of television static, like every atom was charged and visible to the point that you could see them move as you moved through them. I started to hear footsteps, initially soft thumps on the ground. I could feel them too. This was accompanied by a faint and very cliché sort of maniacal laugh that seemed to be coming from the treetops, like a single voice but from every tree or in the atmosphere itself. Then I kept catching glimpses of shadows that started in my peripheral vision but remained present till I focused on them before disappearing. They didn't have any discernible shape or consistent size, well, yet at least. Still clutching my stomach, I stood up slightly. The footsteps were getting heavier and heavier with every second, to the point that if I were to see a group of giants running circles around me, I wouldn't have been surprised. The laughter kept getting louder until it peaked at more of a sort of shrieking, mocking sound. The shadows were the same,
The air was the same. The trees, though, they started shaking. Mind you, there was no wind this day. These were giant oaks as well, some of them almost 5 feet in diameter, and they were shaking like rattlesnake tails from trunk to the very top. As you can imagine, my head was spinning. My senses were all going crazy. I was well beyond terrified and forced myself to ignore the pain, stand up full, and run. I turned and ran back through the arch parallel with the fence and caught more shadow movement near it. I turned to look and saw what seemed to be 4 tall figures, like shadows that were cast into nothing, completely black, no transparency. They had no detailed features within the blackness, but the edges of them seemed like the outline of 7 to 8 feet tall, cloaked bipedal figures. I couldn't see any faces, but I could still tell that they were looking at me. They sort of floated along the ground too, which was the oddest thing to me at the time, moving with me, but were about 20 feet away. Then, one after another, they disappeared into nothing, behind nothing. Well, I frantically made my way back to the house, threw the door open, ran inside to see my mum back in the kitchen. I immediately started telling her everything. She gestured for me to calm and quiet down. I lowered my voice and finished sharing my experience. She asked me not to say anything to my brother because he was also very shaken and would be very upset to hear more about it. He was always the most sensitive out of us all as well. But after that was about it for that day. Within the next year or two, we had moved to a smaller town and a new house, unrelated to these events, mind you. My brother never had any other experiences. My other 2 brothers never experienced anything, and neither did my parents. Those years and beyond up until age 17 for me, though, were very different. I started experiencing this static atmosphere and moving shadow events on a regular basis, starting less frequent and increasing to almost weekly occurrences at a minimum. These events would happen randomly at any time of the day. I was alone or even sometimes in company. No one else ever seemed to notice it, though. They became so common that it mostly stopped being frightening, in fact. There was always a sense of unease, though, I guess. Like when you get the sense that someone you just met is probably not a good person. Except, in this case, the creepy or bad person is actually 10 or more amorphous shadows that move in and out of existence at random, and their presence means that you can feel every molecule around you. Then, it even got to the point where I could make them appear. I know it probably sounds stupid, like why the heck would I even want to do that? Honestly, I didn't want to, but my curiosity compelled me to try it one day. I can no longer do it anymore, nor have any interest, but in an attempt to describe the process, basically I would focus my mind's eye into a mental tunnel vision type state, like I was forcing my brain to stare through an opening in my forehead. This would switch on the atmosphere effect, and the shadows would soon follow. Once that became easy, the event stopped being spontaneous. On occasion, I would see if I could still do it. That would satisfy my curiosity, and I'd leave it alone for a while. Honestly, too, as I share this, I realize I have no idea of how these events concluded every time. I assume that it was constrained to my surroundings in the moment, and just walking away was sufficient. But then one night, whatever these things were, they forced their way back in, and it was also the night that it all ended. At the new house, we had a lot of property and outbuildings. One of those became a sort of playroom for my brothers, myself, and whoever we were hanging out with. We could be as loud as we wanted out there, and be loud as late as we wanted to, because it was far enough from the house that we wouldn't disturb anyone. I had picked up playing a guitar a few years prior, and would spend a lot of time down in that building since I could be as loud as I wanted. I had just gotten a new amplifier, so I was excited to use it as much as I could. It was late evening, early morning, and I had been playing for hours at this point. I noticed that the volume knob on my amp seemed loose and kept sort of slowly turning lower gradually. This annoyed me, so I cranked the amp all the way up and started playing as fast as I could, just watching the knob, when suddenly it twisted straight to 0 right in front of me. The moment my amp went silent, the air just exploded with the previously mentioned electricity, more intense than I had ever experienced. Since I had been leaning forward watching the amp, I wasn't focused on the room around me, and as I sat up, I realized that it was teeming with these creature things, these shadows. I was alone in a room with easily over 50 of them at that point. They seemed to almost ignore me mostly, but not as if unaware. More like I was just old news, I guess. The way these things moved was always gliding, though. They would disappear in a way that was like an object rapidly melting but out of existence instead of leaving a puddle. Then they would reappear somewhere else. In any case, I felt frozen in my chair until I saw a larger movement from my left side. I turned and saw one of them on the wall, clearly defined in form as a giant spider. This thing was about the size of a crib mattress. Again, internally formless, but I was able to discern some movements. I know that spider anatomy doesn't work this way, but I also don't believe for 1 second that this was actually a spider, wherever it was from. This was just a chosen form, I think. So I could tell that the carapace or head was slowly rotating toward me by the way of the edges of it moved. It appeared to eyelessly catch my presence, and it suddenly dropped from the wall to the floor behind a stack of boxes. I didn't know what its intentions were, so I leapt out of the chair and ran out of there as fast as I could. Running up the hill to the house for the first time, I could feel the accompanying unsettling darkness pursuing me. It was closing in physically and also in my head. I got inside and ran to my bedroom, dove face first into my bed, burying my face into a pillow, and I pulled my blanket over me. I could feel darkness invading the space around me, enveloping everything. I had prayed many times before in my life, but never like this. I really didn't know what else to do, so I just started praying as hard as I could. The only thing that I was praying was, please make this stop. I don't want this anymore, over and over again. And in a dark house with my face in a pillow, I suddenly just had the sensation of light coming through my eyelids. This itself was startling, so I sat up and looked for a source, but there was nothing. But I remembered and felt darkness again, so I went back to my original position in prayer. Light came again. Again I looked up, and again I saw nothing, but could feel the dark presence returning. Realizing that it could only be returning if it had been receding, I went straight back to prayer, and I didn't stop. The light returned and started to build in intensity. It got to the point that it should have been blinding, but for some reason it wasn't. I was also overwhelmed with a sense of warmth. I hate being warm at the best of times, but this was the most comforted that I've ever felt. As the light reached its brightest point, there was also what sounded like a soft roar that came with it, and then it just went out. Everything was dark again, but there was no foreboding darkness anymore. There was no fear, just calm. I remember sitting in my room after that, just sort of looking around and not knowing what to do. Eventually I got up and I think I went to the bathroom, and after that, it just never came back. So yeah, that's pretty much everything, and I've never really told this to pretty much anyone before, but it feels good to finally get it off my chest. One of my mum's friends rented an apartment, but she was away at college, so she allowed my mum and another one of her friends to live there while she was gone. My mum and this other friend lived in the upstairs apartment, along with my mum's 1-year-old baby, my older brother. My mum was a teen mum, so would have been about 17 years old. The kitchen walls were made of tin, so it was always freezing cold. They always felt uncomfortable around that side of the apartment too. There were some strange things that they just couldn't explain. Like, one time they saw their college friend's room looked like it was on fire. It was all lit up really strange and was glowing unlike any light would create.
They would hear footsteps coming up the stairs to the house and called the police 5 or 6 times to check the apartment. The police would come, check the apartment, and never really found anything. My mum and her friend began to suspect that it was a ghost, so they would read the Bible out loud, which made the footsteps stop so they could finally get some sleep. But one night, my mum's friend called her brother, who happened to be a sheriff in a nearby town. Her brother brought a buddy over, and they came over to check the apartment following one of those episodes of footsteps. And they found that the ex-boyfriend of the friend who was living at college had been living in the attic the whole time. They think that he'd been climbing a tree into their college friend's bedroom and getting up into the attic from her closet. My mum somewhat knew this guy, and she had met him before and knew who he was, but they were just acquaintances because apparently he reacted inappropriately in social situations and was hard to connect with. After my mum had moved out of the apartment and into a new one, he once came to visit my mum's new house along with the college friend. After he had left, my mum had discovered that while he was over at her house, he had rearranged my brother's furniture in really strange ways. Everything from his bed to his toy box was completely changed. Several years later, he apparently murdered an old lady by shoving her down some stairs in a shopping cart, and it was discovered that he had schizophrenia. So, he'd been living in that attic for the entire 6 months that my mum had lived there. It's possible that he had been watching them, my brother as well, but they wouldn't have known the information since they never saw him. He had an entire room set up in the attic too. My mum also believes that the house also had some kind of spirit there because of the freezing rooms, uneasy feelings, biblical words having an impact, and the unexplainable situations like the glowing room. She also says that their downstairs neighbor had children who she hated and never wanted to raise. She would often neglect the kids and lock them in their bedrooms from the outside, so it's possible the entire house just had some residual negative energy from all of the absolute shenanigans. Who really knows? Thankfully after that, the whole situation just sort of sorted itself out, which my mum was very thankful for. But it is creepy to think about someone like that just living in your house and you're completely unaware that they're there. My house has always been a hotspot for strange things. They've been happening for 19 years now. A few family members died in the house when I was like 2 or 3, and me and my mum have seen multiple apparitions. The earliest event that I remember was when my uncle came to visit when I was like 10. He's a diehard skeptic, taking every possible opportunity to explain away any possible event. While I was watching Ghost Adventures with my grandmother, he walked into the room talking about how it was unrealistic and obviously fake. My grandmother asked him why, and he said because ghosts don't exist. He then walked over to the dinner table and a bulb from the light over the table just exploded. He had just replaced all the bulbs a couple of hours earlier too, and there were 3 other bulbs that were completely fine. It was only the bulb closest to his head, which was weird. Another time, my sister had a nightmare, so I was laying on her bed next to her, comforting her. A couple of hours later, I saw a woman walk down the hallway, stop at the door, lock eyes with me, then turn and walk into the bathroom next to the room. Now, usually I would be able to see the light turn on, or at least see the light from under the door, especially at 3 a.m., but I didn't. I asked my family the next day if they went to the bathroom by my room, and they didn't. It isn't the primary bathroom, since they have one in their room and one in a hall closer to the family room downstairs as well. So it would be strange of anyone to walk to the second floor to use my bathroom when there are 2 bathrooms much closer to everybody else. But the next one happens once every 2 or 3 years. So the first time it happened, I was 14 during the summer, before my freshman year of high school. I had been staying up late and sleeping in, as one typically does during the summers. I remember watching Lilo and Stitch and seeing the shadow of a small child standing outside of my door. When I cautiously said hello, it just ran off. I remember a chill running down my spine and every part of my being telling me not to follow it. I've always had strong intuition, so I listened and I just continued watching my movie. An hour or so later, I heard a loud bang. I called out to see if one of my family members dropped something, receiving no response, and against my better judgment, I walked downstairs to their rooms. But they were all asleep. Since I was downstairs, I took the opportunity to grab some snacks, and standing at the back corner of the kitchen was that same little boy. I flipped the light on, seeing him just disappear. At that, I booked it out of that kitchen, leaving the light on and going back upstairs. The next morning, and by morning I mean at around 2 p.m., I was making some eggs and my dad asked if I had scratched my leg or something. I said no, and I looked at my leg to see what he was talking about, and on the back of my leg, there was a long scratch with a bit of dried blood around it. It spanned about 12 centimeters just above my ankle, running pretty much vertically at a bit of an angle. It was at that we saged and salted the house that night. We repeated that too whenever I would see it. It came back last month at about 4 a.m. while I was watching Hamilton. I grabbed the jar of salt and my obsidian and evil eye necklace from my closet and drew a line of salt in front of my door and on my windowsill. I saged the house again the next morning, and that was that. I know this must sound weird to other people, but honestly, when you've lived with something like this for years, I guess it's just something that you eventually get used to. So my sisters and I have years of stories from this one kid that we babysat for over the years. The first event happened when the kid, his name was Liam, was maybe 3 or 4 years old. I was cooking for him in the basement. It was an old house, a former estate from the late 1800s, so the kitchen was in the basement, designed for the servants with a dumb waiter, etc. I heard some movement upstairs though, like people had let themselves in and were having a conversation and setting things down. The parents weren't supposed to be back for like another few hours. Not a big deal though. The voices didn't sound threatening, like women laughing and chatting. So I asked Liam if there's a maid or cleaning service that ever stops by, thinking that the parents may have forgotten to mention it. He then casually replies, "No, we hear voices sometimes, but Mummy and Daddy say not to talk about it." I checked. No one was upstairs and the front door was closed. There was also the time that he went into a sudden trance while repeating some guy's name over and over after fixating on an old painting, and was rolling around on the floor for a minute with the whites of his eyes showing, then snapped out of it and had no memory or was confused why I seemed so panicked and worried about him. I later told his parents, thinking that it's an obvious health issue or was a possible seizure or whatever, but they just sort of chuckled and said that they would mention it to their therapist. That, and the reoccurring night terrors that Liam would always have if he slept in one particular room. It happened a couple of times to him, once to his friend, but in both cases it was a sort of sudden blood-curdling scream coming from the kid in the room. I remember racing upstairs to find his friend once, as she was hyperventilating, upright in bed, and just kept repeating, "There was a man in the room, there was a man in the room." Liam also was a sleepwalker. When he did sleepwalk with me, it also started with a blood-curdling scream and him sprinting down the stairs to find me, seeming terrified but still definitely asleep and not aware of his surroundings, mumbling about a man. I was able to guide him back to bed without waking him while still calming him down in his sleepwalk state. I felt guilty telling the kids that it was just a bad dream or a nightmare when I believed that they did see something, but I just didn't know what else to do or say. And there are many other stories over the course of 10 plus years between me and my sisters working with this family as their go-to house or babysitter. And then the usual lights and electronics turning on or off suddenly, objects falling off of shelves inexplicably when no one is in the room, doors slamming shut and locking by themselves. My sister swears that she saw a woman walk through the room out of the corner of her eye once, before the TV turned on in the next room. Liam also has an early phase of frequently referencing the dead people. My friend, who used to also babysit for them, refused to even be in the house after the kids went to sleep because she hated it so much. She told Liam that
She'd be on the front porch if he needed anything, then would sit outside and read a book until the parents returned. Even if it was freezing, she preferred it to being in the house as the only awake person at night. It didn't help too that the house was like a mile down a dirt road, in the woods past a swamp and old overgrown tennis courts, with coyotes howling in the distance even. The property also had no cell service, and the house landlines were usually dead. The house was exclusively decorated with antiques and creepy sort of sexual art and taxidermied critters. The parents also reminded me of a couple out of Eyes Wide Shut, and seemed, I'm pretty sure, were into occult practices. There's a famous hippie New Age center in my town that they were involved in. Oh, and the infamous Aleister Crowley himself used to hang out on the estate back in the day, apparently. And there's even a documented story about him performing rituals on the edge of the estate. I learned about this history years after we stopped babysitting for them, obviously. So, overall, it was a really scary home to babysit in. But they paid well, especially when they'd come home drunk at like 4 in the morning. They'd just hand us a wad of cash, or sometimes would forget that they paid and pay again on the next day even. And the kid, well,